You have no idea about this connection I've been fighting with and working with and trying to get this damn stream up and running. Like, oh my god, you have no idea. I've been fighting for this for quite a while. Apparently, something changed in my settings, and for some reason, it's just been endlessly, streamed like not working. Whatever's been going on. So I apologize. I've been trying to get this out for a little while. Although finally, it seems that we have arrived, y'all. So congratulations to us for finally figuring out how to work a forsaken stream, because I am going to try to tone it down a little bit, not swear as much, although there's a lot to swear about this month. And what I want to cover this evening for Pride Month, by the way, happy Pride, y'all, is a combination of Luxander. If you don't know who Luxander is, it has produced a absolutely frightening and stunning video on the unfortunately seemingly approaching possibility of a trans genocide. Now that might sound extreme to some of you, but we will get to that in a moment, and we'll add our own thoughts to it, and then you can add your commentary to it to let us know what you think about Luxander's take and our take in and of itself. And then we're going to go on to the other portions of this. Well, it should have been an evening, but it'll be morning at this point, maybe, whatever freaking time you see it. I'm going to try to do better and not swear as much in this video, so hopefully I will not automatically get demonetized and people will be like, oh my god, Zoe, you're always so angry and swearing about, I mean, whatever, I'm an angry trans woman, what do you expect, especially in the modern climate, right? But we'll also be talking about we'll be responding to Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson. There is a lot to cover because the transphobia is endless. We're not going to have time, unfortunately, I'm starting so late, to get to Helen Joyce and the UK TERFs and some of the news that we saw this evening regarding what some TERFs have been up to is just despicable as usual. But let's move on into some of our primary content if we can. So Luxander did a video. If you're not sure who Luxander is, it is a trans person who is another streamer. I don't know how. I mean, they're way more popular than we are. And as far as our own pronoun situation goes, we're still she, her. We do have a dissociative disorder, so if we switch from the singular, like I, to we, that's what's going on. I'll try and stick to the I and me pronouns, but if I slip in like a we or us periodically, just know it's because we have a dissociative disorder, and that's just unavoidable at this point as I'm working out my own issues. However, Luxander did a video quoting from, I want to say it was a Holocaust museum. Now this is it sounds pretty extreme already, like Holocaust Memorial Museum type of thing. But we'll jump right into it. We'll listen to Lux and see what Lux has to say, and then I'll add my own commentary on top of it if I feel like anything needs to be added. I did get its permission before doing this, so I'm not pulling something where I'm just taking some other content creator's video and using it for my own purposes. That's not what's going on now. Actually, I think it did such a good job in this video that if my followers, for whatever reason, are not also following Luxander, then I want everyone to be aware of this. And as I've stated before, Luxander is trans and its pronouns are it, its. So please be respectful when commenting about that. So let's get into it.
Played against trans people and queer people, national, ethnic, racial, or religious groups, or so-called cultural genocide. So it's one of those fuzzy
defining genocide, first of all.
So intent is technically part of it. The intent to destroy a national, ethnic, racial or religious group in whole or in part. It does not include political groups or so-called cultural genocide. So it's one of those fuzzy things here where like you could technically say someone could argue it's not genocide because gay people or LGBT people have a political ideology. They have an agenda, as opposed to national, ethnic, racial, or religious, which are technically considered like intrinsic traits, even though religion is not an intrinsic, whatever.
Right. The thing that the point that it's making here, and I want to be clear about this, is that religion is not the same as gender or sexual orientation. And I would make this argument because it's a categorical fallacy. When we talk about something like religion, that is something that actually does come across as more arbitrary. That is something that like you basically get converted over to being a Christian or to being a Muslim or to being a Buddhist. But you could deconvert from that faith. The fact of the matter is that being gay or being trans, these are intrinsic portions of one's identity. You cannot just simply opt out of that. It just doesn't happen that way. And I think like right here would have been a great place for Lux to point out that this would be a categorical error on anyone that wants to say that LGBT people should not be considered as part of any type of genocide versus any other group. It absolutely is. And I would also go on to argue that there could be some groups, specifically like religious groups, that could be considered part of a genocide, right? Like, we would argue that the definition of genocide here is actually not broad enough. But let's go on.
But this is to say that it does not, like, you technically, I guess you cannot commit genocide against like communists. Technical definitions aside, we're going to now look at the 10 stages of genocide. This is an infographic from the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, where...
All right, so it's the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust. Now, this is going to be very frightening for any trans, especially trans people that might be following me, or if you are LGBT. Just be aware, trigger warning, these next 10 steps, or I'm sorry, next 9 steps that are going to be described are going to be fairly frightening. I'm going to divide this stream up into each segment that I do, so that if you don't want to sit and watch like a 4-hour stream, you don't have to watch the entire thing to get the content. You can just select the portions that you want to watch. And we understand if you don't particularly want to watch a segment about our possible genocide, although you should be aware of it. And if you don't know about it, this would be a great thing to watch. And you might have some people say to you, like, I don't know if, like, I mean, like, yeah, sure, trans people are persecuted. Sure, there's some bigotry against like LGBT people. However, I don't know if it like qualifies as like a genocide. Well, let's see, right? By the way, new outfit. I hope that you enjoy it. I'm slowly like upgrading myself and the set and everything else, but let's see what Lux has to say about this.
We're going to kind of look at all of the steps and take a moment to sort of reflect on the ways in which we can see these things happening in the current time. You know, by the way, if you haven't clicked like on the video, please click like on the video, babes. Please click like on the video, babes. Oh my God, I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me. If you've not clicked like on the stream or on this video later on when you're watching it, please click like on it, because I, like every other YouTuber, do need those likes, do need those subscriptions, and we would greatly appreciate it. And of course, as always, leave a comment letting us know what you think about us or the video in and of itself.
So much. Let me go ahead and switch this around and pull this up. We are going to now look at this infographic, like I said, from the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, the 10 stages of genocide. The 10 stages of genocide. Stage 1, classification. The differences between people are not respected. There is a division of us and them, which can be carried out using stereotypes or excluding.
All right, so we've got Crowder right here, outside of Planet Fitness, dressed up as a trans woman. Crowder is known as, it's Steven Crowder, by the way, infamously dressing up in essentially just drag so that he can go into gyms and other businesses, then act like a ditzy, obnoxious trans person and make everybody there feel uncomfortable, and basically insist using like vehemently that people must use the correct pronouns for him, as he's being obnoxious and engaging in typically male behavior while he's dressed up in drag. Crowder is a piece of shit, and if you watch any of Crowder's shows on period watch shows on trans people, you'll know that he and his little buddies sit around like cackling as a bunch of hyenas, while never actually making any type of insightful commentary about trans people. They just continuously put on this get up and essentially just laugh at trans people for being women.
People who
It's
are
totally out of
perceived to be
spite.
different. Very low level stuff here, the stuff that doesn't seem crazy harmful, right? Stage 2, symbolization. This is a visual manifestation of hatred. Jews in Nazi-occupied Europe were forced to wear the yellow Star of David. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge forced people from the eastern zone to wear blue scarves. It shows you these little infographics of here's a Star of David, here's that scarf. From 1992, in northwest Bosnia, all non-Serbian citizens were forced to wear white armbands. So this is, just like the people are being specifically marked in some way. Like they're being made to be visible in this way, which you could technically, you could like technically say that systematically denying people access to hormones and transition is a means of making sure that they remain visible. Stage 3.
I would also like to add here, I think you could also argue that there are some states in the United States that have insisted on certain bills, especially DeSantis being among them, that that children should have to, in order to play certain sports, should have genital inspections. And I think that specifically to weed out trans athletes, or essentially people that they will, like trans people that they will later go on to claim are essentially like impersonators, or, oh, this is a, whatever, a boy that claims to be a girl, and then deny them access to compete in the sports. We will get to a lot of this later. There's, unfortunately, this stream, it's definitely going to be my Pride Month stream, and I want to be clear. This stream is absolutely about pride, okay? But not in the sense of corporate hack sellouts, but in the sense of what pride was supposed to be about. Being pissed off about discrimination against LGBT people, okay? The original Pride, yes, at Stonewall, was absolutely a riot. Now, I don't have necessarily enough energy to bring like 4 or 3 hours, however long this goes on, worth a riot to you, but I will say that I'm pretty fucking angry at a lot of this stuff going on. I'm going to try to like watch my language for the rest of the video. I don't want to get like totally demonetized and not have my video shared or anything like that just based on something as dumb as language. Although it's very telling that a lot of people will be like, oh my God, I don't want somebody on my YouTube video swearing back and forth. And what if the kids hear about it? Well, whatever. Okay. Like this is, the censorship of swearing and curse words is ridiculous in the context of what Lux is talking about and what is actively going on in our society. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but we have passed, like, fanning ourselves about swear words like fucking 15 years ago. All right, I'll try and bring it back down a little bit. Sorry. So we're moving past inspecting children's genitalia in order to participate in high school sports as discrimination. Let's go on to the next step, dehumanization.
Discrimination. The dominant group denies civil rights or even citizenship to identified groups. The 1935 Nuremberg laws stripped Jews of their German citizenship, made it illegal for them to do many jobs or to marry German non-Jews. Discrimination can take many forms. This is, just denying civil rights broadly. It gives you one specific example, but this can happen in a number of different ways. Obviously, like, being...
Trump administration erases transgender civil rights protections in healthcare. Just think about that for a second. a lot of right wingers, they'll say that, oh, I don't really care about, your transgender ideology. I don't really care about your, gay, LGBT, whatever. Just keep away from the kids, as part of this like whole groomer narrative that's being pushed right now. No thanks to heads like Shoe on Head, or others that retweeted the pictures from Folsom, a like kink festival that they portrayed as being from Pride. But let's just put all of that aside, okay? Because we're not talking about tweets right now. We're not talking about people trying to make LGBT people out to be pedophiles or predators, which they have historically used against us continuously. We're talking right now of the denial by Florida using the power of the state to deny people access to health care. Right? Do you see how the goalposts have shifted here? Like, well away from like, oh, we're just worried about, a few perverts talking to kids. And they've shifted that all the way to our health care that fast. And they do it with a little sleight of hand, a shell game that the children are over here, healthcare's over here, and they just switch that around. Oh, don't worry, we're protecting the kids. When in actuality, we're after the healthcare. If you're curious about fallacious thinking, it would be a Mott and Bailey fallacy, right? Their actual Mott is protect the kids, but the Bailey is get rid of trans rights, or ultimately get rid of trans people.
Being denied housing at a systemic level and not having that addressed, being underemployed at a systemic level and not having those economic equalities.
So it's difficult for trans people to find work, as we constantly get fired. A lot of trans people, if you'll also notice, end up going, especially trans femmes like myself, end up going into sex work. And some people say, well, that's obvious evidence of your degeneracy. You wouldn't go into sex work if you weren't some type of degenerate, like sex crazed freak. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of us have to go into sex work because that's the only line of work that we can still get, because we've been discriminated out of other areas of work, or housing can be even more difficult for us to find, people refusing to rent to us or whatever else. And in that case, we end up in a situation where we have to take whatever we can fucking get. I'm sorry, freaking get.
Economic inequalities addressed. Stage 4, we have dehumanization. Those perceived as, quote, different are treated with no form of human rights or personal dignity. During the genocide in Rwanda, for example, Tutsis were referred to as cockroaches. The Nazis referred to Jews as vermin. So we are currently seeing this big time. Like, we are at minimum stage 4 here on account of trans people being called it and trans people being called groomers and pedophiles.
Okay, I just want to point out real quick. When they say trans people or LGBT people being called pedophiles, first of all, Luxander uses it pronouns. So, yeah, even though that might be not a preference that a lot of the rest of us have as far as like trans people just in general, it's fine if your pronouns are it's. However, when a conservative or a Republican is using it's, let's just be clear, they are doing that to dehumanize the person, not because they think that that's the person's actual pronouns. Just like when they're talking about a trans femme person, they will refer to us as they, them, when they damn well know our pronouns are she, her, or however they can misgender us. On this point, not only did the Nazis refer to Jews as vermin, okay? One of the things that Lux, with all due respect, overlooked here is the very fact that, and by the way, this is like, I appreciate all the sources, I appreciate the tweets, I appreciate all the add-ons. This is a great video, and I feel like everybody that is a subscriber of my channel, go subscribe to Lux's channel as well. If not, I would just say you at least need to see this video and be aware of this. One of the things that I would like to add here, though, is, and this is absolutely true, conservatives tend to add that LGBT people are vermin or a disease. They refer to us very often as if being around us will make their kids gay, or it will turn their kids gay to be around gay people. And they often cite religious reasons or whatever else, and invoke this language as if being LGBT is a disease, a sickness, a mental illness. They use this against us all the time. And I want to draw attention to this. Being LGBT is not a sickness. It is not a mental illness. It is not a disease, but that's what they will pretend. However, Lux makes a great point here, and let's watch this segment where a Republican is going to run an ad where he claims to be against LGBT people. And let me take a look at the chat real quick. Yeah, no, I'm unfortunately I'm up very late. It's nice to see you, Critical. It's nice to see you, Lilith, as always. Unfortunately, I was having a lot of problems getting the just problems with the stream, of course, like amateur streamer, right? So I was supposed to start like a couple of hours ago. I started very late, and unfortunately that means that it's early in the morning, but whatever. I'm going to look. If you want to stay here with me, I'm right fucking here with you, okay? You want to get through the early, at the wee hours of the morning, I'm right here with you for that time, all right? I'm going to be going until like probably like 3 or 4 a.m. at this point. But you know what? I'm here. I'm full of energy. I'm full of piss and vinegar. Let's do this.
That is just, I mean, I think it's pretty emphatically clear that that's sort of just where we're at right now. Yeah. So then moving on to the next step, we have organization. Genocides are always planned. Regimes of hatred often train those who go on to carry out the destruction of a people. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier about stochastic terrorism. And just to refresh, stochastic terrorism is when you cannot directly make it so that it's the death penalty for a trans person to be trans, but you can feed the media a bunch of lies about trans people and how scary they are in order to incentivize people to be violent toward us. So that's what stochastic terrorism is. It's drumming up hatred in the hopes that other folks will take over the genociding for you to an extent. So the Sudanese government supports and arms the Janjaweed or Arab militia in Darfur to carry out violence and killings in Sudan. Hello, it is I from the more recent past. Since the time that we originally streamed this, and now when I'm editing it, there has been an update on number 5. Originally, I said, I don't know exactly that there is an amount of organization happening with militia groups or anything, because I would have to know what's happening internally within the Proud Boys. So there's been an update about that situation. Turns out that I believe in Idaho, there was a group of men loaded up into the back of a U-Haul on their way to a pride event, seemingly with body armor and seemingly with intent to start a riot or some other kind of disruption. They were members of Patriot Front, which is a white supremacist group, and perhaps you could even say a militia group.
Okay, hi, past Luxander. It is I, future Zoe, and I'm here to tell you that I read more about this. And yes, Patriot Front and specifically the members in that U-Haul, they did have riot shields. Some of them did. And they also had batons like that, you know, police would use to beat protesters and that type of stuff. Now, I can't say psychically what the future would have held if this U-Haul had gotten to that pride event. But we can pretty much assume that if we have an anti-LGBT, essentially, hate group packed up in the back of U-Haul, all of them wearing like white masks with sunglasses, ball caps, and the same type of uniforms to stop themselves from being identified. A lot of them had plastic like shields, and they had batons to beat people with. What are some of the types of things that they might have engaged there? I'm just saying, a little bit of intuition.
So yeah, there are organized groups.
All right, Critical, have a good morning, and I hope you either, if you're up late, I hope you get some rest, and if you're starting early, then may the force be with you, my friend.
Of men with body armor who have decided that it's time to come show up at the queer place and have words with us, or something along those lines.
Thanks, Ben. I have chosen pink today, as well as some purple and some black gloves. I'm enhancing my look a little bit. I can't be too vain though with the topic that's going on. But yeah, I like it a little bit more in the intense red, and I changed the background a little bit.
Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Stage 6, polarization. Propaganda begins to be spread by hate groups. The Nazis used the newspaper Der Stürmer to spread and incite messages of hate about Jewish people. This is definitely happening. You've got the Daily Wire movie that just came out called, like, What is a Woman?
Hashtag fuck Matt Walsh, by the way.
Politicians out here calling us trans terrorists.
I think some of the most dangerous people in America are trans terrorists.
And saying, like...
That was Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, senator from Georgia. So now we've got a senator involved in this garbage.
Oh, if someone was weird toward my family in a bathroom, then I would kill that person. But, like, you're really just only one step away from saying, like, we should basically just be violent toward trans people if we clock them in general in public, but especially in the locker room. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way, everybody.
If I was a parent and my 5th grade daughter had to sleep and shower in some kind of cabin at some summer camp that I paid money to send my child to, and there was a man calling himself a woman sleeping in her cabin, showering with her, that guy he'd be in jail. He would be in jail. Well, first off, my husband.
First of all, if this person that Marjorie Taylor in this imaginary situation is identifying as a woman, they would just be a woman. And so therefore, when, the entire premise here, she is misgendering, like Marjorie Taylor is misgendering this woman. It's just the threats, just outright threats to say, she would be beaten, would be whatever. Okay. I want to draw attention to this very clearly. They're not talking about that there should be some gender neutral bathroom, okay? They are saying, Marjorie Taylor in this case, and this is a senator that is very wildly popular in conservative circles. She is saying that people like myself or Blair White or other trans women should be beaten or possibly murdered for using bathrooms appropriate for our gender.
Would have beat him into the ground, and then he'd be in jail. But this is exactly how we need to stand up against this stuff.
It all seems innocuous. It all seems so innocuous as you go through it, okay? That's the reason why this is so scary, and it's so important for you to be informed and to be aware of what's happening, because each step seems like no big deal.
I mean, honestly, it does seem like a big deal each step to me, but that's just my perception on this, right? I feel like when Marjorie Taylor Greene says things like that, like quote unquote beat into the ground, we ought to pay attention to this, especially because historically the gay panic defense has been used to justify the murder of LGBT people. And this has been gay men in the case of Matthew Shepard. This has been the case in, various cases involving trans women that were murdered by cis men. Now, I'm not going to pull up the details of the case because it's too upsetting for me to look at or read. I cannot look at it without getting too upset to continue streaming. But very recently, there was a football player who was exonerated for murdering a trans woman that he had essentially slept with or possibly was looking to engage in sleeping with, became like suspicious of her, and then left her house, then returned 1 month later. So there's a full month in between these events. He returned a month later with 2 friends to confront her and then brutally beat her to death. And in the trial, in the case, it was stated that she did not attempt to defend herself as he assaulted her, and he beat and stomped her to death. Now, I just have to, sorry. In the case, the reason why they said that they eventually exonerated him was because the charges were for a premeditated murder charge. And they basically tried to use the gay panic defense that was struck down. But then the court ultimately decided that they should have gone for manslaughter instead of premeditated murder. Now, I don't know about you, but in my book, manslaughter is like when you accidentally hit someone with your damn car and you were not intending to kill them. That's manslaughter. You accidentally killed someone, right? In his case, he waited a full month, got his friends, knew he planned on assaulting this woman, went to her house, casually like got himself back in there so he could gain access to her while she was vulnerable, then beat her to fucking death. I don't need to hear that this is manslaughter. This is outrageous. I would love Marjorie Taylor Greene, I would love any of them to face a situation like that and then claim that their assailant, it was just manslaughter at best. They should only be charged with attempted manslaughter. It's not like if anybody premeditatedly went over to their house with the intent to do something to them, that they would not insist that that was premeditated murder attempt, right? But when it comes to trans people, they want to deny us literally human rights as outlined right here, okay? That's their goal in this, is to demonize us, make sure that we're seen as like a disease or a plague, something that can be transmitted to kids or groomers or pedophiles, and they will do a sleight of hand here, a shell game, and say, well, you know what we should do with pedophiles? And when we say pedophiles, we mean LGBT people, and they'll switch these things around so that, of course, what you would do to pedophiles, you would also do to LGBT people. It's a bullshit way that they manipulate people, but a lot of people fall for this for some reason. And I hate to tell you, but a lot of LGBT conservatives would also end up being taken care of along with the rest of the pedophiles.
Keeping in mind that in Nazi Germany, they burned all of the books in the Hirschfeld Library, the Sexual Institute of Study, and I'm sure that there were plenty of people who were like, oh, it was just a book burning, you know? They didn't kill anybody. They didn't hurt anybody. They just burned all of the books that had anything to do with studying this one particular hated minority demographic, okay? Each individual step doesn't seem like a big deal, but you need to be alert and aware of the pattern, okay? So again, differences between people are not respected. There's a division of us versus them, stereotyping, like the way that Steven Crowder dresses up like a trans woman on his show and like goes into Planet Fitness and pretends to be a ditzy trans woman. Like, it starts there. Visual, like making sure that they're visually different, denying trans kids the opportunity to transition. So
I would agree with you, Lilith. Marjorie Taylor Greene absolutely is a Christian nationalist and a bigoted piece of garbage, as well as recently coming out and saying that, you know, in her opinion, there's nothing wrong with being a nationalist, especially a Christian nationalist. So if you are secular and you are worried about the separation of church and state, and you think that trans people, for whatever reason, pose that, you know, because we're just so crazy and out of it, I think you should really go and take a look at Marjorie Taylor Greene's words when it comes to Christian nationalism, and recognize that if people like Marjorie Taylor Greene have their way, you will be living in a Christian theocracy, just so you know.
So that they continue to look trans, discrimination in all kinds of different situations, dehumanization, referring to people in terms that strip them of their humanity. Like, keep in mind, like, the reason why terms and slurs like the T slur, you know, like if someone calls a trans person then that word being used in that way it's a noun that replaces other human nouns, that says, like, fundamentally you are not the same as me. And that's why that type of language, otherizing language, alienating language, is considered dehumanizing and dangerous, okay? Keep that in mind.
It's really sad that we basically live in a time where you have to explain to people that labeling a group as like a disease or like rats or a plague or vermin, why that would negatively affect them. And while I think that we live in an age of information where you can go on and you can Google or Wikipedia a lot of information, there's a lot of people that, unfortunately, it seems like you're kind of like everyday Joe, basically just listens to media or whatever they've been kind of told. And I know that they like to make the accusation against like the LGBT community and trans people particularly, like we have somehow we snuck in and like ninjas, like indoctrinated people. But that's not the case. And it's very kind of stunning to us that those people just fall for propaganda endlessly. And it's sad that it would take people like Luxander, people like ourselves, to continuously push back on these narratives. Now, we'll get into other narratives later, all right? We're opening this, and this will be like our multi-hour stream about LGBT stuff for Pride Month. And I'm sorry this is not a happy Pride Month and a let's look at the parades and have a good time and all this other stuff, right? This, unfortunately, is a stream where we're going to be focusing on a lot of negativity because cannot overstate the threat to LGBT people currently within the system, propagated by right-wing activists. They want to call us left-wing activists. They are right-wing activists by definition. But let's let Lux finish this, and then we'll get to some of the other, we'll get to some of the people that we actually disagree with.
Stage 5, organization. Again, I would say that this is being perpetrated via stochastic terrorism, okay? Polarization, we just talked about. So this is kind of now moving into we're in the next 4 steps, and we need to be alert for this kind of thing, okay?
Not just alert, but we need to be really cautious and already making plans. Now, at the end of this segment, whenever Lux gets to the end of this, I'm going to go over a few tips and strategies for trans people and just LGBT people in general going toward the future to kind of take care of yourself if things go as bad as they possibly could. And if you are LGBT, hopefully by the end of the stream, you'll start recognizing the threat that these people pose to you, that conservatism poses in general. And no matter what, stop voting for these people. Or I cannot explain to you how much of a political stooge that you're being. I don't care whatever your opinions are or thoughts are on abortion, any of these other issues. Just know, if you are LGBT, these people, right-wingers, conservatives, plan on eventually exterminating you. And that is not rhetoric. That is literally what their plan is. And we'll get to that as we go through each of the other people that I have lined up. And we'll look at some of the stuff that people have said. And then you can determine for yourself whether I'm exaggerating or whether I'm telling you exactly what they are saying if you would just listen to them and trust them when they tell you this is their plan.
So preparation. Perpetrators plan the genocide. They often use euphemisms such as the Nazi phrase, the final solution, to cloak their intentions. Acts of genocide are disguised as self-defense if there is an ongoing armed conflict or civil war, such as in Bosnia. The kind of stuff that's being...
Okay, acts of genocide are disguised as self-defense. I just want to point out, trans panic, gay panic, very easily to say, oh, well, I didn't, it's not that I wanted to murder them, but they deceived me in some way. They lied to me in some way. And I panicked when I discovered that they were a trans person and I just had to murder them. Okay. Now, even though in the case of the footballer that I mentioned earlier, that was thrown out by the initial judge wanted to allow it as a legal defense, but it was struck down by another judge. Now, let's imagine we have a Trump administration in 2024 that decides that that is actually going to be placed back as a legitimate defense, right? So now we have a way to start murdering LGBT people once again and just claim that, oh, you didn't know that they were gay and they came on to you and you just had to, rough them up a little bit and you didn't mean to take it that far. But then we can imagine taking it a little bit further, as some other conservatives have advocated for, where you don't need gay panic defenses. All you need is a defense of like defending your children, defending your family, defending whatever vague cultural norms that you want to defend from. And then all of a sudden, engaging in that exact same behavior starts becoming a lot easier. And by that behavior, I mean murdering LGBT people.
Used in the polarization section over here is also being used as part of this preparation, I would say. Acts of genocide are disguised as self-defense. All of these things that are happening about trans people in the United States are kind of predicated on the idea that trans people are a threat to children, is the main thing.
All students are welcome to utilize gender reassignment services today in the gym.
Notice the spooky music. Once again, a lot of right-wing. Whoops. A lot of right-wing propaganda is. Man, that jumped pretty far back, didn't it? Where are we at? Let's see. We were all the way right there. Yeah, there we go. So notice that a lot of the propaganda
Are
when it comes to right-wingers is very slickly produced. It's very slick. It's designed to trick people that don't know what they're looking at, or into actually having a moral panic, because like, oh my gosh, like I like literally when you first listen to the music, like the beat and stuff and the megaphone, it comes off sounding almost like a Purge movie. Think about that for a second. They're producing an ad for a political candidate to make you worried about the trans panic, and they're basically playing it to insinuate like that would make you might think of the Purge. Let's watch that again. I want to know, and like later on, if you watch this, comment, because I know it's like very early in the morning now, so I'm not going to really draw anybody here. However, people that watch this later, let me know. Do you get the implication of the Purge when you first hear this ad?
kind of predicated on the idea that trans people are a threat to children is the main thing.
All students are welcome to utilize gender reassignment services
That's
today
the
in the
Purge.
gym.
It's the
This
Purge.
is confidential. Your parents will not be notified.
I'm Garrett Soldano, and I don't co-parent with the government.
Oh, I don't co-parent with the government. So now it's not just like trans kids recognizing their own gender identity. Now it's not the parents of trans kids that are also vouching for them. Now it's the government that has to be involved in trans kids and their parents. Like, they just can't help themselves but lump every single thing that they don't like into like one freaking box. I hate trans kids and I hate LGBT people, and I don't like it when families are supportive or the government. So it all must, like that. It all has to be in one single nice box.
My pronouns, conservative, patriot.
Ooh, my pronouns are conservative and patriot. Ugh. Like, a lot of these people are so moronic. How many pronouns does your average cis person use? If you're cis, okay, and you say, oh well, my pronouns are he and him, like this doofus probably says. Okay, well let's think about that for a second. All right, so he and him, then that would also be like I, me, one, them, they. If somebody is looking at him and doesn't know who they are, or if he calls someone they don't know who, all of these pronouns. If you look, there's a whole block of text of pronouns that people will use that are my, mine, right? All of these are pronouns for oneself. Ooh, oneself. Thy, thyself. That folks can use for themselves. There's like more than a dozen of them, and that's just for your average cis person. If they had to acknowledge what pronouns they use every one of them, but then they want to pretend that trans people saying like, actually, like myself, I don't use necessarily like whatever pronouns people would traditionally associate with me, and instead I prefer she, her. And they would say, that's outrageous, that's radical, that's whatever. But I mean, like, as opposed to your pronouns, I mean, like, I could make some mean jokes about this guy, but I'll abstain from doing so.
The woke groomer mafia wants to indoctrinate and
The woke groomer mafia. So now not only are we woke and not only are we groomers coming after children, but we are a mafia. Like also trying to tie us with some type of like criminal threat, criminal element as well. And I'm just like this language. I like how right wingers will insist that we're the ones indoctrinated when it's like, or that we have some type of ideology that we can't break. When this guy, who's a candidate, literally is like the groomer left wing mafia. Like, really?
subjugate our kids to their warped fantasies.
Subjugate our kids into their warped fantasies. And oh look, drag queen story hour, because they just can't help. I literally, any conservative that shows up later on and you got a problem with me or a problem with what you see right now? Can you articulate it? What is it? Is it because the person that you see, like, let's look at this real quick, okay? Like, they're wearing leggings. They've got a long sleeved shirt on, a big ass wig that covers up like most of their neck and shoulders. They're covered from head to toe. What's the fucking problem with this? Even from a conservative standpoint, that looks like Poison Ivy in here cosplay, reading a story. What's the issue? Do you hate supervillains?
It's time to fight back.
Ooh, fight back. Flash it. Fight back. Yeah, they're not indoctrinating you for anything.
Governor, I'll turn Michigan into the parents' rights capital of America and transition Walt Whitmer out of office.
And transition woke Whitmer out of office. Yeah, okay.
Always bring up drag queen story hours. They're always like, oh my God, this public library brought all of these drag queens in and they're being weird around like, okay, so they're propping up all of the things that they're doing against us as a type of self-defense. Or like, these transgenders are coming in and trying to take over women's sports.
Okay, once again, this is Future Zoe talking to past Luxander. Unfortunately, let's pop this up real quick. Unfortunately, since Lux made this video, let's shoot over here real quick, because guess what has happened since Lux made this video. So right here, tweet breaking FINA, so it's basically the worldwide international swimming organization, has banned transgender athletes from competing in women's elite races if they've gone through any part of male puberty. And this is Piers Morgan, known piece of shit. And the picture that they chose right here is Leah Thompson, along with the second place, well, I guess third place one or whatever. And I just want you to know, this is a forced perspective picture. All right, you're looking at somebody who's like 5 foot right here, like 5'7". And so these are like just short women, and Leah Thompson is like a woman of average height. Now she's a trans woman. She's been banned from competing in swimming, like just flatly banned, along with trans athletes. Now, let's shoot back over here real quick, back to Luxander. And by the way, Caitlyn Jenner totally supports this ban of transgender swimmers. Which and of course, like, oh well, I just want to make sure that I support women competing. I'm just like, so wait a minute, doofus over here, Caitlyn Jenner, that literally made her fame and money off of being a like gold medal runner, would not support other trans women being able to compete in any type of competition now. Of course, because they're always like pulling the ladder up or kicking it over behind them. I just want to point out that it's absolutely disgusting that Caitlyn would do that. Once again, going after trans people for no reason. So I just wanted to pause Luxander here, because at the time this news headline broke, it's very depressing, because it does go right back into what Lux is talking about here, where this is once again segregating trans people away in a major way, categorically, from being able to compete in swimming at an elite level. Now, keep in mind, a lot of this genocidal rhetoric, every single aspect of society that they divide us off from, just imagine society as a whole, every section that they're cutting us out of, from like let's say like just sports competition, and you move it a little bit closer and closer and closer. The goal is to keep legislating us out of being able to compete in sports, to be able to compete in high school sports, to be able to use bathrooms. And it's going to keep going down and down and down as they're like, legally removing areas where we're allowed to be publicly, until we're all the way down into what? A camp that they want to put us in. And that's where all of this leads to, if you cannot, for some reason, use your intuition to see where it leads. Okay, that's why this is so dangerous, and you've got to pay attention to this. This is not about, I would argue, don't give an inch on any of this stuff. Push back and fight back every bit that you can, because we know where it leads. And it's not a slippery slope fallacy, okay? And you might be telling, oh, Zoe, that sounds like a slippery slope, and you're fear-mongering. The problem is, as we'll see as we go through this stream, we are not fear-mongering, and what we're talking about is a possible future if conservatives get their way. Back to you, Lex.
It's classic role reversal. Keep that shit in mind. This is Darvo. If anybody's not familiar with Darvo, it is a term to describe a manipulative behavior that is typically done in abusive situations, abusive relationships. DARVO stands for deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. Like, technically it's 3 steps. So deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. So if you were
it's playing the victim while also victim blaming at the same time. And people can do this on like an individual level, and they can do this as a group. And that's what Lux is getting at here.
To say, like, you are making laws that are preventing people from being able to, go to the bathroom, enact their rights the way that they're supposed to be able to. They will turn around and say, like, no, we're not doing that. And even if I was doing that, it would be because you are a danger to children, like.
It's I'm protecting the kids, and I'm not doing it to harm you or your community. I'm only protecting the kids, and I don't see why you get so mad about that unless you are a victimizer of kids. And the only reason why you would oppose this is because you actually want to harm kids. That's why they say it.
They're like reversing who is even the one who's starting the problem. I just ran into this issue on Twitter where someone was like, I was like, listen, it's not like we create these laws protecting bathroom rights, like, just because. Like, we've been using the bathroom in the United States as trans people for decades, and it has not been a problem until laws are passed to restrict that. Or
yeah, and a lot of the laws that they pass to like target trans people specifically, ironically enough, end up affecting who the most? Cis women that are non-conventionally, skinny, pretty, whatever other metric that some misogynist prick wants to level at them, and end up holding like cis women hostage. This happened multiple times at this point. Holding cis women hostage and saying that they have to like, wait there for like a cop or whoever to get there to like inspect them to make sure that they're supposed to be in that bathroom. This negatively affects women, perpetuates stereotypes way more than it will specifically harm the people it was intended to, trans people. Although trans people will definitely be hurt by bathroom bills and that sort of thing, especially school age, because at that point, a lot of the teachers have known the child before they start transitioning, and that's just garbage that they're able to abuse a child in that way.
Or some action is taken by the government to restrict that. And this person I was arguing with like insisted, like, no, you started it with Grimm v. Virginia. And that's like a lawsuit that started in 2016. And I was like, first of all, the law in North Carolina limiting bathroom access passed in March of 2016. Second of all, what was the Grimm versus Virginia case about? Oh, it was the government schools saying you can't use the bathroom in the way that you're intending to as a trans person, and then he had to sue in retaliation right? Like that, like it was still that the government started it. And that's like something that people just fundamentally seem to not understand. The government is actually the one starting the bullshit, right? Like it's not like they're doing something to protect anyone.
Well, no. So this, all right. So I want to like hone in on this part, this point real quick. This is very important. A lot of these lawsuits, okay, the trans person or LGBT people are on the defense as somebody is trying to sue them, or the government is trying to sue them, or it's an LGBT person suing the government because of discrimination or because of some discriminatory law. Right? I want to make that clear. It's not like trans people are specifically going out and looking for lawsuits to go against the government or whatever else. This is a case where it ends up being like, hey, I'm being discriminated against. People like me are being discriminated against. This is not fair. And I'm going to therefore pursue, some type of legal charge in order to make change in the system, because I don't feel like being fined. I don't feel like being, arbitrarily arrested just because some bullshit law. And I think that's what Lux is getting here at, right? It's not that trans people are specifically litigious, okay? It's the fact that we end up getting wrapped up in a lot of this stuff, wrangled into it, based on discriminatory laws, not because we actually want to go down there and talk to anybody in the damn justice system.
All of these states where laws are passing to restrict like participation in sports, for example, are states in which there is only one transgender student like enrolled in sports in the whole state. Keeping that in mind, like all that to...
Yeah, laws like in Idaho and stuff, where the state spent taxpayer money debating, writing law, and passing it, wasting that session, because in some of these areas, as Lex was saying, there was literally one trans person playing sports. One in the whole state. But that's what they want to focus on. And I just want to extrapolate that, by the way, to all of their other piss poor arguments. Just be aware, when they're fear-mongering about trans people, they're always talking about, just like they talk about that one athlete in an entire state, a lot of times they're talking less than 1% of the entire population in some states. And then of that 1%, you're talking only a percentage of that percentage that's actually engages in criminal behavior. But they want to pretend that the negative, negative aspects that exist within like every community or make up the whole of the community. And therefore, if you can find like a single trans person who engages in some illegal behavior, that ought to categorically apply to every single trans person. And I know that we don't engage in fallacious thinking like that or reasoning, right?
To say that what we're looking at here is acts of genocide disguised as self-defense. Like, oh, you trans people are the ones causing the problems. You know, you are the ones, whatever. We often use euphemisms. Hello again from Editing Lux. I didn't really know where this one fit in, so I'm just here to let you know that I have now seen video evidence of a political candidate explicitly calling for the execution of queer and trans people. It's not a euphemism, so it didn't really fit into the euphemism part. I'm not really sure where this is going to end up in the video, but here is the clip of this person saying this thing.
The LGBT.
All right, so this person, we're going to talk about them more later on. This is, you can see, it says Pastor Mark Burns. I want to be clear. Mark Burns has also been running for office in, I believe it's South Carolina, as a senator in the last election cycle and this election cycle. So keep in mind, the stuff that he says right now, he's saying while running for political office. And for those of you that are LGBT but conservative leaning or buy into the garbage that like Milo Yiannopoulos is peddling, like, oh, conversion therapy works for... Okay, I want you to listen to this man. Listen to Mark Burns. Believe him in what he says, because he absolutely would include you in any group that he includes LGBT. It doesn't matter to him whether you are conservative or you support his views, okay? I want to be clear. He's a pastor. He believes, as a true believer in Christ, that LGBT people and their families deserve to be killed by the state. All right? Would you vote for this man? I just want to be clear. If your family's okay with you and you're like, well, I'm kind of a degenerate, but my family loves me and I'm still, I want you to be clear. He wants you murdered. And he wants your family that supports you or lets you live there, he wants you shot in the back of the head.
Transgender grooming our children's minds is a national security threat because it is ultimately designed to destabilize the republic we call the United States of America. That's why when I'm elected, I don't want.
I'm so fucking glad that this guy lost his election. Not in a landslide. I mean, it is pretty much landslide. I think he only got like 23% of the vote. It's still terrifying, though. He got like almost a fourth of the vote. I mean, like, that's still... Make of it what you will, but hey, a quarter of the people in South Carolina think that if you're gay and you're conservative, you and your family should be murdered.
I want to just vote. I want to start holding people accountable for treason to the Constitution. I am going to push to reenact.
Ooh, it's treason to be LGBT now. Treason.
HUAC. HUAC is the House of Un-American Activities Committee. It was a real committee that was formulated back in the 50s, and it's a committee that we should reenact that starts holding these people accountable for treason. We need to hold people for treason, start having some public hearings, and start executing people who are found guilty for their treasonous acts against the Constitution of the United States of America, just like they did back in 1776.
You know what, South Carolina? This is our guy.
Things.
All right, hold on for a second. There's so much that I want to say about this. So first of all, the lady there, that blonde lady that was clapping, the Fox News host looking lady, that was the lady that told Blair White that that if she wanted to do something for conservatives on that conservative panel, that Blair White should grow her mustache out. Yeah, that was the same lady. And remember, like, back then, I would say, like, yeah, that lady, like Blair White, is clearly like absurd for having those strange bedfellows, right? And they would like have her killed if they could. Now, I just want to ask for a second, when this guy says the House Un-American Committee that he wants to that he thinks should be reformed to, like, reconstituted explicitly to look into LGBT people and that sort of thing. So he said that it was the 1950s, right? So let's just take a look real quick at the oh, look, here's an article on the House Un-American Activities Committee, and let's see if it says what he said it does. So he said it was formed in the 1950s. So let's just read right here. House Committee of Un-American Activities, HCAU, also dubbed the House, whatever, was an investigative committee of the United States House of Representatives, so it's of the U.S. House of Representatives, created in the 1938. So it's not 1950s, dipshit. I'm not surprised that he doesn't even get his dates right, but, like, no surprise there. So 1938, to investigate alleged disloyalty and subversive activity on part of private citizens and public places, organizations either of having either fascist or communist ties. Now, this is very popularly used against communists by McCarthy, okay? Joseph McCarthy. However, I find it kind of funny that it also includes fascists right here, which if you look at that guy's content, Mark Burns, he's definitely a fascist and would be found in violation of this. However, the committee's anti-communist investigations are often associated with McCarthyism. Although Joseph McCarthy himself, a U.S. Senator, had no direct involvement with the House Committee, McCarthy was the chairman of the Government Operations Committee and its permanent subcommittee on investigations of the U.S. Senate, not the House. Oh, I have a, let's see. Yeah, exactly, Tardis. You didn't realize that you were a constitutional danger. Well, hold on. Let's see how much that holds true, right? Because if Mark Burns is correct, then being LGBT is basically like not all, we're all traitors, and that is the crime of high treason that he wants us all like prosecuted for and executed, by the way, which would be something like the Proud Boys. And he says he wants this committee to investigate it. So let's see the history of this committee real quick. I'm just going to go through its history real quick. So you can see like 1918, and you can go to Wikipedia and read all this. But let's just keep scrolling through here as like various cases standing. Hollywood blacklist. So, you know, it's popular for right-wingers to claim that Hollywood is all leftist and involved in all this, type of propaganda to kids and this sort of thing. But at the same time, they also hate the idea of government controlling corporations. But we can see right here in 1947, the committee held 9 days of hearings into alleged communist propaganda and influence in the Hollywood motion picture industry. After conviction on contempt of Congress charges for refusal to answer some questions posed by the committee, the, quote, Hollywood 10 were blacklisted by the industry. Eventually, more than 300 artists, too bad Dave Chappelle couldn't have been in there, including directors, radio commentators, actors, and particularly screenwriters, were boycotted by the studios. You can read all this if you want to, and it's all in the name of like anti-Soviet stuff. So this was this committee wielding its power to blacklist major actors and screenwriters and stuff in Hollywood. Okay, so absolutely using their power, and we see analogies to this with DeSantis going after Disney currently in 2022, trying to make sure that trying to deny Disney its sovereign area or whatever, the agreement that they had to let them have their own township and that sort of thing. DeSantis is absolutely wielding the power of the state to go after Disney. Once again, the state abusing private corporations, which Republicans and libertarians especially claim that they are against, but they are engaging anyway because they claim that they are woke. Let's continue on just a little bit. Okay, let's focus on the decline now. So this guy, Burns, wants to reinstate it, but let's look at the decline, okay? Why did it go away? In the wake of the downfall of McCarthy, who never served in the House nor on HUAC, the prestige of HUAC began a gradual decline in the 1950s. So dipshit, when he said that it was formed in the 1950s, it was actually formed, as we found out earlier, 1938. That's not 50. And then the 50s saw its decline, not when it was actually established. By 1959, the committee was being denounced by former President Harry S. Truman. So a former president in 1959 denounced this damn committee as, quote, the most un-American thing in the country today. And this is the thing, the committee that Mark Burns advocated being brought back to investigate LGBT people like myself to be executed for treason, for existing. Okay, let's continue on real quick. So let's see. In 1960, it held hearings, which led to the infamous riot on May 13th. Hey, that's my birthday. When city police officers fire hose protesting students from the UC Berkeley, Stanford, and other local colleges and dragged them down the marble steps beneath the rotunda, leaving some seriously injured. Does that sound familiar to anybody that might be watching this? Police abusing college students, dragging them down stone steps and permanently injuring some of them for just protesting a committee? Yeah, that doesn't sound anything like police would do in 2022. ACAB, by the way, totally ACAB. So Soviet affairs expert William Mendel, who had been subpoenaed to testify, angrily denounced the committee and the police in a blistering statement, which was aired repeatedly for years thereafter on Pacifica radio station KPFA in Berkeley. An anti-communist propaganda film, Operation Abolition, was produced by the committee and subpoenaed local news. It seems like this was very popular in the 1960s, 61. Okay, so absolutely. The committee lost considerable prestige in the 1960s, progressed, increasingly becoming the target of political satirists and the defiance of a new generation of political activists. Okay, we absolutely need a new generation of political activists, okay? When you look at me, I don't want you to see like a trans woman wearing a masquerade mask and some sexy clothing, okay? I don't want you to just see that, okay? look at me as a political activist. That's what I'm doing. That's what, if you can hear my voice, okay, I want you to be politically engaged. Vote and vote and vote. I know electoralism seems hopeless. I know it seems like there's no real change, okay? Change happens slowly and over time. And this absolute absurd committee that used to convict people for fucking treason, for being like too far leftist, being a Soviet adjacent, whatever you want to say, okay? It was dismantled because of police brutality against protesting college students. That's what ultimately led to this, okay? I know it seems hopeless. I know it seems like when BLM is being confronted by police and they're being battered or whatever else, and it seems like there's nothing we can do. Those protests matter, okay? Protesting against police, protesting against violence, protesting against this does work. The point and getting and protesting and risking getting arrested, risking getting beaten up, okay? Martin Luther King understood this. Every major civil rights activist group has understood this. It's unfortunate that they will do violence against us, but it is worth standing up against this system. However, I do like this guy, Mandel over here, right? Didn't that guy sound kind of based? He's like, yeah, blistering speech that he delivered against this the House Un-American Committee, and it was actually like popular enough that was played in like colleges and stuff and radio stations around the country to say like, holy shit, like we need to be aware of this guy. If only we had his speech against the government. Oh. Oh, wait, we have the Internet Wayback Machine? We actually have his testimony? Wait, oh. Wait.
William Mandel. I live at 233 Lake.
So this guy, William Mandel, we are going to listen to his testimony against HUAC, which is what Mark Burns wanted to bring back to persecute LGBT people. Let's see what he has to say.
Berkeley.
And every single leftist, okay, if you can hear my voice, you need to listen, like watch this performance. This is what you need to do. Do you see the guy next? So Mandel is this guy, and the glasses right there, the dark ones, and he's got the dark, well, the buzzed haircut right here. Okay, the guy sitting behind him, or adjacent to him, in that bow tie right there, is his lawyer, okay? Lawyer the fuck up. Don't do this crap of like, oh, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to like fight the system by myself, okay? Find you a leftist lawyer. Find you a lawyer that agrees with your free speech or whatever your politics are at the time that you are facing a committee like this. Get a lawyer. You can say all the stuff that Mandel wants to, but make sure that you have a lawyer to represent you, okay? Do not go in by yourself if possible.
By occupation, I am a translator of scientific material, a lecturer, a leader of travel tours, an author, radio and television commentator, and have been a newspaper man at various times until committees such as this made it difficult for me to continue in some of these fields.
Okay, so an author, a writer, he's been a lecturer, a presenter, a teacher. He sounds like he's pretty fucking knowledgeable. And he also is doing a radio show host, right? Now, I'll say like yours truly is definitely not as prestigious as he would be. But he wasn't able to continue his practice. And for a long time, he's being persecuted by the government for supposed Soviet sympathies.
Say, not facetiously, but in earnest appraisal, you're certainly engaged in a number of activities here. You're appearing today in response to a subpoena which is heard upon you by this committee?
I do.
And you're represented by counsel?
I am.
Counsel?
To the degree that a counsel not able to speak for me can represent me.
All right, to the degree that a counsel who cannot represent me can speak for me. All right, just pay so close attention to this. He's setting it up so perfectly. So he's already saying that this counsel, in the way that he's allowed to represent me legally, cannot represent me in the way that I fully should be. So every step that he's saying, everything that he is, if you're talking Fifth Amendment stuff, he's not only being care to make sure that nothing is self-incriminating, but at the same time he's taking jabs at this this committee.
Would you kindly identify yourself, please, Consul?
Bertram Edison, Oakland, California.
By the way, if the television men want some news, they can put those lights on.
I think he was suggesting it first.
They can put them on if they want something to show their audiences. Fine. You might miss something.
I understand you want the lights on.
I want the lights on, precisely. I want the fullest glare of publicity in this committee's activity.
So they're asking if he wants the lights on when he says that he wants them as turn up as bright as possible so that they can see, everyone can see what's going on, just like in my little studio right here. And he basically is making a reference to he wants you know, it's a kind of a meme in the left that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Okay, this is honestly the more that you force people to just be out and open, the more that you're able to transparently investigate them, the more that you're able to see their activities. Think of, I don't know, a disgraced former twice impeached one-term president. Okay, the more transparent that their actions and their activities were, the more obvious and blatant it is of their crimes. So he's insinuating here, I just love it. He's like, yeah, I want there to be as much light. Yeah, I'll turn the lights up as much as possible because I have nothing to hide. And my whole point in being here in this testimony is going to be to reveal what a joke the HACU or HUAC is. And by the way, like before any of you comment that, oh, I don't like, you know, it's not a video moving around, it's not in color, it's just an old black and white photo and stuff like this. Like 1959, okay? 1959. So we're talking like 62 years ago. You need to know this history. You need to listen carefully for what's said here, because this is stuff that happened in court before this committee that was decommissioned and that people like Mark Burns want to bring back. You need to know this stuff, okay? Because whenever people bring this up, they say we ought to do, HA or HUAC, you need to have an answer for not only why we should not do that type of thing, but also the fact that, hey, are you aware that, William Mandel's testimony against that very organization? You need to know this sort of thing.
Where and when were you born, please, sir?
I was born in New York City on June 4th, 1917.
Okay, so I appreciate you, man, and I appreciate you saying that you would do whatever you can to stop people like that pastor, but you need to know that it's not just that pastor. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's Lauren Boebert. It is John, what's the name? Josh Hawley, okay? It's Ted Cruz. It's all of those cronies, and that trickles down to their supporters. Because remember, they're not the only ones that have seats in the Senate. If they wanted to pass sweeping reform to like reestablish HUAC or something like that, they could not do it without other Republican senators, other Republican House of Representatives voting with them, okay? It's not just enough to oppose them and not vote for them, which I would say I'm glad that you've came to that conclusion. You cannot risk your life and the life of your family by voting for Republicans until this cancer is cut out of that party.
Give us a word about your education.
Yes, sir. I was educated in the public schools, junior high schools, and high schools in New York City. I had one semester in biochemistry at the age of 14 at the University of Moscow, USSR. I specify my age so no nonsense about the Lenin School can be asked of me. I then had 1 year at City College in New York. I was expelled for opposition to military training in 1933 at age 16. In 1947, the Hoover Institute at Stanford University engaged me as a fellow at postdoctoral stipend. on the basis of 2 books I had written for the specific purpose of compiling an encyclopedia of the USSR. This is my education.
So unlike Jordan Peterson, okay, Mandel establishes here that he opposed war from a very early age, at the age of 16. He's very well educated. He was educated in the USSR at the time, which, I mean, the whole point of this committee is to root out Soviets. So I would, or people that are sympathetic to them. So I would assume, just like this court probably did, that if you've got somebody who studied over in Russia and has written 2 books primarily about like the USSR and that sort of thing, and what could be described as like being sympathetic to, I don't know, the Soviets, then of course they wouldn't want to pull this guy in to investigate him or talk about him. Now he's also, so he wrote 2 books about it. He also established his age. He's a lot older, so that can't be this, oh, well, in youth, you're easily tricked and you're easily deceived and that sort of thing. You don't know anything. He is establishing that he is a lot older at this time. He is not young. He is very well educated. He also was a teacher at a prestigious university. He's not a nobody, okay? There's a lot of propaganda. They'll say, oh, well, when people are young and easily influenced, they just don't know any better, okay? Not in his case.
Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party?
Sir, I am 42 years of age and have never had to face a jury as defendant or grand jury as witness in my life. My research and writing have been so public that 2 committees similar to this one, the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee and the McCarthy Committee, subpoenaed me as far back as 8 and 7 years ago, respectively, for having written a book titled The Soviet Far East and Central Asia. No indictment resulted from those hearings either, or from my continued public speaking or writing since that date. Clearly, therefore, I have committed no crime under any of the laws of this country and am not engaged in subversion. Consequently, I refuse to testify on the grounds that as a radio and TV public affairs broadcaster active in those capacities today, the subpoena issued to me interferes with the rights of my stations to schedule informational programs on their merits, and is thus a direct violation of the First Amendment guarantee of freedom of speech and of the people's right to hear. Further, as a scholar with a 20-year record of research in public writing and lecturing in my chosen field, the study of the Soviet Union, a field admitted by all to be one in which this country is in vital need of knowledge, I refuse to testify on the grounds that the subpoena is a violation of freedom of inquiry, which can only be expressed with the free speech and free press guaranteed in the First Amendment to the academic community as to all others. Lastly, I certainly shall not answer questions representing allegations against me made by persons not present and not identified, whom I cannot confront and whom my lawyer cannot cross-examine as to their truthfulness. To rest my case solely on the First Amendment would, as 36 cases now in the courts show, condemn me to years of court action at enormous cost. It would cost me my home and impoverish my family for a very long time to come, which of course is what this committee desires.
Okay, so he's lost his home. He has been impoverished. He's lost everything fighting these cases, fighting these lawsuits. He's already testified at 2 other committees, including the fucking McCarthy committee, okay? When you hear right-wingers complaining about being censored and, freedom of speech and stuff like that, okay, they're talking about being banned for violating something like Twitter's TOS of saying the N-word towards somebody, okay? Where, like, they've already signed an agreement that they would not do that. It's a private company, okay? This is what First Amendment censorship actually looks like. This is the government bankrupting your entire life because they're saying that you support something or you talk about something that they deem inappropriate. And it was very clearly and very obvious a violation of his First Amendment rights to publish what he wanted to, talk about what he wanted to on his radio shows, and associate with whoever he wanted to. So the free association, the freedom of expression, freedom of speech, all that sort of thing, that is what happens, this is a gross violation of this, when you have spy organizations used against American citizens like the HUAC that Mark Burns, who would totally claim that he's a free speech advocate for, would support. Now, I don't know if some of these other dickheads like Crowder, Shapiro, Peterson, or any of the others would support something like the HUAC. I highly suspect that they might be amicable toward it as long as it did not investigate the wrong type of people. And by the wrong type of people, they'd be conservatives. As long as they're investigating leftists, communists, or Soviet sympathizers, or LGBT people, they would be perfectly fine with it. I want you, as many times as you need to, go back and listen to this video and listen to the testimony that he just gave. That's being canceled. That's being censored. He doesn't have a voice because he's been bankrupted. He's only here. This recording is only there because the state thought this would make them look good in going after him.
Therefore, I also refuse to testify under my right not to be a witness against myself, a right originated to protect the innocent. The guilty can be convicted by the testimony of others if there is any real evidence to present.
Do you honestly apprehend, sir, that if you told this committee truthfully while you're under oath whether or not you are now this instant or ever have been a member of the Communist Party, you would be supplying information which might be used against you in a criminal proceeding?
Honorable beaters of children and sadists uniformed and in plain clothes. Distinguished Dixiecrat wearing the clothing of a gentleman.
Dixiecrat wearing the clothing of a gentleman. Notice he also calls out the police wearing a uniform sadist beater of children. Police, listen to this. You need to understand this rhetoric. This is what being a fucking based pog champ looks like in front of a committee designed to put him in prison.
Eminent Republican who opposes an accommodation with a one country with which we must live at peace in order for us all and our children to survive. My boy of 15 left this room a few minutes ago in sound health and not jailed, solely because I asked him to be in here to learn something about the procedures of the United States government and one of its committees. Had he been outside, where the son of a friend of mine had his head split by these goons operating under your orders, my boy today might have paid the penalty of permanent injury or a police record for desiring to come here and hear how this committee operates.
All right, a cab right fucking there. So one of his friend's sons had his head cracked open, presumably in the riot that had led up to protests and everything else. Meanwhile, he wants his son to be there to witness what he's saying is like, you know, procedures or whatever within the government. I want every one of you to listen to this and to recognize procedures in the government. Specifically, why you should have a lawyer, the history of this country, the way that HUAC has been abused, and knowing our history. Okay, when people say that they're afraid of their First Amendment speech being infringed upon or being silenced, this is what you should be thinking of, and not fucking Twitter.
If you think that I am going to cooperate with this collection of Judases, of men who sit there in violation of the United States Constitution, if you think I will cooperate with you in any way, you are insane.
Now, sir, were you a lecturer?
Notice that he absolutely fucking gets applause for that. Totally fucking boss shit.
Were you a lecturer in the California Labor School in San Francisco in 1947?
Yes, sir, I was. And I lectured on Shostakovich's oratorio, Song of the Forest. What do you know about that?
And were you at that time a member?
This, by the way, this is who Jordan Peterson wishes he was. When he was talking about, like, you know, he is fear-mongering about Bill C-16 and talk about he'd have his free speech taken away. Then if he didn't gender students correctly, they would come and drag him out of his house in handcuffs. This man is who Peterson wishes that he could be. And just for the record, Jordan Peterson would not be fit, in my opinion, to carry the jock strap of Daddy Mandel here, okay?
Of the Communist Party, and did you lecture as a communist?
As I told you before, sir, if there are laws on the books of this country under which any of the activities in which I have engaged publicly and openly, and I would be delighted to bring you a list of books literally this long, which either I have written or which have been cited as authority in books written years later in other countries, or journals to which I have contributed. If any of this public record, almost all of it scholarly, by anybody's definition, is to be regarded or were regarded by anyone as criminal activity, there are laws on the books under which the proper authorities of the United States could have taken or could now take action against me. I have never disappeared from my home. I have been available at all times. This question has no purpose other than to harass me.
So you know where I was, motherfucker. I've been at my house the entire time just chilling. And the whole reason this question is nothing but harassment. Absolutely. The entire reason for committees like this to exist is to endlessly harass people, endlessly pull them into court, to bankrupt them, to make their lives absolutely miserable, so that you would never dream of living outside of the America that they say you must live this way. Okay. It's not about you being censored about your freedom of speech. None of that stuff actually matters to them. What matters to them is that people that they don't like go to prison or bankrupt their lives fighting to stay out of jail. Meanwhile, your average cis het nationalist, white nationalist, gets to just live their life under the rule of the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the insane Lauren Boeberts out there, while they have their pseudo freaking philosophers like Peterson talking about how Jesus would have really liked this. It reminds me. I'll get to Peterson later. It's fine. I think
when I was asked
almost
this question
done here.
last in 1943 by the late Joe McCarthy.
He was asked this in 1943. So don't talk about, the HUAC was put together in the 1950s, okay? This dude has been fighting this garbage since like before 43. And this is, I think 59?
And let me say that I am honored when people come up to me on the streets, perhaps I don't deserve this honor, and say, you're the man who killed Joe McCarthy. Because I happened to appear on the first day of the book burning hearing, and I did my best to conduct myself in the manner which I'm conducting myself today. If there were any such evidence against me under any law, the proper authorities could move against me. This body is improperly constituted. It is a kangaroo court. It does
a kangaroo court. God, yes.
Does not have my respect. It has my utmost contempt. And I am not going to answer that question, sir.
Do you have...
Proceed.
I'll answer that question with D's.
Do you have present information respecting the operation of the criminal conspiracy dedicated to the overthrow of this government by force and violence, which criminal conspiracy is represented on American soil in part by that entity known as the Communist Party?
He's talking to his lawyer.
Okay. My
That's why
answer
you always
is
have
no,
a lawyer.
sir, and I'm not...
That's why you have a lawyer. Based. Checking with the lawyer. Is this Shut the Fuck Up Friday? Is this Shut the Fuck Up Saturday? Does the day end in a Y? Do I need to shut the fuck up now?
How many ways you answer that question will remain the same.
All right, so do you have present information respecting the activities of the Communist Party in Northern California?
Would you kindly define what you mean by present information, sir? You mean, do I read books or newspapers? I read
Do
books
you
and
know
newspapers.
from personal
Oh, could you define it? See, Peterson wishes he was this good.
experience in closed Communist Party meetings, the identification of persons who, to your certain knowledge, are now or in the recent past have been members of the Communist Party active in Northern California?
My answer is no, and if I did, I would not tell you.
My answer is no. And if I did, I would not tell you. I love it. So we're gonna, okay. So can we just establish for the record, William Mendel, like, totally based, and every single leftist, like, you need to be like, don't hate lawyers. Find lawyers that are sympathetic to your cause, and lawyer the fuck up in this case. And if anybody talks about the HUAC, we absolutely need to oppose this garbage. We absolutely need to fight against it. And we're going to hop back now to Luxander. Sorry for that, like, entire detour and, like, through history. I just wanted to, I felt like since Mark Burns had come up and he was talking about, I thought it'd be funny to pause the video and say, let's actually investigate what the, HAUC was and what the hell it was all about. Like when was it established? Was it established in 1950? No, it wasn't. And then, like, what led to the downfall? And then it's like, oh, this guy and this riot that happened. And then it's like, okay, well, who's this guy? And let's see what he had. It's like, oh, there's testimony. Let's listen to that. So hopefully you learned a little bit of history and you kind of see why history can be fun sometimes, kids. All right, so back to you, Lux.
Things have just gotten a little bit real. Victims are identified because of their ethnicity or religion, and death lists are drawn up.
So when Mark Burns says something like, we need to have the HUAC, what do you think the HAUC, under his guidance, or these Trumpist Republicans, what do you think, who do you think they would be putting on their lists? Do you think that they'd be drawing up, like, suspected communists or something like that? Or do you think that they would probably include trans people and LGBT people who they've already said that they want to see destroyed? They've already compared us to groomers. And they've already compared us to diseases, okay? What do you think's going to happen when they create an organization to make lists of the unsavory types? I think we would be included.
People are sometimes segregated into ghettos, deported or starved, and
yeah, so redlining, talking about mass deportation, which they've already done, or talking about, basically like sending LGBT people or whoever they don't agree with to specific bases.
And property is often expropriated.
Okay, so I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but before gay marriage was legalized, there was a huge problem where, like, two gay people would be together. One of them might die off, but because they couldn't be married, they did not have joint ownership of that property. There could only be one person listed as, like, the owner of the house that they shared. After the partner, like the partner could pass away, that just so happened to be the partner that was the primary owner, that meant that the housing and stuff by the will should go to their partner, right? No. The family could step in, family that has disowned them, that has treated them like garbage, abused them their entire lives, never spoken to them in like 20, 30 years, could just randomly show back up. In the law states, challenge the right to that property and that house. And there were plenty of cases, especially in conservative areas, where the abusive family members were awarded that property. Then the spouse of this person that's lived with them their entire lives ends up being homeless in their last years of their lives. It's absolutely disgusting. However, there were other states where, guess who gets the property and stuff if there's no family to claim it? The state. That could file a dispute and say, well, you were never legally married, you don't own this property, and unless you can purchase the property, and of course, they also get no inheritance from that person in their will, because that could also be challenged by the family, and in some states, the state itself. So just keep in mind, over and over, there is a long established history. If you are LGBT, if you are a gay person, if you are bi, or you happen to be in that any type of queer relationship, just know that if you are a conservative, if you're supporting conservatism, if you're supporting this party like the Blair Whites and stuff like that, unless you are making like literally millions so that you can afford to just move anywhere in the country or even leave the country, you are literally shooting yourself in the foot by voting for these people. They will eradicate you if they can. They don't care if you're the good one or the nice one, or you get along with them, or you do what they, oh, look, you're just the nice one that you just want to buy a house and you just want to live with your spouse and y'all want to like, go to work and contribute to society, and you do nothing weird. You don't even want to adopt kids. You don't do anything that some people might want to do. No, you will still be thrown along with everybody else right into these segregated neighborhoods and then right into the camps.
Genocidal massacres begin. This, I think we're not quite to this point. However, I would say that we're getting rather close to it. And the reason why I would say that is because we have the law in Texas that recently passed about like, oh, letting your kid do hormones is child abuse, like under currently existing law. So we don't even have to make a new law that says it's child abuse. Like victims are being identified. So I would say we're not quite at this point. This
also in Texas, there is the law that like hospitals, medical facilities, any area that might support trans youth, if a trans person shows up there and they're being treated, they're supposed to report that to the state. They are, in fact, starting to create lists or keep track of these kids and their families.
This is probably like, this is like basically the next step though. And it's different in different parts of the country. You know, not every state has laws that are falling under these previous steps, you know. It's kind of a slow rollout. It's kind of like when Facebook has like an update to their whole website, but only certain people get access to it at a time. Yeah.
It's more of the fact that this is not wholly supported by a large enough percentage of that political party. But now most of the conservatives are supporting, like they're a couple steps behind. And there's a small fraction of them that are trying to move further ahead. But it's never the ones that are further behind pulling the ones that are further ahead back and saying, hey, this is a bit too far. Instead, what you see is the conservatives that are like, you know, up here with their abuse, and the conservatives that are on the other side being dragged up to where they're at. They will continue to do this until we stop them, preferably by voting and spreading information, making people aware of this sort of thing so they stop supporting conservatives. Just stop it.
And Loopy points out it's worth noting that these steps can be independent of each other and happen simultaneously. It's just this is kind of designed in a way to describe like an escalation of severity of behavior. So we have persecution, and then the next step is extermination. And extermination is the hate group murders their identified victims in a deliberate and systematic campaign of violence. Millions of lives have been destroyed or changed beyond recognition through genocide. So this is, you know, persecution is like people are fucking in camps and deported and starved, and property is removed from their possession, like their homes are repossessed or their cars are.
Yeah, you talk about. Tardis says that they have several friends that are thinking about leaving Texas or looking at leaving Texas because of the laws that were passed there. I don't blame them. I've told every trans person and every LGBT person that I talk to that every single one of us needs to start planning on how to get out of the states that we live in. I live in a red state. So depending on how the midterms go, my spouse and I will be leaving the state, and we'll be relocating to a blue state where hopefully we'll gain some sanctuary while we start planning on possibly like leaving the country. It is just a sad fact that things are escalating, and the very fact that so many people within our own communities don't see it coming. Right? I don't want to be the last ones to leave when this step happens. All right? There is a window of time that you have, and the window of time that I would point to is the next presidential election. I know it's frightening. I know it sucks. But right now the midterms is like going to be like the last alarm bell going off. Because if it goes in the Republicans' favor and they basically take the House and the Senate, Trump barely lost the last election. It was only, he did lose soundly, but I don't know. It was still too close for me. You're talking like within 10 to 11,000 votes. If the next candidate, let's say a DeSantis, who's already passing like tons of anti-trans stuff in Florida, including going after Disney, so he's not afraid of using state authority to go after businesses, gets power, and they have the House and they have the Senate. We already know they have the Supreme Court. And with the January 6th hearings coming out now and all the stuff, we know that Jeannie Thomas, along with her husband Clarence, all right, Clarence is on the Supreme Court, and he's married to an activist that was working like with the Trump campaign. So Roe v. Wade is getting overturned any day now, and after that they will go for Obergefell, so that'll overturn gay marriage. So you'll no longer be able to be married if you're gay. Then they're going to move on to probably target interracial marriage. They're going to try to roll back civil rights back to the 1950s. But with the propaganda, as in the 50s, focused so much on LGBT, specifically gay men, being these pederasts along with trans people, we are facing a true extermination. You're talking cultural extermination, where we just will not be present anymore because we will be outlawed from being in specific areas, from competing in sports. Millions of lives have been destroyed or changed beyond recognition through genocide. Do you know how many trans people that I know that cannot afford to move right now or cannot afford to leave their state because of the state of the economy, because of the fact that a lot of them have to work low-wage jobs, because they're discriminated against systemically, and their lives are going to be largely impacted or ruined by having to just get up and leave and try and start all over again in an area where they have even less support and less people that care about them while they're being persecuted systemically. This, millions of lives in the U.S. will probably be like, a few million. It's like 3 million people will probably be displaced and ruined by that as far as trans people alone. Not even moving to what we're looking at, like 25% of the population is LGBT in general. Yeah. Yeah. So in the chat, Tara said panic marriage. I mean, the future is very, very scary right now. I would say just try to steel your jaw and as much as possible and start making plans. And at the very end of this, I'm going to talk about some ideas that I have that might be able to help out trans people and men. When you say this is why you need actual trans people, at what point that I've been going through this and that you've been listening to this, have you heard Mark Burns or any of these other people say actual trans people are not the issue? It's the transgenders or the fake transes, okay? No one has said that. They don't care if you are a trender or a real trans person. They don't care if you're a little gay or bisexual, pansexual, or if you're like really just a full-on gay, okay? To these people that are doing this, the extermination portion and these other steps, they don't care how true to your identity you are being. And I need you to understand this, because for some reason you feel like there's an exemption for the right kind of gay or the right kind of trans. That's not true. And if you go back and you look at Nazi Germany and you see what happened then, yes, there were actual Jews that worked alongside the Nazis initially. But you know what happened to all of those people, even the wealthy ones and the ones that did everything that the party said and collaborated as much as possible? They still ended up in the fucking camps too. So there's nothing that will exempt you. If you are LGBT, you will be on their lists. I'm just telling you. Don't delude yourself into thinking that you're the right kind. And as Mark Burns says, your family will be there with you for supporting you and not putting you out or betraying you.
Taken away. So once you get to extermination stage 9, they're not just in the camps. They're now being gassed, you know, like they're not just in labor camps. They're being actively killed at this point. And like, you know, obviously at this point, people have like become political refugees and stuff, like very serious time. And then we have denial. Stage 10, the perpetrators or later generations deny the existence of any crime. Evidence is destroyed and witnesses are intimidated. There has been an increase in Holocaust denial online in recent years. Like, I will say the one good thing about Germany post World War II is that they buckled down a bit and they were like, no, like this was serious. We have Holocaust memorials everywhere. We don't want this to be a repeat for Germany. So, you know, they didn't do so much of the denial stuff back in the day, or at least like in the couple decades after, you know, like it's been kind of more recent that there have been increased denial of the Holocaust having happened, like this conspiracy theory type shit going on. But yeah, I just wanted to make it totally clear to everyone that this is very much like, okay, keeping in mind, we have gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I feel that it's been pretty demonstrably clear. And then stage 8 is the one where they start actively killing people. Like, to be completely clear, according to the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust.
All right. And I definitely would agree that we are right now between stage 7 and stage 8. And when you look at like the FINA thing that just passed, where they're like, oh, we're going to outright ban trans people from competing in swimming now. This is the start of we're going to start banning you from these areas of society. And then if bathroom bills pass, they'll start banning us from more and more areas. And as they ban more, and then you'll see attacks on pride festivals increase in frequency. You'll see trans people or gay people, especially if depending on how the midterms go, and then especially if the midterms go Republican enough, I guarantee you will see a lot more gay panic murders start happening as people start claiming that they just panicked or whatever else. They didn't know that, this guy just came on to me and I just had to kill him. You'll start seeing that, and courts will start allowing that again. There might even be like some, landmark case to overturn, or states just might overturn their, the Anti-Discrimination Act will be pushed back at the Supreme Court level. It'll just be done away with. I mean, Obama didn't even sign it until 2007, 2008. Once that's done away with, you can start reenacting gay panic defenses for murdering LGBT people. No, men, I cannot tell you how much I disagree with you on this, okay? When you say actual trans people, you mean people that have fully trans... No, you're just basically you're taking a trans medicalist point. These people don't care about that. They don't care what stage of transition you are. They don't care if you just identify as trans and you haven't done any transition at all. They don't care if, like myself, I've been on HRT. They don't care about any of that stuff. To them, we are all just trans, okay? They will put Blair White in a cart right next to me and right next to you and ship us all out together, because to them, there is no good... I know this is going to be like difficult to hear. They don't care about you. They are going to try to do the same thing to you that they would do to me, and that they would do to Blair White, and that they would do to anybody else who you might point to as a transgender or something like that. Because to them, when they're this extreme, they don't care about nuances, about the difference in a trans medicalist versus a self-ID type of thing. For them, if you are LGBT, they're going to stamp a pink triangle on you, and send you off or do whatever they're going to do with you. Okay. Now, I don't want to end this segment on anything like just this grim. So I want to talk about some things real quick that we can do to protect ourselves from this. Okay. Obviously, as I said before, oh, I know. If Blair, yeah, right. That's like the saddest thing. I'm like, hey, look, if you're going to like put a bullet in me or I get the wall, don't put me between like Blair White and Caitlyn Jenner, please. I want to have more dignity than that, right? Sorry. What I would say is so first let's look at the obvious thing. This is not going to happen everywhere all at once. This is going to be more of like red state type of thing. Obviously, we see like rumblings of it in Texas. We can look at Florida. We can look at like any of these like Republican strongholds where they are passing like anti-trans stuff right now. And if you go to the maybe I hold on, let me pull this up real quick. So a handy website to go to is the ACLU on anti-trans or anti-LGBT legislation, right? Let's see here. Okay, here we go. So if you go to their website, this is what it's going to look like. If you go down, you can view the current session of bills, okay? Anti-LGBTQ bills, and specifically anti-trans bills. And hopefully, if you don't believe me, or you think I'm exaggerating on any of this, okay? There's hundreds, like well over 100 at this point. And you can go down here, you can see Alabama, and you can start in alphabetical order. You can see right here the bill number. Then when you click on any one of these links, okay, it's going to pull up a brief description of the bill. Then over here, you can see that the status of the bill. Now, thankfully, some of them have died, but as you see, like on these, delivered to governor on 4/7/2022, current year, okay? Read for the second time, 1/11/2022, okay, referred to committee. And you can go down and check all these different states, and this is like just segment by segment. So restricting health care. So taking away our health care, these bills. How about single-sex facility restrictions? So bathroom restrictions. That's all this little cluster of bills right here. Going down here, excluding transgender youth from athletics. So what FINA just did and banning trans people from swimming at the elite level, now we have, look at this, all these fucking bills to ban youth. And in some of these states, it's one person that they were passing these bills for. But look at this. Look how many bills there are about sports. Look at that. And some of them are targeting one person. All of that for one trans girl. Like, holy crap, y'all. All right. Other school or curriculum restrictions. So this would be like the don't say gay stuff. And we can look at all the, all right? I'm not exaggerating when I talk about legislation, religious exemptions, restrictions on accessing accurate ID. Okay? This is not a joke. The state is using its power, LGBT equality bills, okay? So this is like bills preempting local protections. So at this point, you can go and see bills where they're trying to protect LGBT people. And you can look down here and go through all that stuff. The problem is, like other good bills, right? It's not that there aren't people trying to pass these bills. The problem really is Republicans obstructing this. And that's really that's why the midterms are so important, okay? You can scroll through that list and you can see all the bills are aimed as anti-trans bills. You can see what they're all about. Then you can see the section that is pro-LGBT and pro-trans people, okay? And pro like gay, everything else. The problem is a lot of those bills are going to hinge on the way that the midterms go. The midterms and the presidency, right? If the midterms go, I mean, better than we can expect, then hopefully, as the tide kind of shifts as far as like the general view on LGBT people, a lot of the bills that are anti-trans and anti-LGBT might fail or have less of a chance of passing. And then the bills that are to protect us, hopefully we'll get more of those actually passed. But if the midterms go really bad, which I mean they could, you'll see a lot of those anti-bills pass, and a lot of the bills that were to protect us fail, except for in states that are blue strongholds. And that's why I was saying before that, like, I don't like electoralism specifically. Like, I still feel like the Democrats, like, I mean, they've done so little to protect us, but they are not the ones that are trying to pass those bills, okay? And that makes a huge difference, because it might make the difference to a lot of LGBT people's lives to have a little bit of extra time where you say, oh, the Democrats aren't going to really change anything. All they're going to do is like slow the Republicans down from passing all of those things. That's fine. Vote for them. They're not going to actively persecute us. And even if all they do is act as a Band-Aid, that will give however many more trans people, how many more LGBT people time to get the resources to get the hell out of those red states and get to blue states that might offer them sanctuary. Because ultimately, what you need to do, and this is like the first step that I would suggest for any trans person or LGBT people right now, if it's possible, okay? Start making plans to leave your state if it is a red state and get to a blue state, preferably one that has other blue states around it, to the west coast if possible. Otherwise, move up north toward New York and that area up there, because, and this is like, I can't stress this enough, if you can get to Washington or Oregon, not only do you have your protections in like Portland and stuff like that, on the other side you've got New York, and then maybe like, I think it was Missouri, one of those states offered some of the protections. If you can get that far, that might give you another couple of years as the federal government, if there is like a hostile presidency where they are overturning all of these like national protections for you, the Equality Act, or not the Equality Act, but the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Act, okay? Even if those are overturned, the state itself that you're in, if it's a blue state, might still offer you protections or slow down some of the oncoming bigotry. From that point, you can start making plans to flee the country to wherever. Now, for safety reasons, I don't want to say specifically like where I necessarily would go myself. But I would say that if you're up north, especially in Portland or New York, I mean, Canada is very close by. And hopefully, you could easily seek like political asylum there. And you're already close enough to kind of like move over the border there if need be. And so that is one way that you can go. So number one, get to a blue state, period. Number two, start making community, make connections with other LGBT people, other trans people. I don't care if you have to do this just on Twitter, if you do it on Discord, if you've got family that you haven't talked to in like some time, if it's via Facebook, whatever, maybe reach out to them, start talking with them, kind of like see how they're doing and test the waters a little bit if they are in a blue state, or if they're close enough to one, like what their politics are. If you haven't talked to them in a while, maybe you'd be surprised that they're progressive. Obviously, if they end up being like a Trumpist or something, you can just go back to being kind of like just vaguely gone as like a family member. But if you find out that they have progressive politics, you might start talking with them about other politics, and then eventually start bringing up stuff like how you were frightened about the current state of affairs, and like you might need to leave, the state that you're in, if things become threatening enough, right? These are all things that you can think about. Not only is it family, but you could also think about friends that you haven't talked to since middle school or whatever else, right? It's possible that old friends that you have are also progressive, or maybe moved somewhere to a more progressive area. Let's see. Yeah, see right there. So Exactly, TARDIS. I look, I understand. When you say like you're looking at that right now, you hate leaving your family. Find out if you've got family in other states. Find out if you've got like some uncle or some cousins that you might not know about. So instead of having to like leave your family entirely, you might find that you've got like a progressive uncle, or you've got some cousins or something that moved somewhere out west that you might be able to stay with. Check Facebook friends and stuff that you grew up with in school. Maybe some of those people are more progressive and moved out there. Okay, that's the first part of what I'm suggesting. Friends, family, because obviously like those would be connections that you have right away. The other thing, start joining Twitter communities, whether this is trans communities, whether it's LGBT communities. Follow as many trans people as you can. Follow as many like pro LGBT people, specifically within our community. Okay, I would not suggest to go out and just follow like anyone that just like lists themselves as a political activist. Specifically seek out members of the community that are as closely similar to you as possible in politics and everything else. That's on Twitter, on Instagram, on Discord, right? Start making community, start getting to know people. You don't have to tell them your life story. You don't have to tell them where you're at or what you're worried about, but just start making connections, no matter how kind of vague they are. Then just over time, like make sure you just like tweet out every now and then, just like tweets, maybe comment back and forth to people so that you can start finding ties to community outside of just your little group, right? Because the goal is to have as many connections as possible. That way, if something does go down or things go as bad as they can, some of these people might be willing to take you in, help you travel to get to somewhere else, somewhere safer. Some of them, obviously, I mean, might end up like finding ways to shelter people or to move people from here and there. And like I said, it sounds frightening, but start making plans now. Don't wait until 2024 at the next presidential election when it's like, oh shit, we elected a fascist, right? Don't wait until then. Start establishing these. And I know for a lot of people, like it's not just like an introvert thing. A lot of people have difficulty just making friends. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you just follow enough people and they have like similar interests to you, or they have a similar enough like identity to you, you'll eventually start seeing like in your feed people talking about like, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons, Mario Kart or something. They will have similar interests to you eventually, and you can reach out and connect on that level. And then hopefully over time, you will build a small group of friends that you can possibly fall back on if you don't have family that are in the areas that you need to get to, or you don't have family that can help you. If you don't have old like high school friends or middle school friends that you haven't talked to in a long time, maybe you can make online friends that can fulfill the same type of purpose for you, right? And I know it might sound like, oh, it feels a little weird to join a bunch of communities or start following people and stuff just because I'm looking to like set up an escape plan or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Because the same people that you're making friends with and that you'd be talking to, it might end up being a situation later on where you do get somewhere where you're safe, and then you can find a way to help them get to that same place or give them information, right? The third thing that I would suggest is to make sure that not all of your finances are wrapped up in just credit cards and debit cards, because those can be turned off at a bank. Try and get as much of a savings as you can built up. And you can either do it the old school way and kind of like keep money in like a safe or something like that. Or if things start to get bad enough, just keep in mind that before you go on a trip or before you like leave the area, you might want to withdraw a large amount of cash from your bank or institution, wherever you're keeping it. You want to keep a lot of cash on hand because it's much easier to keep moving and pay for gas or just buy goods and stuff without being able to be tracked through a credit card or a debit card. And that would also ensure that your funds cannot just be cut off arbitrarily by like the state government. So that would be the other thing to suggest. Another thing would be, if possible, start looking at finding remote work. And I know there are like websites, there are areas that you can go to online where you can search specifically for finding like online jobs, like telemarketing and that sort of thing, because that will start cutting ties for as often as you need to travel back and forth. So like fewer and fewer people are noticing where you're going, where you live, where you're traveling from. And possibly while you're on the move, while you're mobile, you'd also be able to work and still earn some type of income. And last but not least, if possible, and for most people this is going to be like just not feasible, start converting your life over into a much more mobile lifestyle. So I don't know, invest in a camper, invest in some type of small trailer that you could haul behind your car, so that you could take refuge and stop at campsites and that type of stuff across the country. And speaking of which, if you are on the run or you are on the move, just know that so truck stops across the country, specifically Pilot and Travelers of America, also known as TA stations, have showers in them. And you can go there and you can get a shower for like $15, or you can like use a points reward system to get it. And that you can sleep in front of those truck stops in their parking lot. And most of the time they will not bother you or call the police or anything like that, because a lot of truckers are parked in the back and they stay there for days at a time. Majority of the time, they are not going to care if you park a sedan in front of their truck stop and you sleep, or if you go in there and you purchase a shower or whatever. And speaking of which, specifically when it comes to those truck stops, Pilot TA loves, you can get a rewards card, just like you apply for a rewards card for like frequent flyer miles on an airplane. And you can start using those, so that every time that you fuel up at one of those stations, which there's tons of them all over the country, you start getting rewards points. And over time, you can rack up enough points so that even if somebody cut off your debit card or your credit card, if they didn't think about a rewards card from a place like that, you could theoretically get food, water, gas, showers, clothes, all your basic needs for survival at those truck stops, while you're also moving from different campsites. You could stay incredibly mobile, incredibly difficult to find, if you switched over to living a lifestyle like that. Now, this is worst case scenario, obviously, and I'm not trying to like scare anybody into like, oh God, I gotta sell my house or something like that. I'm just saying that if possible, these are some of the things to think about. These are some of the things to start preparing for, so that I've known preppers before that have bug out bags. I would also suggest to make bug out bags and that sort of thing, which basically just has like some basic supplies, as well as like a medical kit and that sort of thing. You can also just like YouTube bug out bags, something that is light, portable. You can just walk in, grab it, and go. Last but not least, I would suggest to start getting your identification in order. Get a passport. If you don't have a passport, take advantage of the Biden administration's change to changing the gender marker on your ID. It doesn't matter at what stage your transition is. If you are transitioning and you want to like change your name, if you can go ahead and update your name and update your gender marker. And that way, if you're ever stopped and somebody wants to check your ID, your name will match, your gender marker will match. If it's on your state ID, like in the state that I'm in, they make you put your gender marker on your identification. And this is just so that while you're traveling or while you're moving from place to place, if you get stopped and somebody's looking at your identification, it's all going to match what you're saying, so that you can avoid suspicion in that type of way. The passport is a little bit more pricey, but it will allow you to go to like any other country that we don't have restricted travel to, or like theoretically the pandemic isn't shutting down like going to that country at that time. Yeah, TARDIS. I definitely don't want you to say anything that could like lead to any type of doxing. But yeah, call centers. I know like there's a lot of like telephone work that you can call, like you can do remotely from your home. And obviously, like if you were traveling, but you could still like again, a lot of these truck stops have areas where you can set up and use their Wi-Fi and stuff like that. So you could theoretically set up at like the little cafe inside of a lot of them and then use their Wi-Fi, and you can work remotely that way and still get paid while you're moving around. That's a good point. And I would say for now, I think that would be like as much advice as I'm comfortable giving. Get your passport, update your IDs if you possibly can. Create a bug out bag. Start shifting your job if you can. Obviously, take the pay cut to more remote work. Get a pilot card, or I think it's called like a Platinum 1 card from Travel Insurance of America. Every time that you need fuel, start fueling up and use those cards to get your points, and start saving up points as much as possible. That way, if you're ever in a bind, or hey, like you're helping a friend or something travel and you don't want to like give them cash or whatever, you can go in with them and then just pay with your points. And nobody has any information on you other than that you ran a points card. Reach out to friends and family as much as possible. And I think that'll wrap up this segment. And I'm sorry to bring it on such kind. I was hoping to be a lot more hopeful, but saying that stuff is like, it's depressing, and I wish the world was a better place than it is. And hopefully somebody finds some of this information helpful, or at least entertaining. So let's totally totally shift gears, and let's do something a little bit more fun. I've gotten all the the danger to our lives out of the way. We can talk about something a little bit more, I don't know, I wouldn't say humorous, but let's beat up on some transphobes real quick instead of talking about the actual like possible genocide that we're facing soon. We might as well mock our oppressors while we still can and we still have a voice, right? So recently Fox News ran a story that was surprisingly good for trans people. So there's like a slight like ray of light coming from like Fox News of all sources. And apparently Matt Walsh got really pissed off about this. If you know who Matt Walsh is, he just did the documentary like What is a Woman, releasing some anti-trans propaganda. Let's take a look and see what Walsh had to say about this.
Leftists, as we know, are determined to induct children into the LGBT cult as early as
possible. What? Determined to induct kids into the LGBT cult. Do you sense the pure projection that's coming? Like, I'm like, oh, geez, I'm being like hit with the projection, right? He's like, it's a cult. I'm like, dude, the way that your face is the way that he's looking right now, and like the background and stuff, and the fact that he's just like, they want to get kids and force them into the LGBT cult. I'm just like, Jesus, dude, like, do you need a fucking exorcism?
Possible, and by any means at their disposal.
By any means necessary, including this microphone.
That's why we must be totally determined and dedicated to protecting children from this abuse.
Okay. Totally determined to protect children from this abuse. So he's already playing with the language right here to conflate any type of trans-affirming care, any type of affirming care for your children, if you're LGBT, if you're gay or anything. He's already trying to shift it from any type of care or affirmation to being abuse. And what does he want to conflate abuse with? With grooming or sexual abuse, because grooming has implications of sexual abuse baked into it. And that shit has been used against the LGBT community since like the 1950s, specifically against gay men. So if you are a gay man and you are watching this video, I'm sorry, but Matt Walsh has some things that he thinks about you and trans people, unfortunately.
And that's also all the more reason why it was so dispiriting and really, frankly, tragic on Friday, a day before the Sodom and Gomorrah festivities kicked off, to see Fox News.
The Sodom and Gomorrah festivities, that wouldn't happen to be recalling any other type of like a genocide. Oh, wait. isn't that the biblical story that Christians like to spin about a city being destroyed because they were like full of gays and stuff like that? It's so weird. It's like, I mean, it's like the dog whistle is a foghorn, right? It's like the Sodom and Gomorrah festival. Oh, you mean like hint, hint, wink, wink of what he wishes would happen to us?
Jump on the LGBT grooming bandwagon. Actually, Fox didn't just join the bandwagon. They skipped all the way to the front of it. They ran out in front of the bandwagon so they could be, leading it.
Not the LGBT bandwagon, but the LGBT grooming bandwagon. See how he keeps like smuggling this stuff in? And if you're not listening for it, or if you're just like innocuous, like, oh, he's just making some, he's just talking politics, you might not notice all of the like dog whistles and all of the information he keeps trying to like slide in there without you noticing.
During their America's Newsroom broadcast, Fox ran a package by reporter Brian Yanes promoting and celebrating the transing of children. This was not a report reporting on this controversy, but celebrating it, promoting it actively. The propaganda was so radical, so far to the left, that I would have honestly been surprised to see it on CNN or even MSNBC. But even those outlets have not quite gone as far to the left on the trans issue as Fox apparently has, at least with this report. That's how bad it is.
Transing children. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm just like, he can't help himself. So now it's not just LGBT people. Now it's not just gender affirming care for kids. Now he's going to go even further than that and say that they're transing kids. Like, okay, I wish he would explain what he means by any of this.
It's certainly bad enough that I have to call them out. I appear on Fox News often. I've benefited from the platform, from the visibility that they've given me. It's quite possible that by attacking them publicly, I've now ruined that relationship. So be it in that case. They really left us no choice. The segment was that bad. But don't take my word for it. Let's go through this and kind of watch it together, just so we can see how bad this really is. Here it is.
God, not supporting LGBT people.
I was thinking about that press conference that George W. Bush did. Somebody threw a shoe at his head. You throw.
Walking down the street.
Wish somebody would throw a shoe. Never mind.
You wouldn't think anything different.
14-year-old Ryland Whittington is a typical Southern California teenager.
Oh, God. He's got blonde hair.
And the Whittingtons, along with Mom Hillary, Dad Jeff, and Sister Brinley, are a typical family. The only difference, though, in Ryland's eyes, is what this family can mean to the tens of thousands of kids under 18 who identify as transgender.
We put our story out there so people could see that there's another family out there that is going through what we're going through, or there's another family who's proud of who they are.
Before Ryland could even speak, he managed to tell his parents that he is a boy.
I could just see that it wasn't him trying to be a brat. It was painful. It was truly painful for him to have to wear feminine clothing and for us constantly telling him that you're a girl.
And unlike some trans kids, when Ryland came out at age 5 a few years later, he had the full support of his parents.
God, can you imagine that? Supportive fucking parents. What must that have felt like?
Before the girl could speak,
the boy, you asshole.
She was communicating that she's a boy. Before she could speak, Fox wants us to believe that babies can choose their own gender. Children so young that they don't yet have the ability to communicate in words.
Yeah, and we know that this actually this is a thing. Very, very, very young children tend to know things that are intrinsically about themselves. Now, that does not mean that you're going to immediately put them on, because what they're going to say is you're going to put them on puberty blockers and then do surgeries or whatever else. That's not the case. And we'll get to that in just a second. What would it even mean if there was a kid that was 3 years old or 4 years old and said that, that they believe that they were trans, or the parents thought they were trans? What would that even mean?
Can still, according to Fox, consent to begin a gender transition? And on what basis?
What does that mean, Matt? Explain. This drives me crazy. They just start a gender transition. Could you be more specific? What do you when he says gender transition? What do you mean by gender transition? Because I think if you said what actually goes on at those early stages, I think most parents, if they listen, they would go like, yeah, I don't really see a pro. What do you mean? Like the child like requests to have a different name, and they request to use like different pronouns. That's it. I mean, I'm sure parents don't have nicknames for their kids. I'm sure siblings don't come up with like nicknames for each other that might be like even teasing or mocking that they don't want to be called. I'm sure that never happens. I'm sure parents never push their expectations of their child's gender expression onto them. I'm sure parents don't buy them toys that are specifically boys' toys or girls' toys, or buy them blue for their boy children and pink for their girls. I'm sure that stuff's never forced on them. And yet, Walsh would balk if you said you should not do that because you're forcing your ideology on, you're forcing your cis heterosexual ideology on them. And how do you know that those children actually identify with that stuff? They're too young to even speak. How do you know that they even like blue, dickhead?
Where is the evidence for this wild assertion? How do we know that babies have a concept of quote unquote gender identity? Well, because here's why. Because this baby didn't want to wear dresses.
Because science, motherfucker.
That's it. That's the whole story. I mean, that's the whole story. They didn't want to wear dresses. By this logic, of course, almost every baby girl is really a boy.
By this logic, I wish he would specify what he means. Like what fallacious thinking, what fallacious reasoning. There's not like this thinking, okay? If you can't describe what the position is correctly to start with, then you cannot critique it from it as an internal critique, okay? Like if I want to criticize the Bible or I want to criticize Christians and I'm going to criticize them from a biblical standard, I have to state first what that standard is. Because if I just say, oh, I want to criticize you biblically, then I go and I say, well, this is what the text literally says, and I try to bludgeon them with that, but they are not a fundamentalist, then it doesn't matter what the text actually says if that's not how they're interpreting it. Yet Matt and his like dickheads like him just think that there must be like one unified understanding that every single trans person has about themselves, or that is pushed onto us for some reason.
There are no girls left in the world, it turns out, because almost every young girl in the world, and that has ever existed in the world, has gone through at least a phase where they didn't want to wear the clothes their parents put them in. Every boy has also gone through this phase. So maybe every boy is really a girl and every girl is really a boy.
No, you're so close, so close, so close. Maybe, just maybe, Matt, the parents should stop projecting their expectations for what that child, how they ought be, and instead just let the child express themselves and explore their world in whatever way they want to. And instead of telling them, no, you're a girl, you wear a dress, and you're a boy, you wear jeans. Instead of telling them that, why not just say, wear whatever you want to, whatever's comfortable, instead of having these weird gendered expectations for clothing for babies. The very fact that he's struggling with this, that he can't understand what it must be like to live in a world that's so that's at least accepting enough that supports a child's autonomy to be like, yeah, let them play with whatever toys they want to, let them have whatever colors they want to. He can't stand that idea. And this guy in his bio, unironically, has a theological fascist in his bio. All right. I just want to be clear that this is the last person, as somebody who's deeply concerned for the welfare of children, and I don't necessarily like a lot of the things that I hear coming out of the church and that type. I am concerned about kids being around this person because, you just can't trust the religious types.
We'll just trade places. Make it simple. There are no girls left in the world except boys. The only girls left in the world are boys, and the only boys left are girls. This is the utter irredeemable madness that...
I agree with you, man. Like that's absolutely what he's doing. He's trying to force stereotypes on other, as long as they're the stereotypes that he wants.
Flows from the kind of demented, half-baked, incomprehensible pseudo-logic you just heard.
Can you, I wish he could define pseudo logic, because I don't even understand what he meant by logic. Like he never explained what he was talking about to begin with.
From Fox. Never mind the fact that once again, the trans activists are rigidly enforcing gender roles.
Hey, he said trans activists. He must be talking about me.
Claiming that they want to break down gender roles, they are rigidly enforcing them. The idea that the girl, just might be a girl who doesn't like quote unquote girly things, that never even occurs to these parents or to any trans activist.
What are you talking about? There's no I literally just made the argument. You're like, this never occurs to them. As I made the argument that clothing and all these things that you want to gender so strongly don't have to be gendered. And that a lot of this stuff ought to be left up to the individual of what you like. Do I like flowers? Do I like, lace and pink? And yes, I do. I just so happen to like that. I don't like it necessarily because I'm like, oh, I believe that there's some innate, intrinsic, unalterable thing within me that's like my girl brain. That's like, oh, I just like it. That's it. In the world that I would want, a lot of this stuff would not be gendered, and a man could dress up exactly how I'm wearing and not be any less of a man because it's just something that he likes to do. It's just something that I prefer for my aesthetic. All right. Just like this goon's like weird freaking glasses and just bland. He's almost blending into the background. He's just going to be like this like tan blur eventually because I don't know, whatever. If that works for him, he thinks that's manly. That's fine if he thinks so. I think that anybody should be able to wear whatever they want to, dress however they want to, have facial hair, whatever they want to, and they shouldn't feel any less of a woman, any less of a man. We could abolish gender in the sense of having like forced gender roles. I'd be fine with that. As long as people are able to identify however they want to, and other people will identify them how they want to be identified, fine with that.
Well, she's 2 years old. She doesn't want to wear a dress. Maybe she just doesn't like the dresses. Not to mention the fact that the one dress that we saw there was like hideously ugly. So we can hardly blame her for not wanting to wear that one.
Wait, so would he be okay then with the girl like cutting her hair short and wearing jeans and like wearing like I don't know, like Skull and Crossbones t-shirt or something? Whatever he imagines like boys wear, would he be okay with that? I don't think so.
I mean, that could be it. If your 2-year-old daughter doesn't want to wear the dress, it could just be like she just is 2, doesn't want to wear a dress right now. Or she could really be a boy. Oh yeah, that must be it. She's a boy.
I mean, it's possible, right?
So according to the trans activists and to the left and now to Fox News, girls must like girly things. And if they don't, then they're boys.
No, it's just that if they're telling you, that was weird. Sorry, we heard something. No, they're just saying that if they don't like the thing specifically, it might be worth asking them like, hey, what's going on, or do they feel uncomfortable? And if they feel uncomfortable, like what's going on with them, type of thing.
So good news, ladies. You can be anything you want to be. You have self-determination. Nobody can tell you what to do. You are your own person. Be yourself. Unless you don't like the color pink, or if you prefer not to wear dresses, and then you can't even be a girl anymore. You're not.
No, that's your thing. You're the one that wants to enforce those stereotypes on people, and the very fact that like you're just like, oh, this is outrageous, and by this logic, and this is so bad, when this is literally his beliefs. He just won't say it. Instead, he says, I'm going to project what I think that people are unhappy about, like these gender roles and that type of thing, all these stereotypical things. I'm going to project that onto trans activists and condemn them for that, when that's actually the position that he supports.
Now a boy. Here's some injections to sterilize you and permanently alter your voice. Oh, we'll also have to remove your breasts. You're not going to be needing those ever in your whole life. We've decided, because you don't like wearing dresses. You don't like wearing dresses, so we're going to chop your breasts off, and you'll never have that bodily function ever again.
one, that's the slippery slope fallacy. Just because somebody like identifies as a certain gender does not mean that they're going to medically transition. And wherever they decide that they're going to transition, there's nothing that guarantees that's going to include removing their breasts. That's first of all. Second of all, there's also the naturalist fallacy here, where he's implying that how they were naturally born because they have breasts or whatever, that is it good intrinsically, and that it is bad to remove those breasts. That's a normative claim. Okay, so he's trying to be prescriptive about morality, and he's making normative claims about that. That's a naturalist fallacy. It doesn't matter how somebody's born. If they want to get Botox, or they want to get plastic surgery, or they want to alter their body in some type of way, body modification, we understand that people have bodily autonomy and self-determination. And since he was advocating for self-determination just a moment ago, I'm sure he would agree then that if somebody wants to do that to their body, they ought be allowed to. Although what he would say is, well, an adult can do whatever they want to, except not really. A recent tweet of his showed that he does not want anybody of any age to ever be able to transition, and every doctor should not be able to. He tweeted that recently. Okay, so he's already like totally lying in this take, trying to be like, I'm just concerned about the kids chopping off boobies. That's not true. He doesn't want anybody of any age to be able to transition. And then going back to this, when we're talking about children specifically, first of all, children at the age that you're talking about, 3 and 4 years old, just have not developed adult female breasts yet. And they would go on puberty blockers only after they've been socially transitioning, hypothetically, if they had accepting parents. From as soon as they were telling their parents that they did not identify with the gender that was being foisted onto them, they would socially transition up until they were entering puberty at Tanner stage 2, which is usually between the ages of like 9 and 11 years old, typically like more on the 11 side. Then they would go on puberty blockers for a couple of years. Then at the age of 15 to 16, they could make the decision to come off puberty blockers and then take HRT and continue their transition. But he is basically, again, slippery slope fallacy here, saying that if somebody socially starts transitioning at the age of like 5, that they will just automatically go ahead and chop off their breasts. That's not what's going on.
This is the deranged, dangerous insanity that Fox News is selling. And it gets worse. Listen.
Fox News, trans activists. I'm trans activist. I'm not Fox News. But maybe, do you think that Walsh is so wrong in this, or that he's talking so much out of his ass that that there's the possibility that science actually disagrees with him on this? Oh, look, science, and guess who it disagrees with? Yeah, exactly. You I'm sorry to hear that, Tardis. You had people trying to force you to be a gender that you did not identify with. Totally get that. This study right here, as was also done to myself as well, so I definitely feel your pain there. This was a meta study done, and this is recent publication release. You can see right there, May 4th, 2022. So just like a month ago. Now we can scroll down here. So conflict of interest disclosure. The authors have no conflicts of interest relevant to the article. So these are not trans activists. These are not, this is not Fox News. It's none of the people that Matt Walsh have a problem with. And we can scroll down here and we can see like, okay, what's the objective? Concerns of early childhood social transitions among transgender youth include those youth that may later change their gender identification. So, retransition, a process that could be distressing. So they're trying to see of children that transition, what percentage of them or which amount of them detransition, desist, and could that cause harm to them? Now notice it says social, because this study is not taking into account at least the very early portion of being on HRT and stuff like that, because they're just on socially transition initially, right? So the present study aimed to provide the first estimate of retransitioning and to report the current gender identities of youth an average of 5 years after their initial transitions. So this is already methods, a big study. It's a meta-analysis. The study examined the rate of retransition and current gender identities of 317 initially transgender youth. That's 208 transgender girls, so 208 trans girls, 109 trans boys. Let's see here, one year at the start of the study, participating in a longitudinal study, the Trans Youth Project. Data were reported by youth and their parents through in-person or online visits or via email or phone correspondence. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty of it right here, okay? Results. We found that an average of 5 years after their initial social transition, so just social, not chopping off titties, not chopping off, Franken beans, not doing nothing to the kids other than letting them socially transition. 5 years after initial social transition, 7.3% of youth had retransitioned at least once, and at the end of this period, most youth identified as binary transgender youth. That's 94% of them, including 1.3 who retransitioned to another identity before returning to their binary transgender identity. So now we're up to 95.3% of youth 5 years after initially stating that they were trans. 95.3 remain trans. All right. 2.5 of youth identified as cisgender. So now we're at 2.5% of cis kids, and 3.5% as non-binary. Whoops. Non-binary would also be, by Walsh, considered to be transgender. So we had 95.3, and now we're going to add another 3.5 to it, okay? So now we're up to 97.5%. Later, cisgender identities were more common amongst youth whose initial social transition occurred before the age of 6, but the retransition occurred before the age of 10. Conclusions. The results suggest that retransition are infrequent, and more commonly, trans youth who socially transitioned at early ages continued to identify that way. Nonetheless, understanding retransition is crucial for clinicians and families to make them as smooth as possible for youth. So this right here is showing that if somebody socially transitions as a youth, there is a 97.5% chance that they will still identify as trans 5 years later. And most of the kids that were in this study started the study at the ages between I want to say it was either 6 to 10 or 8 to 10. So very young, identifying as trans. 5 years later, 98.5 still identify as trans. By the way, that number right there, that 98.5, is also what all the other studies of trans youth have found. It's within the exact same numbers there. So we're still talking about, when you say, what about the cis kids? You're still talking about roughly 2% of all the kids that will come out. And this was done this year is when this was released. So this is not some old study. They can't say, oh, it's 10 years old or whatever else. Okay. It's just not the fact. The data just does not agree with Matt. There is not a lot of kids that are being pressured to transition by their parents. They're not being brainwashed into this. And then even the ones that are allowed to explore this, which is the position that I advocate for, later on, if they realize that, hey, I'm cis, I'm not trans, and they quote unquote detransition socially, they just stop the transition process. They don't go on puberty blockers. And that 5 years is plenty of time for them to figure that out. But of course, people like Walsh don't care about science and don't care about actual data. So let's go back to Creepazoid here.
Initially, there was some pushback from us in trying to understand this.
We were confused like most people are. We thought that gender and sexuality were the same thing. It took us a while to figure out that those two things are different and that children actually do recognize their gender identity very young. Some of them, not all.
But they listened to Rylan and to
Yeah, some of them, not all. We can say, 97.5% 99.5% of them, right? Because we have the data to show that of the kids that say that they're trans or, hey, I'm actually whatever their gender identity is. Yeah, they have a like 97.5% accuracy rate in identifying themselves.
Hillary's conservative faith.
For me, it's just a deep spiritual belief that you believe in God and he, created us the way he wanted us. Well, then yes, he created Rylan just the way he is.
And they listened to families. They met in support groups.
There was a father who was sitting across the table. He says, "You have no idea how lucky you are to be here," which kind of took me back. I didn't at that point consider myself lucky to be there. And he said, our child had displayed this gender dysphoria or this gender misalignment at the same age that Rylan has. And we didn't listen and we pushed back.
That pushback led that child to turn to self-harm as a teenager, which 60% of trans and non-binary kids engage in, according to the Trevor Project. More than 50% consider suicide.
That for me was the turning point. I didn't want to see Rylan to go through that.
I'd rather have a living son than a dead daughter.
Yeah, he would just freaking
I've
add.
been getting paid $1,000.
Who would think that a family not supporting the identity of their child, of not being supportive, of abusing them psychologically, emotionally, and then often physically as well. I know that I was also physically abused as part of like trying to pressure me to conform to gender roles that I did not identify with. And I was also immensely socially pressured as well, from being teased for being too feminine, to having teachers try and like talk with me and chastise me about like what it meant to be a boy, and those sorts of things, and like why I shouldn't do that, engage in behaviors that I engage in, all these sorts of things. Who would think that treating a child as if they're like a pariah and abusing them in that way would give them such a likelihood increase in self-harm? Like, I couldn't have predicted that. I don't think anybody could have.
Like I told you, this is actually worse, more radical, more extreme than anything we've heard on MSNBC at this point, up to this point, on this subject.
Yeah, how dare you support children and tell them that you're there for them and you'll love them unconditionally and you'll support them in their endeavors and you'll try and give them a good life. How dare you support those children? Here at Matt Walsh Show, we I'm sorry, at the Daily Wire, we insist on tormenting these kids. Like, what? How is this guy like, I'm so concerned about grooming of children and possibly indoctrinating them into some type of ideology, while he's literally like, no, you should listen to my ideology, and that includes saying, fuck those kids that might self-harm. What?
They're packing all of the most extreme and nonsensical trans agenda talking points into one piece of propaganda. We've already heard that a girl chose her own gender when she was a toddler and then came out when she was 5. That's an actual sentence that was uttered on the air on Fox News.
Yeah, you can socially come out, like, believe it or not, whenever. Like, a lot of kids, if they do out themselves to their parents very early on, yeah, that would be them, like, coming out, at least socially, right? I don't understand, like, what he imagines coming out to be. It's not like, you don't have to fill out forms. You don't need an ID. You don't have to go and get like a license or whatever. Believe it or not, Matt, you can just say, you know what? I think I like dick, and you can just be gay. I mean, there's that option,
When she came out when she was 5, she's been on the earth for only 5 years. She has almost no understanding of the world or herself or human biology.
She doesn't need an intricate understanding of human biology. She does not need an intricate understanding of the world necessarily, except for recognizing that she doesn't fit in a certain type of way. But when you say doesn't have an intricate understanding of herself, theory of mind develops in most people between the ages of like 10 and 12. So yeah, that very young kid has already been developing a theory of mind for certain aspects of themselves. And it absolutely could include concepts of self-identity, like, I don't really think I am the way that people say that I am.
She's not going to be a legal adult for another 13 years. Her brain won't be fully developed for another 20 years. And yet she was able to make this decision for herself.
brain isn't fully developed for another 20 years, but y'all have no problem sending like people whose brains are not fully developed off with weapons of war to die in foreign soil. Yeah, you piece of shit. You support that stuff. Talking about like, oh, their brain isn't developed till 25, but when they're, 17, 18, ship them off to go die somewhere else. Because Matt Walsh would rather see them dead on a battlefield somewhere than just have the love and support of their family. Because to him, and I just want to point this out, that kid just being allowed to be a regular teenager and have a loving family, that was the most radical thing that he's ever seen. And it's basically like an affront to his sensibilities.
And then we're told that the parents' conservative faith is what drove them. Mommy Munchausen says that God doesn't make mistakes, and she's right about that.
All right, propaganda once again. So now he's saying, oh, she's using her faith for this, and he nicknames her Mommy Munchausen, which is a ploy at Munchausen syndrome, where like a mother, this is once again what I said before, comparing LGBT people to a disease or a sickness, right here once again. Okay, Munchausen syndrome is when a parent convinces a child that they are ill somehow or they need some type of medication to establish a dependency between that parent and that child, often in a way that is like poisoning that child with some type of like toxin. And he just compared that with this trans kid and this mother who theoretically shares his faith, right? Because he's a theological fascist, I think is what he said. And we know he's Christian. So I don't see why he's attacking her faith and then saying that she's like, poisoning him, other than to score the point of comparing LGBT people once again to a disease.
Yet her conviction that God doesn't make mistakes is what led her to the conclusion that her daughter was born in the wrong body and was really supposed to be her son. And
she wasn't born in the wrong body. She was born in her body. She's saying that the way that people perceive her is incorrect as to who she is. According to you, I would say that he was born in a body that needs some care in order for his external self to match his internal sense of identity. And that would make him more comfortable and live a healthier, happier life instead of the insanity that you're spitting here, that this person better than that they know themselves.
The only way to fix it is with drugs and surgery?
It's not drugs and surgery. It's social transitioning at that young age. He keeps saying this, and this is the thing that this is the big lie of transgender healthcare and kids. What do you think puberty blockers are blocking, Matt? It's blocking puberty. 5-year-olds don't go into puberty, just so you know. And just in that sense, by the way, if they do go into puberty very early, let's say 7 or 8 years old, that's called precocious puberty. And guess who has been getting puberty blockers for precocious puberty since like the early 90s? Cis kids. That's right. Cis kids have been getting puberty blockers for decades now to treat precocious puberty. That way your 9-year-old daughter isn't running around with fully developed breasts in whatever age group that is. Guess what? They got that with no question asked. The pencil whipped it at a doctor's office. Nobody's concerned about that. They've already done long-term studies on the health effects of being on puberty blockers from 9 until about their proper age to go into puberty at 11 or 12, when they desist the blockers and they go through their regular puberty. But he doesn't want to talk about that. He has to instead make it sound like people are just giving 5-year-olds puberty blockers and immediately doing surgery on them, which is outrageous.
On the contrary, it turns out that according to her, God does make mistakes. He makes pretty big ones, it turns out. There are some major screw-ups on the heavenly assembly line, and somehow boy souls are put into girl bodies and vice versa.
No one is arguing for a soul, you dipshit, okay? Guess what? I don't have a female soul. I don't have a male soul. I don't have a soul. And before he claims that he has a soul or somebody else has a male soul, female soul put in the rubber, I would need him to establish that souls exist and how he's detecting them and how he's detecting a girl soul from a boy soul, from a non-binary soul to a get fucked Walsh.
And this seems to be happening a lot more recently too, somehow. Must be a new management up at the factory. Probably should review their training protocols. I don't know.
I would like him to establish how is he saying this is happening more recently? Like there's just a trend of people identifying more? Or is it that more people are outing themselves now that it's safer in society? Or they have a better understanding about what it means to have the discomfort with themselves that they had before? And could he also tell me what date he imagines that the sudden appearance of trans people is, instead of just vaguely dog whistling that this is a recent problem with people?
No, by Mommy Munchausen's telling, God is a bumbling fool, an idiot whose work needs to be checked and corrected with the help of the pharmaceutical industry. That's what she thinks.
No, that's what you think. You're literally making the case. You're saying this must be the case that God fucked up some assembly line, yada, yada, yada. She didn't say that. Instead, she said that she has a beautiful son and that God doesn't make mistakes. You're the one claiming that God does make mistakes because the way that you view this child is the only way that you could justify in your mind of like this weird spiritual realm of souls and Barbie doll assembly lines and shit like that. That's the only way it makes sense to you. She didn't say that. You're putting words in her mouth, you asshole.
Next, we're given a few alleged facts and figures from the far-left propagandist organization, the Trevor Project, which claims that alleged trans kids will kill themselves if they're not allowed to transition their gender.
Yeah, y'all actually like make fun of us all the time, and you'll like send us like messages like the 41% or whatever the shit Ben Shapiro constantly misquotes. I think it's funny that y'all will use that to basically say that we're mentally ill and there's something wrong with us, but then we'll also say like, oh, you can't really trust it and they're not really going to self-harm. Yeah, you're going to say that because to you would rather us suicide out than have to deal with us and have to face the ramifications that your understanding of your concepts of sex, gender, sexuality, none of it makes any sense. You're totally outdated. You're a dinosaur.
I'd rather have a living son than a dead daughter, Mommy Munchausen tells us. This is the macabre bumper sticker slogan that has served to justify the butchery of thousands of children.
A slogan like, what is a woman? Like your crappy documentary that you just came out with. Pseudo-intellectual garbage. And by the way, I like the fact that he keeps harping on the chopping up whatever, when in actuality, if you think about it, his religion advocates to cut off the foreskin of babies that are born with penises. That's just done like randomly, like God's thirsty for dicks, and then cuts off the foreskin. And not only that, but traditionally when intersex people were born, the doctors would just take a guess at what set of genitalia they thought was the most prevalent or that had the greatest chance of operating or functioning normally, and they would just immediately do an SRS surgery on that baby right after it was born, so that people like him could be like, oh, it's fine, now I have a boy or now I have a girl, instead of saying like, yeah, I'll just be okay with raising an intersex child. And the fact that children have been butchered, literally butchered by doctors trying to chop up their penis to please his God or to quote unquote fix intersex people, he will never acknowledge this. He'll just try to hand wave it and go right to they're chopping off the breast of 5-year-olds when no one is actually doing what he's claiming, but they actually are doing surgical harm to children in order to prevent them from presenting one abnormally in a sense of like just outside whatever the traditional binary is, or two, chopping off the dick for his God.
Children. There's no data to back it up. Nothing. In fact, as we discussed last week, the data shows that gender transition does not decrease the suicide rate. In fact, the data shows that it increases it. Suicidality is highest a decade after transition. That's what the data shows. The suicide claim from trans...
Oh, I'm sorry. When I made a claim about trans kids, I pulled up some data from scientific articles. That he just doesn't need facts to pwn feelings type of thing. Where are your facts? What could your God just show up and manifest and kind of like tell us these things? Like I think these facts are coming right out his ass, and I agree with you, Tardis. I would like him to establish a God first, establish souls second, and then establish the rest of his bullshit.
Trans activist is nothing but emotional blackmail. In the case of these horrendous evil parents, it's simply a rationale. It's self-justification to legitimize their choices after the fact.
Wait, horrendous evil parents, like the ones that you just demonized, the one that said that her faith led her to accept her child how he is. You mean parents like that, right? Or you mean the other parents that don't support their kids? Like, you gotta be specific, man.
Speaking of legitimizing choices after the fact, nobody at Fox has explained how this toxic nonsense ended up on the airwaves. I know for a fact that many of the people who work at Fox do not agree with this.
Well, apparently some of them did because it aired. Get fucked.
Do not want to be associated with it. But a decision was made by somebody.
Yeah, he's just going to continue complaining about that from there. And he's like, oh, oh, wait, hold on, wait, no. I'll let him finish it just a little bit. This is going to be entertaining.
To do this report and air it. All the parties involved should explain themselves, and then they should be fired also.
There, all right, there you go. That's the money shot right there. So he says, like, not only should it not have aired, they should find out who decided to air it. By the way, the person that he decided to air it is a gay journalist. The guy that aired the piece is a member of the LGBT community, happened to work for Fox. He thought it was a good story, and he's like, this will help kind of like help with some of the anti-trans stuff and anti-LGBT stuff that is so prevalent in the media right now. Yeah, guess what? He's a member of our community. That's why he decided to run that. Walsh thinks that he should be fired now for that. So once again, proving that the champions that are against cancel culture, as soon as there's a narrative, now keep in mind, this is a major media company, all right? This is Fox. So they constantly all day run propaganda that he would support. But the moment that it comes down to something where it's like one single story, not it, and by the way, it aired on like the weekend during the daytime when no one watches the news. So it did not get a primetime slot or anything like that. But besides that, the moment that anything is aired that he does not agree with, he immediately switches over to, they should find this person that did it, locate them, and fire everyone responsible after they are forced to publish an apology. So an apology isn't even good enough. They have to apologize, so compelled speech that the right claims that they're against, and he wants them fired for it. So when they talk about cancel culture, and this is canceled, he literally wants to cancel Fox News over this and have the broadcasters that aired it fired. So don't take this guy, this literal fascist, do not take him serious for 1 second when he says that the right opposes cancel culture and the left supports it, and we're the ones that are always trying to like cancel people. Because what he's talking about here of what he wants to do, ironically enough, is exactly what people on the left talk about. It's holding people accountable. It's just the things that we want to hold people accountable for are for being racist, misogynistic, homophobic, transphobic. We want to hold people accountable for the actions and discrimination that they take against other individuals. Matt Walsh wants people to be held accountable for disagreeing with his ideology and fire them for how dare they air something on a propaganda network that does not align with his beliefs. That was the first Walsh video that I've got. I actually have a second one. So we're going to, now this is going to kind of like dovetail nicely into this, because remember, he just got done advocating for people at Fox News to be fired for airing something that he did not like. Let me check the comments real quick before moving on. Oh yeah. So yeah, Tardis says, that when children are young, they're often put through ballet training, and that can cause like irreversible changes or possible like damage to their body without being told that stuff can happen. And I know exactly what you're talking about as far as like damage to their feet and stuff. And yeah, it's stuff like this, like that if we had done, if that was ever done in the name of like, transition healthcare or being supportive of LGBT people or anything like that. Like if there was any sort of thing like that where it's like, hey, this is just a sport that people can do, Walsh would be like, and TERFs, the gender critical types, would absolutely be screaming their heads off that, that young boys are having their feet destroyed because their body weight can't handle being in ballet because they're pretending to be a girl or whatever, gender stereotype that they're going to try like force them into. Ironically, I had wanted to be a cheerleader growing up, but I never got to explore that at all, just because, well, I don't want to go too much into my own like personal history, but let's look at Matt Walsh's next video. So in this video, he's going to talk about the actor that played, I didn't watch the show, but the actor that played Dwight from The Office, I guess, made a tweet and got in trouble. He made an apology for it. But let's have an interesting look at what Walsh thinks about this, because he just advocated for Fox News people that aired, the story about the trans kid to be forced to apologize and be fired. So I'm curious what his take on this is going to be now.
This is from the Daily Beast. It says The Office.
This is from the Daily Beast. Notice this this Muppet doesn't tell you that he works for the Daily Beast. Or oh wait, no, I'm sorry, Daily Wire. Never mind, that's my mistake. I retract it, Walsh. You're a good sweetie. Just this time.
This actor, Rainn Wilson, who obviously played Dwight Schrute, came a bit too close to embodying his inflammatory TV character, Dwight Schrute, on Wednesday when he tweeted a poor attempt at a joke about transgender people.
So he says that he tweeted a poor attempt at a joke. He didn't make an attempt. He tweeted something, right? So let's get that clear. He didn't attempt to do it. He did it, right? Just the linguistics thing. So he did do it. It's not an attempt. And it's apparently in poor humor. So let's hear him out.
He tweeted, quote, TIL, you can no longer say nursing or breastfeeding mother. You have to say chest feeding person. Just FYI. That was the tweet.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just, what's the joke? So if he's saying like you can't tweet out, or you can't say breastfeeding, you have to say chest feeding. Like, I mean, I don't think you necessarily have to. It's a little insensitive if you don't, I guess. Like to specific people, it would be. But what's the joke? Because he said it's a poorly written joke about like direct at trans people. What's the joke?
Which I guess is supposed to be. That's not even a joke. That's just that's just true. That's like what the left is trying to do. They're trying to supplant breastfeeding with chest feeding.
What's the joke? He just made an assertion. Well, once again, just saying that this is what they're doing. It's insinuating that there's something like bad about changing that to say like, hey, there's a lot of trans men, or there's a lot of non-binary people that get pregnant that might be, chest feeding, or breastfeeding, whatever you prefer. I think it's weird though to try to frame it as if it's a joke. If you're like, well, everybody has breasts, like men have breasts. Non-binary people have breasts. It's just the way that you're defining it, because you're trying to sexualize it to be something that is only like female. That's the issue. If you say chest feeding, you avoid any kind of confusion about like, why would you say like a man's breasts, even though they have breasts, and everybody recognizes this. I'm sure every gamer out there understands that when you put on like some armor on your chest in a medieval fantasy, it's breastplate, right? You eat a chicken breast. Like, we don't look at chickens and go, oh my God, look at those titties on that chicken, right? Instead, we recognize that it's the breast of the chicken. Breastplate covers a man's breasts. Men have breasts. Cis het men can get breast cancer. This should not be news to anybody. So I think like I'm okay with somebody saying breastfeeding. Although if somebody was like saying that, hey, for whatever reason, chest feeding is more inclusive, or it makes people feel better, I would try to be like, more polite, and I could adopt different linguistics. I mean, like shifts in language happen all the time. Think of like slang and stuff that you use, like poggers and based, or bee's knees, or whatever time period you want to pull it from, right? Slang and language evolves over time. There's no reason why I should be married to the concept of breastfeeding, but pitch a fit if somebody says chest feeding.
So he tweeted this, and then, but then he tweeted an apology. I think we have the actual tweet from him. He tweeted an apology. He said, yesterday I tweeted a mean crack about breastfeeding versus chest feeding. After speaking with some trans friends and educating myself a bit more, I want to apologize for the tweet. It was adding to misinformation and meanness. I'm sorry. So, of course, he immediately caves. What he originally said was not...
Wait, hold on. We just watched him saying that Fox News, the first thing that should have happened when they aired the program about the trans kid and being positive about that. The first thing he demanded was that every single, and by the way, he went on, I got done with the video. I didn't want to like listen to him like piss and moan. He went on to say that if they did not do those things, if the Fox News people that were responsible for that did not apologize and they did not fire them, that he would cut all ties with Fox News and he would no longer be coming on the network or whatever else for them supporting trans ideology. So the very first thing that this actor does is apologize for an offensive joke, because I guess he's acknowledging, hey, this is an offensive joke. I don't get the joke, but whatever. It might be because I'm autistic or mentally ill or something, right? But he says that it's wrong that he apologized, and yet he demanded an immediate apology, not only for the person that decided to air the trans child programming, but he wanted everyone involved at Fox that allowed it to go forward to apologize specifically, and then be fired. So, I mean, just saying, double standard much?
Not even a joke or a crack about trans people. He was pointing out that chest feeding has become the new PC term of art, which is true. But then he had to apologize for that because he was educated by his trans friends. Educated about what exactly? What did they teach you is what I want to know.
Yeah, exactly what I just told you in the last like couple of minutes about chest feeding and breastfeeding. That's probably what they explained, and why it might be a little insensitive to trans men that want to like breastfeed their child, chest feed their child. Exactly why those terms, switching that around, makes a difference, right? If somebody says to me like Zoe is breastfeeding her child, yeah, I'm fine with that. And if somebody said Zoe's chest feeding their child, I'd be fine with that as well, because it doesn't bother me. But just because it doesn't bother me personally does not mean that other people might be more sensitive to those terms, because for whatever reason, they just are. And I feel like there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that and then saying like, hey, if you're making, especially if you're a celebrity and you're making public statements and stuff, like, you ought to be more considerate of other people. Just my opinion.
And the thing about this whole breastfeeding versus chest feeding thing is that it doesn't even make sense. Okay, even on the left-wing premise here, it doesn't make sense. It's exactly like the Latinx Latinx thing. Well, we need to have Latinx because it's gender neutral. Hispanic is already gender neutral. You could say Latin, and that's gender neutral. So along with all the other problems of Latinx, the first problem is that it's not, by your own premise, it's not necessary.
Right, but the problem is I say, like, I don't care. I don't mind if somebody says I have breasts or I have a busty chest. I don't care. But would he want the same thing? If one of his friends commented that he's got, like, they noticed that his breasts are straining his shirt or something, I think he might be kind of awkward about that, right? Like another guy commenting on his tits, he'd be like, well, wait a minute, I'm suddenly uncomfortable about this. And instead of just being like, oh, have you been going to the gym? You're looking a little, built or a little bit, bulky or whatever. A lot of cis men like it when you comment that they're looking built. I don't think that they would like it very much if you're like, hey, Matt, your tits are getting kind of big, like, do you need to go hit the treadmill or something? Like, I don't think that he would appreciate the same result. And it's more of like just to poke fun at the hypocrisy of this. Like, no cishet man, particularly, is going to like you talking about their quote unquote tits.
And it's the same thing here. Chest and breast, these are synonyms, essentially. Like, men have breasts. There's a reason why men can get breast cancer. It's rare, but men can actually get breast cancer. It's rare because they have less breast tissue, but men have breasts. And the words are basically used interchangeably. So
he's trying not to smile. He's trying not to smile. He's trying to say it with a straight face and be like, I'm fine with somebody saying that I have breasts.
Distinction actually without a difference in the first place. So when we're told by the left that, well, we need to say chest feeding instead of breastfeeding because it's more inclusive, that doesn't make any sense.
No, but it is, because people say like it makes them feel more included. It makes them feel like information panels or packets that you're producing about chest feeding specifically apply to trans men as well, and not just to like femme people or trans femme people or non-binary femme people, whatever. Like any combination, if you can chest feed, obviously it would make you feel a little bit better than the traditional gendered stereotypical ways of phrasing things. And linguistically, if people say, like, if there's a large enough people that say this makes me feel more comfortable, why not? What's the argument to not do it? Here's the thing, this is going to like torpedo him, okay? If it's true that these are synonyms and that it's a distinction without a difference, and it really doesn't matter, then he would not be making a video right now complaining about saying chest feeding instead of breastfeeding, because to him there is a difference. And it's not something that doesn't matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be complaining about it. If it didn't matter and he didn't care about it, there'd be no point in complaining about this or even saying that there's hypocrisy. He would just go like, oh yeah, chest feeding. I get it. It's the same thing.
The two words are synonymous. Now, what the left will say in response to that is, well, if they're the same, then why can't you just change it? If it means the same thing anyway, then why not just say chest feeding instead of breastfeeding?
Yeah, bust my brain here. Like, totally destroy me, Matt. I'm waiting. I'm lubed up and waiting for you to just ruin me.
No. That's not, once again, I don't have to provide that explanation to you.
What? No. He's like, this whole video, the whole premise. Look at him. He's so fucking smoked. He's like, because I don't have to. Then at this moment, you expect the music to cut in, and like the glasses come down and the deal with it thing, the meme comes up, right? That's what this is supposed to be. This motherfucker, he's like, no, I don't have to explain it to you. Well, wait a minute. So then from our side, okay, I want every lefty to be like, no, it's just chest feeding. Then when people say breastfeeding, then you're just like, no, what are you talking about? Like, it's just chest feeding. Every time somebody pushes back and they want to know an explanation about why you will not acknowledge breastfeeding and you only acknowledge it, just be like, I don't have to explain that to you. You know? As a synonym anyway. I mean, come on. Like, really? Like, at least I could articulate my position and like the nuances of it and where I feel like maybe there is a little bit of like, I understand why somebody might use one term, another person uses another one, but if they are synonymous, what my view was, then they could be switched out with no problem. You don't have to change, and you're not even changing the definition of it. But God,
no, it's more like, why should we change it?
Linguistic correctness, like politeness. You're being more accurate for accuracy, Matt, for science.
If it's basically a distinction without a difference, and the change doesn't make any sense, I don't have to explain to you why.
What? You said it's a synonym, and it's the same thing, so it makes perfect sense. What? Chest feeding makes as much sense as breastfeeding, okay? Don't be a dunce. You can't say that it's the exact same thing. There's no difference. It's, a distinction without a difference. It's a linguistic thing. Like, it doesn't really matter at all. Okay, then just do it. Don't complain about it. Why are you bitching and moaning?
Why we shouldn't change it. We've been using the term breastfeeding forever. Everybody knows what it is.
Everybody knows what it is. We've been using it forever. Okay, genetic fallacy. Just as long as we're keeping track, that's definitely a genetic fallacy. Oh yeah, and argumentum ad populum.
You're the one suggesting the change. You have to explain it. It's not up to me.
That's right, TARDIS. I'm allowed to be a dumb bunny. I'm right there with you. I wish. I genuinely think I would be happier in this world if I could just be like a dumb bimbo. I wish.
You're proposing the change, so that's something that you have to defend. Why is this necessary?
I did. Utility. Argument from utility. That's what I'll provide you, Matt. Get fucked.
But, of course, you can't defend it.
I did.
The only defense is that, well, it makes trans people feel better. Why does it make them feel better? Number one. So we talk about breastfeeding, that makes them feel sad. Why? And then the second question is, why should I care that much?
For utility. And when they make pamphlets and stuff to hand out at hospitals and stuff, and they're like, things that you need to know about your newborn or whatever, and they're doing the the chest feeding pamphlets, they're not giving you pamphlets that have a silhouette of like a feminine body on it. Instead, they could just give you a pamphlet that has the baby on it, and then on the inside it could show you the different diagrams or whatever else, depending on what type of equipment you've got, what's going on. There you go. Utility. It's more accurate, and it's medically expedient. How about that?
In the first place. Why should we have to go through this great effort?
All right, we're done. He's not. He's gonna just like play music and ramble on here. That's Walsh. Honestly, like, look, I genuinely thought going into that, because I don't watch these videos beforehand. I was going into that thinking like, what if he drops an argument on me that I'm not prepared for, or what if I'm like, man, this is a big brain take, and I'm just like not too sure. Because keep in mind, my stream started like very late. I did not mean to stream going this early in the morning. It's totally by accident because I was like fucking with the equipment. And I'm going to I've got like a couple more videos to get through of these conservatives. So I'll probably be up until like early in the morning. Thank y'all for hanging out with me and keeping me some company. But we're going to move on from Walsh, and we're going to go to his partner in crime, Ben Shapiro. Now, when I said that, when Walsh had said, this is from the Daily Beast, so then I was like, why wouldn't you say that you just work there, right? I do want to clarify. It's because Shapiro and Walsh both work for the Daily Wire. Right? So there's the Daily Beast, Daily Wire. I'm like, come on. Like, why would, why call it something so similar? But whatever. One is the leftist, the Daily Beast, and the other one is the conservative version of it, or the conservative propaganda. And of course, Ben Shapiro is all like pissed off and stuff. Now, I don't watch the full videos, but sometimes I'll skim through it just to see like what the subject is going to be. And that way I can, do the things like, let's pull up the study, or whenever they're like, oh, you can't demonstrate this. I'm like, wait a minute. Science says, fuck you. Here you go. All right. So, let's just move on to Shapiro and see what he has to say.
Completely woke.
God, he always looks constipated. He looks like an out of shape Dragon Ball Z villain that is like trying to power up, but just can never quite reach it. So he's like constantly sitting there, angry and like making grunting constipation noises, but never quite being able to drop that load.
By the way, I recommend that you check out our sports podcast here at Daily Wire, Crane and Company. It's available everywhere, and it is not a woke sports podcast. The reason I bring this
he's advertising a non-woke sports podcast, so he's going to bring it up for...
is because there is massive controversy that is now broken out because some of the players on the Tampa Bay Rays refused to wear LGBTQ plus minus divided by sign, ampersand, percentage sign, dollar sign, hashtag emoji face.
Could you imagine if you were like so brain dead you couldn't remember LGBT plus? Like you just had to randomly spit out random letters and emojis or whatever else. Like if that's like the best joke that you've got is just like purposely trying to butcher an acronym, like, I mean, who's watching this and be like, that's a funny joke right there.
Insignias on their uniform because they are either religious Christians or they do not believe in the LGBTQ plus minus divided by sign agenda. And
darn it, he does it on a toilet. He's literally, there's a toilet, like he's sitting on a bidet as he's playing. Look at him, he's like while he's doing it,
And this means that they are bigots. Jason Adam is one of those players. He said, "It's a hard decision. Ultimately, we all said what we want is them to know that all are welcome and loved here. But when we put it on our bodies, I think a lot of guys decided it's just a lifestyle that maybe, not that they look down on anybody or think differently. It's just that maybe we don't want to encourage it. If we believe in Jesus, who's encouraged us to live a lifestyle that would abstain from that behavior." Why this is even remotely controversial is beyond me.
Well, let's see. It's during Pride Month. We have an unprecedented amount of LGBT bigotry and hatred on the rise in this country, including like tons of laws being passed against our community. As I pulled up earlier, you can go to the ACLU anti-trans website and you can see the hundreds of bills that they're passing against our community. And let's think here. Sporting event where a lot of people are going to be watching, and it's very often that sporting events endorse all sorts of things, like whether it's like the Colin Kaepernick thing, of kneeling as a political statement, whether it's the history of like Muhammad Ali getting political. Like politics and sports go like hand in hand, and they have forever. So yeah, if someone's like, hey, we've got these like pins during Pride Month, and you could put like a little pin on your uniform. And I was already familiar with the players at least doing this. There's like 5 of them. And it's like, yeah, it's a little noteworthy because it's weird for the players to say, we totally support and want everybody to be here with love, except we don't support that lifestyle because of Jesus. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You're conflating like the intrinsic traits of these people of being like LGBT as a quote unquote lifestyle, which makes it sound like some type of like flippant choice.
So in other words, the most tolerant of people on the left are very upset that there are people who are not even trying to stop them from acting in the ways they want, but aren't going to celebrate their behavior by wearing an arm patch that says this thing. By the way, I should note here that as an Orthodox Jew, like if I were called upon by a corporation to put on an LGBTQ pride patch as a religious matter, that is indistinguishable from my organization telling me I need to put on a cross.
I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that LGBT people. I wasn't aware that was a religion. Or that we had any type of unified like holy symbols or anything like that. Because otherwise this is like a weird false equivalency going on here, where it's like if I was told that I had to put on a religious symbol, it's like, yeah, I guess it's a good thing that like pride merchandise and pride colors is not a religious symbol, dipshit.
I say from a philosophical perspective, that is indistinguishable from that corporation saying that I need to fly a swastika flag. Not because all of those things are equivalent. Jesus is not equivalent to the swastika, which is not equivalent to the LGBTQ pride flag.
I love the fact that he immediately is like, makes an analogy, and then he's like, well, that's not equivalent. The fuck's the point of an analogy, Ben? It's to connect things that are like, you know, very similar or very parallel. And I like the fact that he chose a swastika flag, so a Nazi flag, and he's like puts it with Christianity, but now he knows that. Look at his face. Sorry, he knows that he's about to lose like his conservative audience because he's like, if I had to wear a cross, and it'd be just like wearing having to fly a swastika, and all the rednecks are like, yeah, wait, what? And he's like, no, I mean like for the gays, like for the gay thing that I was talking about, and it's like the gay what? That. Some token that the sport decided to hand out to their players that was an optional thing that they could wear or not. But it was just a hypocrisy of these athletes to say, we support this community. We just refuse to represent them in any type of way. That's what the issue is. It's not that they're not like having fealty to the LGBT religion. Jesus.
The point is that if something contravenes my deeply held worldview, including my religious beliefs, forcing me to wear an insignia celebrating that thing is wrong. And I would expect the same from...
Wait, they weren't forced. They literally had an option and they said no. And that's what the controversy is, right? So they weren't forced to do it then.
People on the left. And if somebody's on the left and their corporation said to them, you must put a cross on your uniform. And they said no. They would be perfectly well within their rights to do so.
It's not a religion. Like, it makes me so mad that this is supposed to be like one of the brainchilds of the right wing. Like, he was like the boy genius, and he's always facts over feelings, and you know, how come I can change my gender, but I can't change my age, ha ha ha, type of thing. This is supposed to be like the big brain guy that goes to universities and like pwns and destroys college kids. And this is literally him in his lair, in his like little Daily Wire cozy thing, in his own studio and shit. He had all the time in the world to think about this, and this is what he comes up with. This dude is an idiot.
Or a swastika on their uniform. They would be perfectly well within their rights to do so. Or a Jewish star. Like, it should be that you do not.
It should be. He's literally getting lost in his own rhetoric.
Not have to wear the insignia of a thing you don't believe in. And I thought, by the way, that this is exactly the argument that the left had with regard to Colin Kaepernick. And that Colin Kaepernick was allowed to kneel for the national anthem. Like, this is actually worse, okay? And the reason this is actually worse is because every sporting event opens with the national anthem. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but the national anthem ought to be more unifying in the United States of America than the LGBTQ pride flag.
If you're a nationalist, right? You're missing something there, Ben. When you say like, oh, this is, first of all, the national anthem is political. Like, I don't understand what this point is. It ought to be more unifying only to a nationalist. Only if you had some type of like pride, like national pride in the flag. And I would just say like, just for the record, I don't think that anybody should have to like have fealty to any flag. Fuck flags. They're just a symbol, and the symbol is supposed to represent something else, right? It's abstract concepts. And when we talk about like the flag that represents the United States of America, I mean, I don't know. I just feel for some reason that I should not necessarily have a lot of fealty to that flag right now, when a large portion of this country, backed by politicians, is trying to strip away my rights, trying to oppress me, and I don't know, oppress other minority communities, the systemic and historic horrific abuse of the black community and every other minority within this country. If you want me to like recognize that flag as like a unifying symbol for everybody, it needs to represent everybody, and in a way that encourages like, you know, actual equanimity between people, equality. It needs to be an egalitarian type flag, not a flag that represents bombing other countries for their oil, you know, doing like colonialism. The flag is way more divisive than ever used to be, especially appropriated by right-wing activists that want to literally, January 6th, commit insurrections against this country. Then people like him are running apologia for those groups and talking about like, oh, those were, just a minor riot, like nothing really major happened. And that flag ought to be a unifying symbol. No, only because he wants to push nationalism onto you. And he wants you to agree that nationalism is a good thing without acknowledging that that is a political point of the conservatives.
It ought to be. You know why? Because it turns out that the LGBTQ agenda is quite radical, and a huge percentage of the population does not support either any element or every element of that.
All right, the LGBT movement is a radical movement, and there are some people that don't support any. We're aware that there are lots of you chuds that do not support any element of our movement, no matter what, and that's what I try to point out to some people that are just hell-bent on being like, well, there are some conservative LGBT people. Yeah, but they are doing that like literally, they're just being useful idiots to the Republicans that do not support any aspect of the LGBT community, which would include those people as well. We already know that. We don't need you to point that out to us.
That agenda. The American flag, I thought that...
And there's no agenda, by the way. It's just our existence. I would like to live peacefully and not be trampled upon, like unhindered, and my bodily autonomy left alone. That's what I would like. And that's the radical agenda that we must all commonly share.
That's the thing that we are all supposed to be as Americans. I wasn't aware that we all have to be LGBTQ plus minus divided by sign activists. But apparently we do.
Wearing a pride pin, or wearing like a company like logo on something, like if you're sponsored or whatever, that's not you being an activist for them, by the way, Ben. I don't think like when I ever watch like UFC, I don't think like when when they come out there to fight, that the fighters have like corporate sponsors on their shorts and stuff. I don't think they're like Jimmy John's activists. I think that they just have an endorsement.
According to ESPN reporter Sarah Spain, she said that if you don't wear the flag, not even that you're discriminating against gay people, not even that you're saying that being gay is bad, not any of that. If you refuse to celebrate, if you refuse to cheer, this means that you're a bigot. If you opted out of wearing a Pride Night patch on your uniform, this is because you're a bigot. So
I don't know if they had like a Jewish history night or something, and they're like, hey, we're going to hand out like little stars of David or something that you can put. I think Shapiro would be calling out some anti-Semitism if one of the teams had like a cluster of players that were like, look, we're fine with Jewish people, but we are not showing any type of representation for them. Like, fuck that. I don't support that lifestyle. I think he would correctly say, that sounds a little anti-Semitic.
In other words, opting not to stand for the national anthem, heroism, and valor. Opting not to wear a pride patch.
Wait, to stand for the national anthem, heroism and valor, once again smuggling in nationalist talking points. Not only is the flag a representative of nationalism in the country, it also now has to also represent heroism and valor, but none of the negative things that could be associated with it.
Catch bigotry and cruelty. Here is the ESPN reporter, Sarah Spain.
Pride is about...
Wait. Hold on, I'm going to go back 1 second. Right, so we're going to pause it. All right, so here we can see the little symbol. It definitely looks like a little pin. It says, so it's a hard decision. This is the quote of what he read earlier. It's a hard decision because ultimately we all said what we want is them to know that they are all welcome and loved here. Okay, so this is the guy one of them that refused it. So he's not, we want them to know is that they are all welcome and all loved. But, so there you go. When we put it on our bodies, first of all, it's the uniform, just like any other logo or any other celebration where you're like, oh, we're going to like put on, I don't know, winter colors for, a game that's close to Christmas or something like that. Like, they do this shit all the time for corporate sponsors or whatever, which I guess, hey, if it's your corporate masters, that's fine. If it comes to supporting human rights, even as nothing but a virtue signal, then that's an issue. Although, to be frank, I don't give a shit whether they wear like pride stuff or not. It's just the comments is what the issue is. So they say, but when we put it on our bodies, I think a lot of guys decided that it's just a lifestyle. So right there, I think a lot of guys decided that it's just a lifestyle. So it's no longer about supporting the intrinsic traits of somebody. Now it's being dismissed as a lifestyle. That maybe, not that they look down on anybody or think differently, it's just that maybe we don't want to encourage it being, people being gay, if we believe in Jesus, who's encouraged us to live a lifestyle that would abstain from that behavior. So the problem is in that language right there, where they're turning being gay, something that is intrinsic to somebody's sexuality, right? And turning that into a lifestyle that is not only arbitrary, that is something that they wouldn't want to encourage. So now they're insinuating that there's something wrong with being that way. That's the controversy, Ben. Not because they wouldn't wear a fucking pendant, but because they said that shit.
Pride is about inclusion, so you don't love them and you don't welcome them if you're not willing to wear the patch. And calling it a lifestyle reveals to me that you've done not even a modicum of research or understanding on this topic, which is what tends to happen when a privileged class isn't affected by things. This is not just about baseball. That religious exemption BS, which is used in sport and otherwise, also allows for people to be denied health care, jobs, apartments, children, prescriptions, all sorts of rights. And so we have to stop tiptoeing around it because we're trying to protect people who are trying to be bigoted from asking for them to be exempt from it when the very people that they are bigoted against are suffering the consequences.
So basically there's...
Yeah, based. Everything that she said was based. All right. Ben is going to like, look at him. He's so smug. Like he thinks he's like, oh, I'm going to totally like pull this apart.
There should be no religious exemptions ever, right? There should be no religious exemptions whatsoever because, of course, why should there be? They're all bigots. It's all cover for bigotry.
No, but I mean, I would like him to answer that. Why would there be religious exemptions for certain things, but I couldn't use other portions of my identity? And by the way, religion is an arbitrary form. I don't even think it should be necessarily treated with the same seriousness of intrinsic traits, because people convert and deconvert from religions all the time. You're not born in as a certain religion. Like you're not born a Christian, born a Judaism is a little more complicated because there's an ethnic component to it. But like Buddhism and stuff like that, like you're not born that way. You are converted into it. So it does seem weird to me. And I've heard some legal experts argue that religion shouldn't be considered the same type of protected class as race or whatever. And I do agree with that. But for whatever reason, in upside down America, religious beliefs are treated with more seriousness and have way more protections under the law than any other type of possible identity.
Now, the truth is that the people who are calling the Christians bigots are the actual bigots. Those Christians are not attempting.
Okay, so Darvo, like flat out right here, right? So it's defend yourself, then you attack your opponents, then you reverse the victim and oppressor, where not only do you play the victim, but you also, you make yourself into the victim while you blame the victim for your oppression. And that's literally what he just did right there.
Attempting to force anything on Sarah Spain. Sarah Spain is attempting to force them to wear emblems on their uniforms that they do not wish to wear.
No one is forcing them to wear anything, Ben. It was optional. The problem is what they said of why they wouldn't wear it. That's the issue. It would be like if they had offered to wear like, Star of David, and then the players just said like, oh no, we have the option. We just choose not to wear that. I don't know if there would even be a controversy about that. Now, if 5 players turned down wearing it and they said some anti-Semitic stuff about like they don't know if they want to represent that type of group of people, that sort of thing, I think that you'd very easily say that's anti-Semitism, and you wouldn't hesitate 1 second, regardless of whether they claimed they had a religious exemption not to wear it. The exemption is not the question. The question is the following statements that they made about the community. But of course, he's trying to obfuscate that.
Who's the bigot here? Exactly. But it just demonstrates that from a left-wing worldview, they really believe this. They believe on the left wing that the pride flag is more unifying for America. It more represents America than the American flag does. The American flag is a symbol of repression and societal racism and bigotry and historical discrimination. The pride flag is something...
Hey, at least he understands why, a lot of us are like, no, we're not going to kneel for that flag. So he does understand it. But yeah, as Taurus had said, jingoism is his name. Oh, absolutely. He's just like totally huffing nationalism, which is that's what he wants to sell that as. He wants to whitewash everything.
Something we should all be proud of, because after all, it's who we are. It's an agenda that stands for tolerance and acceptance. And the more stripes and shapes and colors and weird design graphic problems we have on the flag, the more tolerant and open we are. But if you disagree with it, you're a bigot. Right? You're the problem. This says something rather deep about our culture. It also says something about the sports media, because guess what? There are a lot of sports fans who are not into Pride Night when it comes to the baseball game. They just want to go to a damned baseball game.
Who cares? Like, they don't, what if somebody wants to watch sports and they don't want to see ads on the TV, Ben? What if they don't want to see corporate media sponsors all over NASCAR? So it looks like there's a bunch of like literal corporate boxes driving around competing against each other. What if they don't want to see like the Jimmy John sponsors on UFC fighters and that type of thing? That wouldn't matter, right? Because you'd say, well, they just are paying for that product. And because he's a firm believer in free markets, they could just go elsewhere or not buy the product. So I'm not going to buy well, they don't want to see it. That was never part of this. All right. You can't say, well, they had a right of bodily autonomy not to put it on their body. They could have had religious exemptions or whatever else. And now he's trying to like shift it to well, the audience doesn't really want to see it. And it's like, dude, like, defend a point or demonstrate it instead of just hopping all over the place.
Like, the fact that all of this has become political is she talks about the privileged few in our society. You know who the privileged class are? The privileged class are a bunch of left-wing reporters living in New York and LA who think that the Alabama football game has to be graced by Pride Night because they have very strong feelings about Obergefell or about transgenderism.
So now he's conflating like the Obergefell decision along with trans people, then who his audience has already been primed to dislike. And now he's also throwing the media in there, pretending that all media are essentially like, upper echelon, left wing, New York, highfalutin type of people. This is part of the whole anti-intellectualism that goes on the right, where they'll pretend that people like Matt Walsh have a lot of credibility and they're asking tough questions and they're good journalists, but all of the reporters and media that they disagree with are all out of touch, ultra wealthy, living in penthouse reporters or something that are just pushing narratives onto you. And not only are they bad, but he continuously is going to retie them back to don't forget to hate trans people and LGBT people on top of this.
Like that, It's so self-centered. It's so narcissistic. Again, they take all the things that are apolitical and that we could share, and they politicize them. And then when you say no, they say that you're being a bigot. I mean, by the way, I think that there's a case to be made that even if you are pro-LGBTQ agenda, you should say, I don't feel like wearing a pride flag on my baseball uniform because I'm playing a baseball game. And that has nothing to do with the political agenda of any side or every side. But to say even that makes you a bigot, according to Sarah Spain. It's amazing stuff. And again,
all right. I'm sorry. Let's I'm going to pull something out real quick because I cannot believe like I just heard him say something like that stupid. Did y'all like pick up on the same thing that he was saying at the end there, right? He's complaining that just play baseball. I don't want to see politics or whatever else. Politics and sports have been tied together for a very long time. And I like the fact that, he had mentioned Kaepernick and talking about the flag should be the unifying thing. Look at a quick search on Wikipedia, politics and sports, and it pulls up this gigantic ass article, and we can just look at all the different things. Let's go to the United States. All right, and we can start right here. So in 2016, San Francisco 49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick sat during the national anthem in protest of police violence, which led to widespread controversy surrounding the national anthem. During the 2016 season and onward, many NFL players and from all 32 NFL teams protested during the national anthem due to police brutality, race equality, and other controversies around the nation surrounding politics and authority. When I was like 15 or so, I was at a hockey game and the national anthem came on, and I just decided like I was just going to stay seated because I literally just did not feel like getting up. And I also kind of felt like, fuck this, I'm not going to like keep pledging fealty to a piece of cloth for no reason. And I remember even back then, so we're talking like 16 years ago or something, somebody stood up nearby and yelled at me to stand up. And then when I told this guy, basically like, piss off, he was like, oh, he threatened to come over there and quote unquote, like make me stand up. Then I was like, you can do that and go in and get yourself arrested for assaulting a minor. And when I first saw Kaepernick kneeling, I just thought like, okay, well, he's definitely making a political statement about this, and that made me want to pay attention. I did not think like we need to go down there like force him to stand up, or like Donald Trump did, who once again, cancel culture, was talking about that that they should I think he tweeted out quote unquote fire his ass. So totally trying to cancel Kaepernick's career for this. Now, Shapiro will say like, oh, it's never been this way, it shouldn't be this way, or whatever. It's the woke agenda. It's LGBT stuff, right? So we can go back to 2002 now, so 2002. The U.S. State Department initiated a sports exchange program entitled Sports United to encourage dialogue between children from the ages of 7 to 17. And it was seeking to bring together international students with their counterparts in the U.S. to establish links with American professional athletes and to expose them to American culture. This also allowed U.S. athletes to travel and learn more about Sports United is participating in 15 different sports in nearly 70 countries. So I don't see how like he can make this brain dead argument that sports and politics don't go together, right? And we can just keep going back and go through the history. 2010. Let's see here. We can go a little bit earlier. Oh, look, fans of NASCAR are generally considered by the media to fall within the Republican base as almost exclusively white conservative racing crowd. The white middle-aged working class Southern men who were coveted in the first decades of the 21st century during electoral campaigns. So Joe Gibbons, a NASCAR team owner, spoke at the 2008 Republican National Convention. Almost 90% of political contributions from those affiliated with NASCAR go to Republican candidates. So I just want to establish real quick, I think very obvious that politics and sports very clearly go together. It's been going on forever. You can go back and look at like when the Nazis had endorsed literally a white athlete fighting Joe Louis back in the 30s, and literally Hitler was sending the guy like congratulations when he won a match against Louis, and then like this shit's been going on for a very long time. And for Ben to pretend that, oh, people just want to watch a sport or whatever. No, the fuck they don't. Political messaging has always been part of it. It's always been there. It's been ubiquitous. And he only cares about it when, once again, just like Walsh, it's not saying the narrative that he wants it to say. Then he has an issue with it. Fuck Ben. Hypocrite. All right. So we're going to shift over from that Shapiro video right into another one because, I mean, might as well go for like 2 for 2, right?
Are focused on the things that matter to American families, like whether we can cut the healthy breast off your 15-year-old girl. Quote, addressing...
What? Holy shit, right out the gate. Literally 11 seconds in this video. And he's like, they want to focus on whether they can cut the healthy breasts off your 15-year-old. Like, what? I'm sorry, I'm actually stun locked on this. I don't understand. Like, he hasn't been saying anything. It's a separate segment of his shows. And he just immediately goes into that right away. Not prompted. There's not in reference to anything. He's not talking about a case. He just went right into propaganda. And then he's like, you know, trans people want to cut the healthy breasts off here. And then now for my regular segment. I'm like, dude, you sound like a conspiracy nut. Holy shit.
Conversion therapy. As a candidate, President Biden pledged to help end so-called conversion therapy, a discredited and dangerous practice that seeks to suppress or change the sexual orientation or gender identity of LGBTQI plus people. Okay, so first of all, when you think conversion therapy, this is what the left loves to do. They like to take terms that actually have a meaning, and then they broaden that meaning to include a bunch of things that are not the original term, and then they try to go after it.
All right, hold on. We're going to fact check this motherfucker real fast. Sorry, I know I keep like, let's Wikipedia something. Just because I think we should fact check people in real time. So he said the left is going to describe conversion therapy as something that is not, like relabel it, and then they're going to attack that. So it would be like definitely a straw man, right? So let's read real quick. Conversion therapy, okay, is the pseudoscientific practice of attempting to change an individual's sexual orientation from homosexual or bisexual to heterosexual, or their gender identity from transgender to cisgender, using psychological, physical, or spiritual interventions. There is no reliable evidence that such practice can alter sexual orientation, gender identity, and medical institutions warned that conversion therapy is ineffective and potentially harmful. Medical, scientific, and government institutions in the United States and the United Kingdom have expressed concern over the validity, efficacy, and the ethics of conversion therapy. Jurisdictions around the world have passed laws against conversion therapy. American Psychiatric Association encourages legislation that would prohibit psychiatric treatment, quote, based on the a priori assumption that diverse sexual orientations and gender identities are mentally ill and should change, and describes attempts to change a person's sexual orientation by practitioners as unethical. So we go from there to the American Psychological Association of Substance Abuse is also against it. They state that efforts to change an individual's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression is a practice that's not supported by credible evidence, has been disavowed by behavioral health experts and associations. Conversion therapy perpetuates outdated views of gender roles and identities, as well as the negative stereotype that being asexual or gender minority or identifying as LGBTQ+ is an abnormal aspect of human development. Most importantly, it may put young people at serious risk of harm. Okay. So now that we have a good starting point for a definition, remember, Ben said that what we were going to do is we're going to relabel it, pretend it's something else than what it is, and then we're going to attack that. So he said that we're going to straw man it, like right out the gate. So let's see what he thinks we're going to say that it is. Dude.
Okay, so conversion therapy originally meant, and this is what you're thinking of when I say the words conversion therapy, somebody strapping electrodes to kids who might be gay, and then trying to essentially create a Pavlovian response that is anti-gay.
Did it say anything like that in that description? Or did it say like, practicing using like psychological physical, spiritual, social pressures. Now, you could say like there are some cases that are fairly extreme of some type of electrodes being used, especially if you go back to institutions like in the 1950s and that sort of thing. But conversion therapy was going on like long since then, and they were not always engaged in like electrodes and that type of stuff. So I don't know, Ben, that sounds like maybe a straw man on your side. Maybe he'll shore it up though by saying that sure, there's psychological and social and emotional abuse and psychological abuse and spiritual abuse. Maybe he'll also give that part of it too.
Right, that is
oh yeah, and the fact that it's discredited by every major medical organization across the fucking country.
is what when people think conversion therapy, that's what they think. They think electroshock that is being applied to gay kids. That is not what this administration is talking about. They're talking about a kid comes in and is sexually confused, and the pastor or the psychologist or the psychiatrist talks to them about that without
or the medical professionals. Yeah, okay.
Saying clearly you're gay and we should just celebrate, or clearly you're a member of the opposite gender. Okay, like that one is totally insane. So if a child comes in and says, I'm a member of the opposite gender, and the therapist says, you know what? You clearly have a biological sex. Let's talk about why you're feeling misaligned. And maybe we'll wait. Maybe we'll see if maybe these feelings persist. Or maybe we'll talk about what you can do to live comfortably inside your own body without, lopping off body parts, reconstructing genitals that don't properly function, and pumping you full of hormones that...
No. All right. So I'm going to go back just a little bit because there's a lot. There's like a gish gallop going on right there. So let's go back to
reconstructing genitals that don't properly function. Or maybe we'll talk about what you can do to live comfortably inside biological sex. Let's talk about why you're feeling misaligned. And maybe we'll wait. Maybe it says, I'm a member of the opposite gender. And the therapist says, you know what? You clearly have a biological sex. Let's talk about why you're feeling
Okay. They do that. All right. They do that part where they say, okay, you're clearly feeling misaligned. There's something going on with you. Let's talk about it. And you know what they'll also probably say? They'll probably say there's a pretty high potential that this person might be trans, and they will investigate that with the child.
Misaligned. And maybe we'll wait.
Why would you wait? All right. The period that you're talking about waiting, by the way, and this is like what I said earlier, where it's a complete, like, just straw man this position. When I discussed earlier that you would say, okay, we socially transition from Matt Walsh bitching about it, right? When you have like a 4 or 5 year old that tells you this, so they start talking to the parents take them to see qualified professionals. The professionals are talking with them to find out how the child is identifying, and then they socially start transitioning, and that's all they do up until they enter the stage of puberty, specifically Tanner stage 2. So that's going to be about like 10 years old, 10 to 11 on average. So from the time of like, say, 5 to 6 up until 10, they've got like 4 to 5 years of socially transitioning, trying on clothing that feels better for them, talking with their parents, talking with multiple doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists, whatever. They're going to be talking to loads of people. This is not something that they just arbitrarily do all at once.
Maybe we'll see if maybe these feelings persist.
They do that. That's called socially transitioning, Ben. They allow them to start using the new name and new pronouns, and they see how they like it. And if it persists, they go on puberty blockers. And guess what? As we know earlier, like 2.5% will desist and go back to just being cisgender.
Or maybe we'll talk about what you can do to live comfortably inside your own body without, lopping off body.
Yeah. Right, that's part of the socially transitioning part, Ben. They don't lop off any body parts. I don't know where you're getting this from. Like, you seem like, I know you're the facts over feeling. If you could just provide the facts of what you're saying, what kids are they lopping the body parts off of?
Parts, reconstructing genitals that don't properly function.
Oh, that genitals absolutely function. I mean, like, this is just flatly like a false claim, right? Because we know that people get reconstructive surgery done in accidents. We know that if they butcher your penis trying to do a circumcision, they can fix that as well. That they do, SRS on children that are just born in order to quote unquote fix intersex people to make sure that they live a regular life. They still are able to function. And I can like personally tell you just from experience, I can tell you, trans bodies function perfectly fine after having SRS.
And pumping you full of hormones that may shorten your lifespan and or give you osteoporosis.
I know, right? Yeah, Tardis. It's almost like we say who we are. Exactly. It's so weird. It's like if you just give the kid a chance to socially transition and let you know what their pronouns are and how they identify. It seems like there's a 97.5% chance that even a very, very, very young child still gets this correct. And yeah, pumping them full of hormones. Once again, puberty blockers are not hormones. Puberty blockers stop hormones. I know this cretin wouldn't understand, but yeah, puberty dumps tons of hormones in your body. Puberty blockers stops that from happening. Then later on, after you've been socially transitioning forever, and you've been, talking to your doctor, and you've been hopefully taking puberty blockers, eventually you can go on HRT at the appropriate age. It is not something like that just is rushed through by any means at all.
If you do that, if you say that as a psychologist, Joe Biden says that you are now engaging in conversion therapy. Today.
No. If you're engaging in what you were saying specifically, just tease out just portions of it, right? And this is what they're doing. He's leaving out a lot of this. If instead of doing what I was suggesting, socially transitioning and stuff, if you tell the child instead that they cannot socially transition, you're not going to use their correct pronouns, you are not going to allow them to use a name that they feel better suited to, and you're going to continuously misgender them while you insist on telling them and lying to them that if they just wait long enough, it might desist. Well, we already fucking know that, yeah, 2.5% it will desist on average, but for the other 97.5%, you are tormenting them and you are increasing the chance that they self-harm. This is all well established. None of it is controversial, but the facts over feelings guy can't find a single fact to save his life when it comes to these issues. Instead, he has to obfuscate and flatly lie and say like, oh, well, this isn't conversion therapy, even though what you're doing is trying to change. You're holding out hope that if you just deny their identity, that it will just somehow magically change, or that they will get so run down by society and all the stigma surrounding them and constantly being persecuted about this, that they will change it. And if we go back to the conversion therapy, notice it said psychological, like emotional, physical, spiritual pressures to change their identity. It did not have to include electroshock or any kind of crazy crap like that. So yeah, under the way that Ben described it, it would be conversion therapy. I would say probably a softer form of it, because obviously there are places that will like tie you down and like literally torment you physically. But I don't see how this is an exemption from it. It's still a form of it, even if it's not as bad as electrodes on your ass.
Today, according to the White House, President Biden is using his executive authority to launch an initiative to protect children across America. It protects kids to prevent them from getting the medical care that they seek.
No. You're preventing them from getting the medical care that they seek, right? You're saying we want to do, and this is with absolutely no experts, no support. You're just saying that you would prefer to give them an alternate treatment beside the standard of care without giving a reason of why the standard of care ought not be followed. You're saying instead of path A, I think that they should go down path B, but you've never established why we should not let them go down path A, which seems to give them the best, most results. And it has a robust amount of data to back it up. We have lots of evidences, and we have lots of, long-term studies on this at this point. We have everything that you could ask for to justify allowing these children to go down that road. But instead, you're saying they should do the thing that you want them to based on your ideology, not facts, not science, not data, none of it. You just feel that they ought be denied health care, and you're trying to flip it around, claiming that, once again, claiming that the real problem is that your method is being treated and recognized as the bigotry that it is.
And that parents seek. And crack down on this harmful practice, which every major medical association in the United States has condemned. Well, actually, that's not true. Many medical associations have condemned, traditional conversion therapy because it's bad and ineffective and immoral. But that is not the kind of conversion therapy that you are talking about. Again, you've broadened out the term. Children.
No, you're trying to switch here. You're trying to say that conversion therapy, as long as it's only narrowly defined how you want to define it, but you still don't get away from the fact that you're still trying to change their identity by doing those things. And you're literally denying them healthcare, right? Even denying them socially transitioning is a part of their healthcare that you are denying. So it doesn't matter whether you're like, well, it's not as bad as some of the other things. Who cares? You can have two decisions that are both unethical or both immoral or both abusive, even if one of them isn't as abusive as the other one. And this is that type of case where you say, well, we're not like, beating them or like, forcing them to do anything. You're just basically saying that through neglect, you hope to change them. Like, what?
Children who are exposed to so-called conversion therapy face higher rates of attempted suicide and trauma. Again, the data that he is attempting to cite here, no footnotes, I've noticed. Numerous states across the country have already passed bipartisan.
I'm sorry. Do you have the data, Ben? Are you just going to just claim that? You're just going to hand wave it, right? And just hope that your audience is never like, hey, Ben, can you give us a link to that data?
Laws to prevent exposure to so-called conversion therapy, with Republican and Democratic governors signing state bans on conversion therapy into law. Yet despite these efforts, many people in the United States and around the world are still subjected to this practice. Again, bans have been signed with regard to, electrifying kids. However, bans typically are a bad idea when you're talking about a kid questioning their sexual orientation or gender identity.
Do you think that he's right about that? Do you think that bans in place on electrifying children is true? Let's look this up real quick. What do y'all think? Do you think that I could find anything that where kids are still being electrified? Let's see. So, uh-oh. What is this? Abuse is not the answer. Shut down the Judge Rottenberg Center. So, if y'all don't know what the Judge Rottenberg Center is, then I'm here to give you a little bit of absolute depression and awfulness. In October, the National Disability Advocacy Organizer, ADAPT, organized a protest in front of the Judge Rottenberg Center in Canton, Massachusetts, over the center's use of adverse electric skin shocks on students and its care. More than 100 people came out to demand that the center stop the practice. Make no mistake, the use of electric shock is torture, and this torture has been allowed to go on because its victims are people with disabilities. The Rottenberg Center is a residential program for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and psychiatric disorders. Is the only place in the United States that still practices it. So yeah, that uses a remote control. By the way, it's autism. They're trying to shock kids to stop being autistic, just so that you know. It uses a remote control pack. I'm not even going to read this. It's disgusting. Every time I've looked at that stuff, it makes me cry. But just so that you know, whenever he says this is outlawed, this is illegal and all that shit, no, it's not. It is not outlawed. They still do it. I don't care if it's only one place in the country that's still fucking doing it. It's not true that it's illegal. It's just that places don't do it. They could start doing it again if people like Milo fucking Yiannopoulos has his way and opens those conversion camps in Florida. I have no doubt that those will be specifically there just to torment LGBT people.
And someone talking to them about it without immediately affirming everything that the kid believes. President Biden is now charging HHS with leading an initiative to reduce the risk of youth exposure to this dangerous practice. HHS will explore guidance to clarify that federally funded programs cannot offer so-called conversion therapy. Well, first of all, were federally funded programs regularly offering traditional electrode to genitals conversion therapy that I missed?
You know, it would be weird if people in his camp were wanting organizations like HUAC to be reformed, and we'll spend tons of money in there and create a special council to investigate Americans by being LGBT. I'm sure nobody on the right says stuff like that. Oh wait, fuck.
President Biden is also encouraging the FTC to consider whether the practice constitutes an unfair or deceptive.
Good night, TARDIS. Thank you for stopping by and enjoying some tormenting entertainment with me.
Act or practice, and whether to issue consumer warnings or notices. He's directing the Secretaries of State, Treasury, and HHS to develop an action plan to promote an end to so-called conversion therapy around the world and ensure that U.S. foreign assistance dollars do not fund the practice. So yes to funding abortion all over the world.
What? This has nothing to do with abortion, Ben. Nothing. This is literally the moralist fallacy, okay? The very fact that he can't say, okay, there are multiple things that are bad and that we should address those multiple bad things at the same time. Also, a version of the perfect solution fallacy or fucking nirvana fallacy, okay? This is a huge issue, Ben. This is one of the dumbest things that you could ever have done here, okay? Abortion is no part of this conversation, never been a part of it. Why are you trying to insert it? Because once again, right-wingers cannot help but conflate everything they don't like into they have to constantly remind you of all the other things that you need to be against and that you need to listen to him about and that you need to champion his causes. So not only is he going to downplay harm done to LGBT people through conversion therapy, he's then going to say, well, they don't do electroshock therapy to your genitals anymore. But then whenever Biden says that not only do they want to make sure that harmful practices in the United States are not continuing as they once did, and we know that it was once a common practice, we're going to stop that and make sure it doesn't happen in this country anymore. We're also going to make sure that the countries that we're giving aid to are not engaging in this type of conversion therapy, when surely in some of the other countries, they're probably still engaged in conversion therapy if it's still legal there, as we would have been engaging it over here, where they would have done some possibly more nefarious things. And for him to say that's not an issue, that's not the real issue. The real issue is abortion. Get fucked, Ben. We're not talking about that. Why do you have to smuggle it into this conversation just so that you can moralize?
No to funding psychologists overseas who are dealing with kids who are gender confused without immediately declaring they're a member of the opposite gender and it's time to chop off a really.
No one over here says, oh, you just say that you're a member of the opposite gender. We better rush off and chop off your junk. That's not how. First of all, I don't chop it off. But beyond that, they're also not giving these anyone that is that young that surgery. It just doesn't happen.
Really strong stuff here from the Biden administration. Standing up for the things that matter for not only children here, but children around the world. And sort of NatCon, the nationalist conservative critique of the liberal governance of the United States, is that that basically it used to be that when America would drop a bomb on a foreign nation, have an American flag on it. Now what the left has basically done is if they stick a gay pride flag on the bomb, they'll drop the same bomb, but declare it virtuous.
I mean, you literally are just doing the meme. This is not even this is such low effort shit here. Literally, he's just describing a meme. I wish that I could make as much money as he does, just sitting around and be like, hey, this is that one meme, and then describe it without everybody being like, oh my God, Zoe, you're such a boomer, and then just unsubscribing. Fuck this dude.
And hard to see where the meme is particularly wrong when it comes to Joe Biden at this point. So what else is he doing? Because of discrimination and bullying, nearly half of LGBTQI plus youth seriously considered suicide last year. Again, a lie. Okay, the idea that the high suicidal ideation rate among kids of alternative sexual identity and gender ideology, that this suicide rate is driven primarily by bullying and discrimination, it's a lie. The data do not back this up.
The data actually do back that up, and it's mostly a social stigma pressuring on them and people abusing them, specifically family members not being supportive like their mother and their father. But then, yeah, constant abuse from society would kind of wear away at your mental health. And for somebody who has once acknowledged that the Jewish community has lots of like generational trauma still from like World War II and what happened there. Then you had to dodge the question when somebody said, well, wouldn't that apply also to black communities? For somebody who dodged that, it seems like you understand perfectly fine that generational trauma can cause populations to feel the ramifications of what was done to them decades after the events happened. But then when it comes to LGBT people and our community specifically, you don't pretend that not only do we not face like any issues, not only is conversion therapy like just a joke to you, but you also will never acknowledge that we have generational trauma within our communities as well. And it's like you want to pretend like that would not affect us at all, as well as being like disowned by our parents, disowned by our family members, losing like friendships, and losing like having to like leave school because we no longer have a support system, having difficulty finding a job because people that are, finding out that we're LGBT in the workplace might end up getting us fired, especially if we live in a rural area. So it can be difficult for us to maintain housing and maintain. Yeah, Ben, it's not like people just said some mean words and that's what causes, the suicide rates to be higher within the LGBT community. It's actually people like you doing the thing that you do, trying to stoke up fear about people like us that causes other conservatives to then go and fire us from jobs or be suspicious that we're all pedophiles for some fucking reason, or that we want to like chop up kids or something, which is a very strange avenue of attack for you to take, considering that the history of people making false allegations against your community. But of course, you have like to say that you are a hypocrite would almost be a compliment to you instead of what you actually are. And what a good pause screen right there, right?
In the most tolerant areas of the country, where, by the way, the rates of identification in this broader rubric are now extraordinarily high, right? They are centralized in very specific locations with very specific ideologies. The suicidal ideation rates remain incredibly high because, as it turns out, certain types of identification and certain types of activity are highly associated with suicidal ideation, regardless as to whether mom and dad give you the thumbs up or the thumbs down. LGBTQI plus people of all ages, says the Biden administration, also face significant barriers to accessing healthcare and health disparities. To safeguard access to healthcare for LGBTQ plus I minus patients and address the LGBTQI plus youth mental health crisis, President Biden is charging HHS.
Yeah, like whenever Texas was trying to get rid of the LGBTQ plus suicide hotline, or whenever DeSantis just tried to they just passed some legislation in Florida to remove a lot of trans healthcare from medical packages that were offered in the state of Florida. Yeah, it's almost like conservatives once again wielding state power against LGBT people is not an issue to Ben. The real issue is other government agencies trying to step in and stop that, or trying to find some way to undo the damage that other agencies were doing.
With taking steps to address the barriers and exclusionary policies that individuals and families face in accessing quality, affordable, comprehensive healthcare, including mental health care, reproductive health care, and HIV prevention and treatment. The president's order charges HHS to work with states to promote expanded access to gender-affirming care. That's right. Now the federal government is going to be subsidizing your states to give your kids a bunch of cross-sex hormones.
Good. Like, how long our community has suffered in having access to healthcare, and then you're like, oh my God, they're going to do something to give them some type of access to some extra healthcare. Yeah. And it's just like, what is your problem? First, like, of all the things that he could be mad about, of all the things that he could be doing activism for in this world, like, whether it's like climate change, whether it's like feeding the hungry, all the different causes that he could take, he wants to die on the hill that trans people getting health care is the main issue. And I just don't understand how conservatives listen to this and then think like, oh, this is a perfectly rational stance to take. What really bothers me in my life is whenever I hear about the state trying to step in and help take care of people, which is like, it's so funny because he did this whole concern trolling there for a second when he's like, oh, I just worry about the mental state of these people. I worry about, the suicide rates of trans people. But then when it comes to the government trying to step in to offer like suicide hotlines or to offer mental health services to LGBT people, he's automatically against that. So he's upset that he just thinks that there's some reason that we just have a higher suicide rate, but then he does not want us to have access to like, say, suicide hotlines, but yet he says nothing when like the state of Texas goes and removes their hotline project. Like, what the fuck? He doesn't care as long as it's stuff that like is a detriment to our community, but he will absolutely not support or tolerate any type of help to the community while he's simultaneously criticizing the community for having a higher suicide rate. Like, it, from using his own rationale, it doesn't make sense of why he would oppose all of these things at the same time. There's definitely some compartmentalization going on.
Are you excited? Joe Biden is. I mean, let's be real. He's not really excited about this. He doesn't know what's going on. He's got a bunch of idiot interns from Wellesley.
All right, so if it's turning to just the anti-Biden stuff, I think he's just moving on from his points. And quite frankly, I'm tired of seeing his face. All right, so I've got literally 2 more videos to go through, and I've been streaming for like Jesus over 4 hours now, and it's very early in the morning. I'm going to try to get through both of them, but I might speed through it just a little bit to try and make sure that the stream doesn't go on for like more than 5 hours. But the next video that I'm going to pull up is Jordan Peterson, and this kind of goes through to the same theme of what's been this stream tonight, right? Because Walsh was talking about children getting butchered and stuff. Shapiro has been beating on the same drum. Now we're going to see Peterson talking about it, and let's see if Peterson, our good old buddy, has any better insight than what the other two have said, because Walsh and Shapiro are just right-wing hacks, right? Shapiro supposedly is an intellectual. I mean, he just came off as a total moron. Peterson is definitely supposed to be like an intellectual of the right. So let's see if he has any better insight into these issues.
Weeks. It's June 16th, 2022, by the way. Writing a couple of articles for the Telegraph.
God, he's so
one
boring.
Of which I'm going to read to you today, called Butchers and Liars. We are sacrificing our children on the altar of a malicious far-left ideology.
Is he going to back that up with anything? He's like, we're sacrificing our children on the altar of a far-left ideology. What fucking altar? Like, I wish that, because oh my God, he's going to be all metaphorical the entire time, and he'll never say things directly. So we're going to have to like basically just keep analogizing whatever he's fucking saying. So when he says the altar of far left ideology, I think he means like the very fact that we recognize that people can self-identify, that people can recognize truths about themselves. Somehow that must be an altar that we're sacrificing them on. Because, they just die when they have a revelation about themselves.
The medical profession is crumbling in response to radical transgender activists.
Hey, that's me, radical transgender But wait, I'm not doing anything to crumble medicine, though. Like, I think the medical institution is doing perfectly fine. In fact, I think pharmaceuticals are making a lot of money off my ass.
There's good evidence that many ancient societies sacrificed children to their gods. Parents in ancient Phoenician colonies in Carthage, Sicily, Sardinia, and Malta slew their offspring prior to cremating them, hoping that the gods would hear their voices and bless them. We are rightly appalled by this, though sometimes I wonder whether we understand child sacrifice far more than we'd like to admit.
What the fuck? He's talking about like trans people, and he's talking about like immediately out the gate of like, oh, we sacrifice it. I thought he was gonna be metaphorical, But then he goes right into like literal, like in ancient societies, they used to like sacrifice their kids and in order to please their gods. And I think that we're more familiar. I'm like, wait, hold on. You mean like literal child sacrifice? Like, holy shit. He literally, that coma really fucked him up.
I saw a video the other day featuring an American surgeon bragging that he had performed more than 3,000 double mastectomies on young women who had paid for gender reassignment.
Okay, so he's basically talking about like, yeah, he's pretty proud of his job, that, he's got a lot of work. He's helped a lot of people that, want to live a happier, healthier life. And part of that includes removing the that tissue. What's the issue? What would you say? Like, oh my God, I saw this other doctor and he was talking about he's done like 2,000 or 3,000 Botox injections. It's just disgusting. It's so awful. Or what about doctors that perform circumcision? Would you be like, oh my God, this doctor is like, oh, I deliver all these babies and I've cut off like thousands of portions of penises at this point. The God of David would be very pleased with me. Haha. Do you think like doctors like, I don't imagine the type of person that he's talking about is talking about it in the same way that he says bragging about it. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It depends on how good he is at his job. And if he's being referenced for something, if they're like, this is the best, a double mastectomy doctor. Yeah, I think he'd probably be proud of that. I mean, a lot of science-y types are usually like pretty proud of their accomplishments, right?
Individuals confused, one might say encouraged, by those who profit from it into believing that their adolescent emotional trials can be cured and happiness reign forever if they subject themselves to this brutal practice.
No, we're never going to be like happiness. It's never going to reign in our world because people like you exist doing the thing that you're doing, where just getting healthcare and helping us like so that our outer body matches who we are on the inside, so that we're more comfortable with ourselves. Puberty blockers, then getting on puberty blockers, waiting for another several years until you start HRT. Then presumably after you start HRT, eventually you might go and get some surgeries done. I don't think for 2 seconds that he has any nuance here to recognize all these different doctors, all these different professions. Instead, he's trying to just make it sound, once again, being anti-intellectual here, as if every single one of these medical fields are all the same. All these doctors are just the same like group of people that are all glad-handing one another just so they can profit off of some child's misery.
And it is brutal. A process that often includes not only the aforementioned mastectomies, but other appalling surgical processes. Orchiectomy, that's castration in blunter language, the removal of the uterus, the demolition of the musculature of the forearm to make what is not a penis, but must be referred to as such.
He is just so fucking jealous that very clearly he has been at like a swimming pool and saw like a trans man walk by in his Chad Speedo, and Peterson got so insecure that he's like, that'll never be a penis. Just so you know, that might be a metaphorical penis. But to me, that will never be anything other than your forearm. Meanwhile, the other dude was like hung like a fucking forearm.
All of that, for someone purporting to be a physician to perform this on children, to me at least, seems like something worthy of a prison sentence.
Oh, so now he wants to lock up doctors.
Whatever happened to the doctrine expressed by the ancient language as primum non nocere? First, do no harm. The Hippocratic Oath has been replaced by a delusion, a belief that can be summarized as, by blocking the puberty of children and then surgically altering them, we are only restoring what is theirs by right. A child's feelings are the final arbiters of their reproductive destiny, and any attempt to contest their gender identity risks increasing their proclivity for suicide. Lies.
So we had Marjorie Taylor Greene in the very first segment saying that that trans people are terrorists, so trans terrorists. We saw Mark Burns talking about that not only should all LGBT people be rounded up and shot, that our families should be as well. And now we have Jordan Peterson here, who's now advocating for doctors that would give us health care ought to be locked up and imprisoned. So when we looked at the 9 steps toward genocide, I mean, this is like we're right in that 7 to 8 area, because more and more often you're going to see right-wingers talk about imprisoning us, murdering us, or basically blaming us for being murdered or killed by people. It's just an unfortunate thing that is going to happen in their rhetoric.
Lies. Lies. Then, butchery.
You know, it's always good faith when you describe surgery, like modern surgery, as just butchery, because, you know, it's the exact same thing. When you go to, you know, get any surgery done, like if you get a skin tag removed off of you, they basically just butchered you. You know, they're removing a healthy part of your body off of you. How dare you get rid of that little dangly bit of skin?
Changing standards. Psychologists, those in my own personal field of medicine, have also surrendered to this groupthink. The American Psychological Association's Task Force on Guidelines for Psychological Practice with Transgender and Gender Nonconforming People, TGNC, insist that psychologists and other professional counselors offer trans-affirmative care, starting with such niceties as displaying TGNC affirmative resources in.
Yeah, just so you know, this right here, by the way, is so funny. It's so, like, once again, anti-intellectual, right? The ironic thing, though, is he's like, oh, the people within my own profession. So it's the consensus of the people within his profession all think one thing, and he thinks the other thing. And he's like, I'm smarter. I know the truth better than they do. To keep in mind, he's saying that, you know, on the package of toothpaste, the other 9 dentists that have the consensus that you should use toothpaste, he's saying those dentists are wrong, and he's the one dentist, you know, the 9 out of 10, he's the 1 out of 10 that's telling you not to use toothpaste, okay? That's what's going on in this situation. And he gets to redefine all these terms, like surgery is now butchery, affirming care is abuse. Like, he's just doing this this thing, like he's playing a shell game with these terminology and stuff like that. And yeah, he's using a Mott and Bailey fallacy, where he has the actual position that he claims, which is he's about reasonable psychology, and he's just concerned about like science and that sort of thing, when in actuality he's just using that to protect his actual position, which is he just does not want trans people to get any type of health care.
In waiting areas. Practitioners are also asked to examine how their language, e.g., use of incorrect pronouns and names, may reinforce the gender binary in overt or subtle and unintentional ways.
That's self-evident, and it's blatantly obvious. Like, I don't see what he's saying it. He's like mocking in a tone. He's like little smirk and stuff while he's saying it. I don't see, like, what is the point? Like, we know this. Like, it would be, I don't know. He's saying it like it's a gotcha, when there's like literally nothing that he has said or that we would say that would contradict that. Like, that's not even a controversial point. If you misgender somebody, yeah, it hurts them. Just like if somebody were to misgender him constantly, I'm sure he would be upset about that as well.
These guidelines first read like a manual of indoctrination written by Marxist ideologues. And
now, once again, the same thing that Shapiro was doing, where he has to continuously conflate all of the things that he doesn't like. So he has to conflate trans people with some type of agenda or ideology because it sounds scary. Then whatever the made-up agenda is that he's just arbitrarily decided is, now he's going to conflate that with Marxism, communism, whatever other isms that he's going to throw in there to make sure that his audience is like really frightened about whatever the fuck he's talking about, even though, like, I don't know if he even knows what he's going on about now. How the fuck is, as transgender people, how are we tied to like communism other than like a lot of, you know, woo cat girls tend to be leftists.
Second, like a document designed to undermine and destroy the practice of therapy itself.
Now the transes are going to destroy the concept of therapy itself. Even though it's kind of weird that he was complaining about it earlier, because he's like, oh, it changed. And it's like, yeah, science changes as it gets better and more accurate information to keep updated. The models that it's built, including the models of therapy and healthcare and best practices, change as well. And it did for transgender healthcare. He just doesn't like it.
But at an alarming rate, these guidelines have transformed themselves into punitive laws governing what a psychologist or counselor may say and think in relation to their clients.
No, it's just what they may say about their clients, right? It's your behaviors that's the concerning thing. You can think whatever the fuck you want to. Nobody knows what you're thinking, Peterson. I mean, like, I would assume if people had like telepathy and they could like talk back and forth, if somebody tried to communicate with you, their brain would just be like short out and fried by all the constant whirlwind of rattling information that's just kind of like nonsensically shooting through your head as like a whirlwind of like communism, Marxism, transgender, and just all the chaos of utter destruction that cat girls have caused you.
Let me make myself perfectly clear. Speaking as a professional, whether in America, Britain, or anywhere, it is not the place.
Speaking as a professional, anywhere, like, okay.
Place of a therapist to affirm or conversely to deny the identity of anyone whom they admit into their care. People come to see a therapist often after long and painful deliberation because they are suffering, confused, or both.
Yeah, suffering and confused, or both. And a lot of the reasons why people are suffering or they're confused is because of people like you and the propaganda that you spread.
The job of that therapist is to listen, to question, and to proceed with due caution, neither providing cheap advice and thereby stealing their clients' successes or heaping failure upon them, nor assuming special knowledge of the proper outcome for a given individual.
No, bullshit. There is prognosis when it comes to mental, like when you go into therapy, there are general goals that you have. Like if you're depressed, the goal is to be less depressed. If you're anxious, the goal is to be less anxious. Like what the fuck happened to you while you were in that fucking coma, dude? Holy shit.
There is simply no way I would ever tell a 15-year-old adolescent that she is absolutely correct if sometimes she feels more masculine than feminine, however that feeling might emerge, and that if she feels that surgery is the answer, then recommend hormones.
Wait, he said that I'm going to tell her that she can't feel more masculine and more feminine at times. That absolutely fucking can. And it happens all the time. Like that's a normal thing. People are like, I feel like more masculine today, or I might feel more feminine or whatever. However, whatever that means to them, that's not an issue. But he had to take it a step further to be like, oh, and she wants to have surgery, because that's like his only go-to. Like for whatever reason, he's just obsessed with thinking that like every single young trans person just automatically gets access to surgery. And guess what? There wouldn't be a need to defend trans healthcare or a need for it near as much and the desperate disarray that it is if it wasn't for people like you, Peterson.
That day, I would instead spend many weeks, even perhaps many months or years, listening to her unwrap her story, using caution as my watchword.
Yeah, that's done already. That's called socially transitioning. That's usually done from, like 5 to like 10 or 11 before they get on puberty blockers. Then after puberty blockers, they wait until they're about like 15 or 16 before they start HRT. So yeah, from like 5 years old to like 15 years old, you got like 10 years to talk with them about this stuff. I mean, that seems like a more than reasonable amount of time, and that's standard care.
And help her to come to some thorough and well-developed understanding of both her autobiographical history and her destiny. That is not...
How does she have a destiny if you said that there was no goal? You don't start out a therapy, in his own words, you don't start off a therapy with a goal in the end, but he's going to use a word like fucking destiny now.
Affirmation, and neither is it denial. How could I possibly dare to do either when someone has come to me because they are mixed up and desperate, a state of twinned experience, indicating a profound confusion about identity itself.
This is a huge heap of irony coming from the guy that spent an hour arguing with Sam Harris that he could not define what the word truth meant. Truth of something to be true. Peterson said that it was just not possible. Okay? And he's going to say that he's going to criticize someone else for having questions about their identity. What a fucking joke.
Radical new guidelines. I am focusing on the American Psychological Association, APA, because it is the body charged with establishing the norms and ideals for clinical practice in the most populous democracy on earth. Principles that will and are spread around the West more broadly, including in Britain. Some of their guidelines are appalling enough to deserve dissection. Guideline 1. Psychologists understand that gender is a non-binary construct that allows for a range of gender identities and that a person's gender identity may not align with sex.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like, we just flatly know it's self-evident. There are people walking around that have gender identities and they express gender in a way that would not match the what you would think of as their biological sex. So that's just flatly true. So I know the word true and facts trigger you a little bit, Peterson, but just relax. Just relax, okay? There's nothing you can do to argue this. It is true.
Assigned at birth. I don't understand this radical postmodern definition.
Right, but see, that's the problem. Right there, I don't understand this radical postmodern definition. He doesn't. He literally does not have a definition for truth. Okay, he can't understand it, and all he's ever going to say is he's going to play dumb continuously. And when he says this postmodern whatever, all right, put that aside. He's using postmodern as a catch-all. There are lots of different ideas within postmodern. There's postmodern art. There's postmodern architecture. It makes no sense to say, I don't understand this postmodern definition. Like, we gave you, there's a perfectly modern definition of it as well, but he doesn't want to accept that either.
Of gender, one that rests on a person's deeply felt or inherent sense of being one sex over another, regardless of biology.
I'm glad that he's not a biologist, but he feels so comfortable making those statements. When he's like, I disagree with the majority of people that are actually in my field of expertise. So the majority of the experts in the field that he's a part of, he is the tiny minority in this, yelling at them, you're all wrong. But then whenever it comes to sex, as part of it, he's trying to argue a biological component, he just skips right over it. He's like, oh, this is just true. Okay? Yeah, sure. There are some traits that you could describe as being biological, and some of those might be true, but a collection of those traits does not make a category of it true. So I just want to point out the reason why this is important is he's relying on biological essentialism here, but he cannot give the trait, and neither can any motherfucker that claims that biological essentialism is true. None of them can give the essential trait that makes a category true. And in order for that category to be true, the essential trait would have to be something that is exclusive to that category and does not appear in other categories. Otherwise, what you have is a collection of traits that creates a model of a person, right? That person's sex you can model by you looking at all the individual traits that make that up. But because any individual trait can appear in any category, that means that each person would have a unique model of sex onto themselves. And in order to establish some type of binary, you're just not going to be able to do it. The best thing that you could have is a spectrum of sex traits. Then all you can say is that this person has whatever collection of those different sex traits. And you could say, like, well, on average, we might look and say, well, this is a masculine trait, or this is a neutral trait, or this trait isn't assigned. But why even assign those traits like a gendered aspects in the first place? Why not just say these are the traits that this person's body has, then move the fuck on? And the very fact that nobody can offer these essential traits, even though they insist that this category must exist and it must be true, they want to do shit like this and just hand wave and go, well, it's just some postmodern thing and I don't really know. Yeah, okay, fuck off. The reason why he doesn't want to say it is because he can't define it. He doesn't know his own definition.
Psychologically, it is indisputably the case that a non-trivial proportion of males have a feminine temperament, which essentially means that they experience higher levels of negative emotion, such as anxiety and the analogs of pain, grief, frustration, disappointment, depression, and are more agreeable, compassionate, polite than typical males. And equally true that a non-trivial proportion of females have a masculine temperament. But this does not change how, objectively, professionals should measure a person's gender.
That's not, no. Like, he literally just admitted what I said, where he was saying that, yeah, sure, the traits that he would associate as being male can appear in females, and traits that he would say ought to appear in females can also appear in males. Once again, the traits are ubiquitous. All right, every trait can appear across any category that he tries to create. That's why he cannot establish firmly of what makes a woman and what makes a man. He can't do it. And instead, he says, well, we can objectively define gender. Okay, well, if he can't even come up with the categories that he wants to use, then I don't see how he could say we can objectively measure things regarding what? Regarding the categories that you can't establish. That's a problem, Peterson.
Psychologists once cared if measurement followed standard practices of validity and reliability.
It does. The system that they've come up with now, all right, the sex, gender, and sexual orientation spectrum answers it perfectly. And within their system, that system, it's all has continuity. It works perfectly fine. Trans people exist in it. Cis people exist. All these different identities exist within it with no problem, no contradictions. It's only because your system cannot account for the existence of trans people and the existence of non-binary people and the existence of agender people, because you can't account for it within the system, the categories that you can't even define. You're just going to hand wave it and say, this just must not be true. That's your fucking problem, not our problem, and not the problem of the very institutions that you're trying to criticize.
Try reading, for example, a document published by the APA itself in 2014.
No, we're done. I'm done with this. I'm moving on to a different video because his main criticism was going to focus solely on the criterion, these rules that were being laid out by this, like 1, 2, 3, whatever. He only got to rule 1, couldn't establish any categories, and now he's trying to switch over to some other concern about some other thing instead of focusing on the list that he had said. He couldn't even establish point 1. If you can't argue against the point 1 in the fucking list, you're done. Their rules, the little outline, the guidelines themselves. This man was just beat by a set of fucking guidelines. Like, if I was going to do a video and he wrote this down, this is his article that he wrote. Okay, if I sat down and I wrote an article and I'm like, I'm going to refute something that Peterson says or something that whoever says, and I'm doing this extemporaneous, right? If I actually sat down to write it out, I would make sure that if I said point number 1, I at least would feel like I could refute point number 1 instead of just say, I don't understand this postmodern Marxist trans agenda interpretation of, sex, gender, and because I don't understand it, I don't have a way to criticize it, but I also have nothing to offer to argue against it. I have no categories of my own. I'm not going to provide this, and now I'm just going to move on to something else besides this list. This is an embarrassment. Like, this right here, I cannot believe that this guy is considered like an intellectual heavyweight on the right-wing side. Fuck this. You're not going to sit here and tell me that you're going to debunk this entire thing with your article. Then you're going to fucking stumble and trip on your dick on the very first portion of it. Just ridiculous. Okay. So the last video that I'm going to cover, and then man, I'm going to be streaming for over 5 hours. I'm going to cover Candace Owens, and this is going to wrap up my stream for Pride. And unfortunately, like I said, it's not a happy stream. It's not. This is we've got to focus on these fuckers. I just wanted to cover over and over and over what people are saying about trans people. I'm going to break these segments up, divide it up into differences so that if you missed the stream earlier, you don't have to go and watch like all 4 or 5 hours of it. You can just go and find the clips that you want to watch and watch it from there. But the last one I'm going to respond to is Candace Owens. Let's see what she has to say about this.
Cannot stand Pride Week, Pride Month, Pride Year, whatever it is. The month of June has been completely perverted, and the majority of Americans, including my gay friends, cannot stand this month.
Okay, well, all of my gay friends love Pride Month, and I mean, Pride Month gets a little freaky. You gotta watch June. You know, June is a little bit different than the other months, we'll say.
So I'm going to give you 5 reasons why that's true. You guys ready? Reason number 1, it's because Pride Month is emblematic of corporate cowardice. Everywhere you look, all of these corporations.
When are corporations not fucking cowards? They're always taking like subsidies. They're always trying to get like tax breaks. Every time they say like, oh, they're going to donate to some charitable thing, they're always getting something on the back end of it, because the point of a corporation is to make a profit. A corporation isn't your buddy. A corporation isn't your fucking friend. A corporation is there to make money off your ass. So I don't think for 2 seconds that they would be any different when it comes to Pride. And there is a conversation about blood-sucking corporations throwing rainbow logos up and stuff like that, when those same corporations at any other time of the year might have discriminatory policies against LGBT people, or donate to anti-trans organizations like Chick-fil-A, donating to third-party organizations that then funneled money to the like Kill the Gay bill in Uganda, stuff like that. They've also funded conversion therapy. So I would think, yeah, it's very hypocritical if Chick-fil-A came out and stuck a rainbow logo up on there or whatever. Otherwise, I would say it's good to have representation. As much as I hate it, I'd still rather see like, a bunch of rainbow stuff throughout Pride Month if I'm walking downtown than not see anything at all and have our existence just totally ignored.
Corporations that don't even make sense are putting up rainbow flags, right? McDonald's. What was the issue with gay people at McDonald's? Were gay people not being served at McDonald's?
You know what? I am loving that fucking box. I just like rainbows. I like pretty colors. Might be like just something a little neurodivergent, but I do like the colors.
I walk into a furniture shop a couple of weekends ago, and prominently displayed is this LGBTQIA flag. Everybody's welcome to shop here. At what point?
Hey, she didn't do the penis emoji eggplant thing that Shapiro did, so I'll give her some props there. At least she's being a little bit more progressive than Shapiro.
In American history, were gay people not allowed to shop in furniture stores? It's so emblematic of those stupid departments that are being built up. Diversity and inclusion departments. Somebody who is completely not qualified to even work at the corporations that they work at.
Wait. This took like a weird turn against like affirmative action. Why would you argue this? Like something that has historically helped minority communities. Like she's talking about like diversity hire or whatever. It's like, look, affirmative action helped a lot of people that couldn't get jobs because they're being discriminated against. It just sounds really fucking weird to turn that into like a were gay people not being hired there or something, or they're unqualified to work. How would a gay person be unqualified to work at a furniture store? If anything, gay people seem like they would have some type of like, I don't know, inherent bonus to decorating or something, right? Gay people are kind of like known for having some fashion, right?
Keeping a calendar of every ridiculous.
Oh God, we finally got an ad.
Ridiculous holiday that we continue to make up to make sure that corporations get on their knees about various social issues. We have to. We as a company are dedicating 200.
All holidays are made up, Candace. All of them. Well, this gay holiday that we just made up, okay? As opposed to what? Other holidays that were just like imposed on us? Like, no, all holidays are fucking made up. They didn't fall from the sky. It's not like every year it's like, oh shit, here comes Santa. We better, recognize his week or whatever. That doesn't fucking happen. It's not like, oh, these 2 days Santa's going to show up. We better be fucking celebrating. Otherwise we'll get Krampus or something. No, they're just made up. They're just celebrations. Chill the fuck out.
$200,000 to LGBTQ causes. Okay, where's that money even going? That's my question. Where is the money even going?
To blood-sucking corporations, where it usually goes to. Unless you're going to be like anti-capitalist right now, it's going to be like totally based.
What is it that we are striving toward for gay people and lesbian people? What don't they have in America that they...
The Equality Act to guarantee that we don't get discriminated. Hold on here. I'll do this real quick. Because she asked so nicely. Let's see, what don't gay people have? So besides all the random bills and stuff that they try to pass against us. So here you go. So here's the Equality Act. This bill prohibits discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, gender identity in areas including public accommodation facilities, education, federal funding, employment, housing, credit, and the jury system. Specifically, the bill defines and includes sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity among the prohibited categories of discrimination or segregation. That is not a law right now, just so that you know. In some states, they have some prohibitions against this. But what I just read off right there, those protections are not guaranteed in every state, just so you know. The bill expands the definition of public accommodations to include places or establishments that provide 1, exhibitions, recreation, exercise, amusement, greetings, or displays, 2, goods, services, or programs, 3, transportation services. This bill allows the Department of Justice to intervene in equal protection actions in federal court on account of sexual orientation or gender identity, so like specifically hate crimes and that type of thing. The bill prohibits an individual from being denied access to a shared facility, including a restroom, locker room, and a dressing room that is in accordance with the individual's gender identity. So since Candace asked, and I'm all about providing receipts, and I'm all about like facts and stuff. There it is in the law that we don't have. We do not have those protections, but cis people do. And I'm sure she would be against that equality as well.
They need us to donate IRA and goes to precious metals professional. Actually, it's insulting.
Just moving past corporate cowardice. Let's move on to the next one. What's your second point?
Insulting to black people.
Oh my God. ID. Who would have thought that id poll would come out of somebody like Candace Owens? I can't believe that a right-wing grifter, as soon as it was convenient for her, might try to pull out some type of favoritism or some type of woke points. Like, she should be canceled for this. Shapiro, hold on. Matt Walsh should call that show and demand that she apologize for introducing black politics into his space, then demand that she get fired, like he did those Fox News people for bringing up the trans issues, because I'm sure Matt Walsh couldn't stand the idea of there being any fucking equality on any type of programming that conservatives would support.
I've been pretty outspoken. I even think Black History Month needs to go away. But let me tell you something. If black people are getting 1 month for the stuff that we live through in America, somebody's going to need to explain to me how it is that gay people and lesbian and trans people also got a month. Like, what somebody give me the history lesson, right? That
okay. All throughout history, LGBT people have been persecuted, murdered, and killed for being like who we are. We've traditionally been denied rights throughout like every single country all around the world throughout history. There's been very few areas at any place at any time where it was socially acceptable to be LGBT. So I don't know, being persecuted for as long as we have existed, with very few places that we have been safely able to exist in. How about in World War II, when LGBT people were being like eradicated by the Nazis, along with other undesirables, even when the Allied forces defeated the Germans and they surrendered, when all the other people that were kept in other camps, including minority groups and Jewish people, were all released, the LGBT people had specific pink triangles tattooed on their bodies by the Nazis to make sure that those prisoners were treated especially poorly. And when the Allies rescued them from concentration camps, they then escorted them and put them in German prisons, where they had to serve a prison sentence for being LGBT. So literally, they were the only groups of people that were taken out of concentration camps, then put into like a like 5 or 10 year prison sentence afterward. That's just some of the abuses that our community has suffered. But go ahead with your ignorant ass statements.
That qualifies an entire month in celebratory rainbows. Was there an island where there was gay people that were living happily, and all of a sudden they got put onto boats and chains and brought over to America and forced to work? I missed that history lesson.
No, we existed everywhere because like as y'all kind of know, sometimes it's annoying for y'all that y'all have children and we just happen to be LGBT. Turns out that that's not just like something that happened in the last 10 years. That's always happened all across the world. And that also happened in Africa. And we know that just statistically speaking, that some portion of slaves that were brought over here as what you're kind of like dog whistling to, that some percentage of them also would have been LGBT people. And the LGBT people that suffer the most discrimination and bigotry in the modern era also happen to be Black LGBT people. So it's weird that you're trying to juxtapose LGBT rights against as if it's like a competition or something. Like you're trying to do the whole like how many equality points you have, or can you limbo beneath the bar of equality, as if we have to like compete for rights or something like that, while you're just pretending that there is not a large LGBT Black population as well, which is just like insult. I mean, like they're just getting bigotry from you from like both directions. I don't understand it. Like, why do conservatives pretend that equality or civil rights is some type of pie, and there's only so many slices that we can give out, right? This is the Nirvana. I'm so tired. The Nirvana fallacy, once again, the perfect solution fallacy. It's not like we cannot work on Black justice issues and make sure that the Black community gets reparations and that sort of thing for the things that were done to them, while we can also celebrate LGBT history and make sure that the LGBT community gets things like the Equality Act passed so that we also have equal protections. Turns out everyone can actually have equal protections under the law, and Black communities also deserve reparations for how they've been historically discriminated. Seems like an easy solution. I don't know what she's going on about.
That justifies them being able to throw their asses.
Hey, my name's Kevin. I'm a musician and
my
performer.
God. Like literally no ads on like anything else until I get to her. And now it's just ad after ad after ad. It almost seems like she might be taking a lot of dirty, filthy, blood-sucking money from these corporations while making a video complaining about, Pride doing the same thing.
Is this LGBT built up diversity and inclusion departments? Somebody.
Wow, it went all the way back there too.
He once wrote a quote, and that quote is civil rights. Thomas Sowell, as you guys know, is one.
Thomas Sowell is a conservative piece of shit. Just so that we are clear, he's a propagandist.
One of my favorite authors, and he once wrote a quote, and that quote is, civil rights used to be about treating everyone the same, but today some people are so used to special treatment that equal treatment is considered to be discrimination.
So the equal treatment that you're referring to is something that our communities never had. I wish that we did. I wish it wasn't the case that the Equality Act has never been passed, so that you enjoy specific protections that that people like me don't enjoy, including like not having your kids taken from you forcibly in the state of Texas just for identifying as trans and being supportive of them. You don't have to face the possibility of not being able to currently use like bathrooms in public facilities, all these sorts of things. You face none of that discrimination currently in the current system. Not that it did not exist at one point in time, but it does not exist anymore for you, while that system has always existed for us and continues to oppress us today.
That is my opinion when it comes to the LGBTQ IRS agenda. They think they're being.
Sorry, it's not funny. And when you say like Q IRS, the very fact that you're trying to appeal to sympathy here and say like, well, Black people had it so bad when whatever, kind of like it falls flat a little bit when you're mocking other minorities who are currently suffering. It makes it your appeal to like, well, nobody's thinking about the Black community. It seemed a little like silly. Like, why would I listen to you when you're clearly being so bigoted instead of like trying to meet our community where we're at and say like, hey, why are y'all so hurt? What don't you actually have? But of course, this is like, appealing to once again the lowest common denominator on the conservative side. They just want someone to tell them what they already are convinced of.
Discriminated against because they're not getting special privileges, right? Which brings me to point number 3, the slippery slope of it all. First, it began as just a day of national pride and rainbows and sprinkles and Skittles. And they said, oh, actually, we're going to need a whole week to demonstrate to you guys that we are proud to be gay and lesbian and queer. And then they weren't satisfied with that. I said, actually, we're going to need an entire month to do this because we need more time to express this to you. And they're never going to be satisfied, right?
Don't they also have like Black History Month? Isn't that something like in February, right? I think they have a whole month too, right? It's like I've never gotten mad about Black History Month in my life, not even once. I've never thought to myself like, well, I could read like lots of black authors in like a week, and if I was in school, we could do like a day on throughout the like civil rights, and we could cover different figures. I don't know if it would take more than a week in school to go over like a lot of the history of it, especially like through the 60s. That's not the fucking point, Candace. The point is that it was expanded to a month as a holiday. So was Black History Month, and that's fine. I don't see why you would get mad that some other community is quote unquote celebrating themselves for like a month. Who cares?
But first it's like, love is love. Gay marriage, it's just about gay marriage. Love is love. And they got gay marriage, and they said, actually going to tack on a T here. We've got...
The T was always there, you fucking shithead. Always there. It always has been.
Some transgendered issues, and we need to be able to speak to your children about the fact that I'm a trans femme turtle.
No one is saying I need to speak to your children. It's the reverse. Your children are coming to you and saying that there's something different about them, and they need your compassion, love, and care. All right? LGBT people do not fucking recruit people. We don't spread like a disease or something like that to people, even though that's what y'all want to say with propaganda like that.
And if you're not comfortable with that, then it's because you're a bigot. That's the figurative gun to everybody's head, right? America's got a figurative gun to their head when these movements come around. It's you either put up an LGBTQIA flag or you hate homosexuals, right? You either put up a BLM flag or you hate black people. That's it. It basically puts all of America in the closet because we have to pretend that we don't mind what's going on for an entire month.
I don't get this. Like, if somebody, okay, no one is required to fly like a BLM flag or something like that. But if I had a buddy of mine and I was putting up like a BLM flag, then he came by and was just like, hey, I don't really like the fact that you're, putting that flag up there. I don't like that flag. I would think like you're being kind of racist. Like what's going on here? Like what's the issue with the flag? And then I would give them an opportunity to explain themselves. But it sounds like a dog whistle when you're like, I don't like that. I don't support it. Okay, why? The why is the follow-up, but she's never going to explain why. She just makes assertion after assertion after assertion, completely unfounded. So if she's going to use proof by assertion fallacy, I'll just use appeal to the stone and just hand wave her away.
And what's going on for an entire month? Oh, that would be number 4 on my list. It's perversity that is being dressed up as diversity. We know what this is. Stop pretending that this is about pride.
Okay, so now she's trying to redefine it instead of saying, now it's not the fact that people are celebrating anything. Now it's not corporations. Now it's not just that she just insists that black people are just vaguely offended, even though there's a large LGBT black community. There's also black trans people as well. So she just skips over it, doesn't address any of that, goes right to criticizing the LGBT flag, accusing us of being groomers once again by the want to talking to kids. It's that dog whistle. And now moving to perversity dressed up as diversity. So I'm sure it's going to be like kink at pride or some kind of like, in front of kids or whatever, because it really is just the endless think of the kids trying to paint our community as disease spreading, ne'er-do-wells that are coming after people's kids.
when you need to wear assless chaps and shake your butt in front of a child's face. And then you say, oh, if you have any issues with this, then it's because you're a bigot and you're raising your child to be a bigot.
There's literally nothing in that image that somebody could not wear at like a beach. In fact, like plenty of beaches that you go to, you're going to see like people walking around in like Speedo that covers like less than what that person's wearing. And you'll see women wearing, thongs and that sort of thing, sunbathing and people like making out and stuff. And yet nobody has a problem taking their kids around that type of stuff. But if it's like, oh God, they're hanging on like a rainbow X, then it's an issue. Yeah, okay.
Your baby needs to be anti-racist, like your baby needs to be anti and pro and supportive.
Anti-racist, and she says that mockingly. Like, what would you want them to be pro-racist? What?
Of all of these various causes, they need to be pro-trans. They need to be actively pro-trans agenda.
They don't. First of all, there's no agenda. Like, I don't know what you're talking about when you said they need to be like pro-trans, as opposed to being like anti. I don't even know what you mean by pro-trans. If you mean like people think that we should have like basic human dignity, human rights, like, what we went over the Equality Act, then yeah, I think that they should support that. I mean, if they care about people and they have a regular amount of empathy and that sort of thing, and they want their own rights recognized, and they think that we should all have equal rights and that sort of thing, then yeah, that it kind of follows that if I think people should have equal rights, then when I say people, I mean all people. So I think like, like any group of people should have equal rights. But you don't agree, and you think that your weird, like your odd kind of selfish behavior where you want to deny people their human rights shouldn't be seen as bigoted. And it just, like, I don't know, that word perfectly describes your position. You're a bigot.
Debauchery everywhere you look. Look at the Pride Parade. Why is it so okay to take your children to a Thanksgiving Day parade? You have no fears, but you know fully well that if you take your child to a Pride Parade, your child is going to be exposed to a bunch of sexuality on display, because that's just what they're allowed to do for an entire month. They're allowed to be overtly sexual and pretend that they're a special snowflake.
I mean, I like it, but what's the problem with it? Once again, if you took this guy and put him on a beach in Florida, other than like, obviously he's well endowed, what else?
And that if you don't like it, it's because you're somehow a heterosexual freak who doesn't understand that people need to express themselves. Let me be clear. If a heterosexual couple acted in the same way as some of these couples act during a Pride Parade, I would be disgusted, because it's just gross. It's just debauchery. Your sexuality doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care what your sexuality is. When you're being perverse, you should be called out for it. It's the same reason I called out Cardi B for her performance on stage when I felt she...
With GoDaddy payments, you can get
Oh
paid
my God,
fast and secure.
another ad, Candace. I swear. It's like she does it to make sure that like nobody will actually like make response to her or something.
I don't care that Cardi B is a heterosexual person. I care that there are children in America who shouldn't be forced to watch this sort of stuff. They shouldn't be forced to watch our cultural corrosion on screens. That's how the majority of adults feel when Pride Month comes along. But they're not allowed to say it.
Okay, let's see real quick. Majority of adults think this. Let's see. Turns out record high 70% in US support same-sex marriage. This is June 8th, 2021, so last year. Support for same-sex marriage, we can see it's just going up and up and up and up. And this is from Gallup as well. For the first time, a small majority of Republican support gay marriage. Consistently reported show a majority support in 2021 for the first time, 55%. So last year, Republicans, for the first time ever, the highest support of gay marriage ever. So no, Candace, I think that you're actually wrong when you say like a majority of Americans don't approve of this or don't like They're like, you shouldn't do it. No, I don't think so. It seems like majority do. And by the way, let's go to good old Wikipedia right here. Let's talk about Mardi Gras for a second. And if you scroll down in there, right here, exposure by women. Women exposing their breasts during Mardi Gras in New Orleans has been documented since 1889. The degree of modesty exhibited by nearly all female masqueraders seen on the streets. The practice was mostly limited to tourists in the upper Bourbon Street area and the crowded streets of the French Quarter, generally avoided by locals on Mardi Gras. Flashers on balconies caused crowds to form on the streets. In the last decades of the 20th century, the rise in producing commercial videotapes and catering to voyeurs helped encourage a tradition of women baring their breasts in exchange for beads and trinkets. Social scientists studying, quote, ritual disrobement found at Mardi Gras in 1991 1,200 instances of body baring in exchange for beads or other favors. So, I will be looking forward to Candace Owens calling out the proud history of my people in New Orleans for exposing their breasts and being immoderate, degenerate fucks, as my proud ancestors.
Or else they will be accused of being bad individuals who want homosexuals to be wiped off the face of the planet. Speaking of individuals who actually want homosexuals to be wiped off the face of the planet.
Yeah, that would be like you and your ilk, right? We've been watching all night of conservatives talking about this. Basically, if they don't say outright that they want to get rid of us, they're all using the same rhetoric that as you listen to Mark Burns, who flatly called for us to be genocided. They're using all of his exact same talking points, and they walk all the way up to the end, including Peterson saying that, doctors should be arrested and put in prison for giving us health care. Then we have all Republicans seemingly supporting the Texas laws pulling trans children away from their families. That's a soft genocide. I mean, come on.
Let's talk about number 5. It's also the cultural ignorance of it all, right? You get these people that come up to you and they're waving their flags, and they're the same people that are waving their pride flags in one hand and the Ukraine flags in the other one, right? And then when you say, hey, wait, gay marriage is not allowed in Ukraine. Oh, it doesn't.
Believe it or not, you can support different political positions at the same time. Like, I can say that, hey, I feel like the people in Ukraine don't deserve to all be massacred and died, even though I think that they might have a lot of poor issues when it comes to same-sex marriage. Just like, strangely enough, I don't feel like that our political adversaries in America, like that, those of you on the right, I think it'd be wrong for people to call for all of y'all to be rounded up and arrested, or to be, like put against a wall and shot, or to have your parents arrested and having your kids stolen from you. I oppose all of that for you, even though I recognize that y'all definitely are our enemies, even though you're advocating for all that shit to be done to us.
Doesn't matter. There are actually places all across the world where homosexual people are oppressed and they never do anything for it.
Wait, you played dummy on this earlier, and you were like, oh, I don't know about the what other oppression has LGBT people ever faced? And during your second segment, whenever you said that it was offensive to black people, and why it was offensive, because we don't face persecution like black people have. But now here you're talking about all around the world, there's place where we're persecuted, and it's always been this way. So you did know about it, you little lying.
That's not what they're raising money for. They're raising money so they can indoctrinate our children with LGBTQ agenda ideas, right? They don't care. They'll tell you to donate tomorrow to Saudi Arabia if the right politician gets on stage and tells them to. They're ignorant about their very existence, and that drives me absolutely insane.
We're aware of our, okay. Believe it or not, just because people have not passed LGBT rights in their country, I don't think that they deserve to be genocided by a Russian military group, okay? I know it might sound weird, but I would rather those people reform their laws and hopefully become more progressive, like in the Middle East. I would hope that they become more progressive and they stop killing gay people. Does it make me very angry when I see those things happen? Does it make me sad and upset? Yeah, it does. But But at the same time, I don't think that like U.S. soldiers should go over there and just mow down every single person over there. Like, I don't know why this is so difficult for you to, you can really feel how extreme her thinking is on this situation. Like, she cannot imagine not wanting her political enemies totally like murdered by saying, I don't understand how you can support Ukraine or whatever because they don't support like you specifically. And it's like, because I understand that there's a lot of people over there who have different politics, and hopefully over time they can get better with that. They don't have to be killed. I don't see why she keeps doing this.
It also bothers me on a spiritual level that it.
Oh, no. Fuck your spiritualism. Don't care. You are so fucking morally bankrupt. If there was a God, okay, and you look at the values that Jesus talks about, you would be fucking heading straight to goddamn hell.
Is a corruption of what the rainbow signifies theologically. Remember, this was God's promise that he would never again flood the earth.
Yeah, but you want to kill your political enemies. I mean, that's the difference. God is like, even God, the largest genocidal prick in all of fiction, who wiped out the entire fucking world's population in a flood, except for like a drunk and his family members. He spared 8 of them. Every other baby drowned. Every other puppy and mammal drowned. He drowned. Everybody, everything. The worst genocide that you could possibly imagine. But yeah, that's who you revere, obviously.
And sometimes I ask the question, when I look around and I see all this ridiculousness going on, when I look at the perversion that our culture has become, and I look at everything that we're even talking about in this country, you wonder if he should make good on that promise or not. You wonder if we need a reset button of some sort on.
Oh, wait. Great reset, dog whistle. Do we need a reset button? Like, absolutely. Dog whistle there.
Humanity all together.
And once again, she's now fantasizing with a little bit of like gleeful, like maybe humanity does need a reset. Maybe it would just be her and her family this time, and maybe God could just wipe out everyone else once again, fantasizing in a way that's like, maybe it's a good thing for God to come and genocide absolutely everybody. She is morally bankrupt, and that's why I said her position is not only to revere this, but now she's actually like, wishfully thinking about it. It's fucking disgusting.
So in closing, it's a great irony.
No, I'm not going to listen to your garbage at the end. You're done. All right. If you stayed with me like this entire time, thank you so much for watching all the clips and videos. Hopefully it was entertaining for you, and it was as entertaining to watch it as it was for me to make it. But I'm absolutely exhausted. I'm going to go to bed. If you haven't, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell if you want to. I know that I don't make content very regularly right now, but hopefully getting toward the end of the year, my workload will change and I will start putting a lot more focus into this channel. But for now, I just am going to periodically upload every now and then whenever I have time and work allows. And it is, unfortunately, Pride Month is normally a time for celebration. And I'll be going out with my friends and having a great time. But I just haven't felt very energetic this year. I haven't felt very happy. I mean, obviously, like, COVID is still going on. And I think about all the people that are going to be affected by that. And at the same time, with more and more reports coming up of like the militia group that was caught in the U-Haul heading toward Pride, trying to disrupt it. Then a lot of chatter online about people talking about like attacking Pride parades and stuff like that. It's just been a very grim time for LGBT people, and we talked about the genocide stuff in the first segment, and I just feel like the future is so uncertain right now. And all I can say is that I hope that every LGBT person out there, just know that you are loved, and that you do have a community that you belong to. Don't listen to people like Candace. Don't listen to Shapiro and the people that we've been exposed to tonight. This is kind of like the staring into the abyss at this point, right? I don't want to cover these people too much. Like my next couple of videos would be something different. but it's a thing that we have to be aware of. We have to keep track of these people. We have to know what they are doing, what they're talking about, what their dog whistles are, and keeping track of politically what's going on with us, as far as like I said, the Texas bill where they're trying to take kids from their family, and out in Florida, the Don't Say Gay bill. We need to be aware of this stuff. We have to stay frosty about it. And I hope that all of you have a wonderful day. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye.